how you can support our children in need. Call 702-455-0181 or visit countmein.vegas.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton. I want to invite you to our Heritage Street Holidays. This year's celebration is going to be December 13th and 14th out here at the Clark County Museum. We will be free for those hours. We will have strolling carolers. All the homes will be open. They'll be decorated. There'll be crafts for the kids, free hot chocolate. We'll even have Santa here, so please come and join us.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, from the UMC Trauma Center, meet a woman who was shot 14 times and lived to tell her story. Plus, this woman tried dying multiple times, but the team here at the UMC Trauma Center had better ideas. Her story and more as the UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to this edition of UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen. On today's show, we're bringing you the unforgettable stories of 3 of our patients who have come to the UMC Trauma Center with horrendous injuries. And not only did they live to tell their story, they're now thriving after those injuries because of the care they received here at UMC. We'll start with a young woman named Desiree, who was transported to us with what could have been deadly injuries. Here's her story.
I was with some friends. We were driving down a dirt road, and the driver was going 70 and, is it fishtailing? He was fishtailing, and he went over the side of the dirt, and I just remember just closing my eyes and holding onto the door.
Desiree wasn't wearing her seatbelt when the driver lost control of the car, flipping it 3 times, with Desiree from the back seat flying out of the window.
Because I was telling them, I can't breathe, I'm afraid I'm gonna die, I don't wanna die.
I think she was flown to Sunrise originally, which another hospital across the way, and then they realized how injured she was and then sent her right over to UMC.
UMC is home to Nevada's only Level 1 trauma center, providing the most advanced critical care in the state, with specialists standing by around the clock to care for injuries like Desiree's. Her most critical injury was a tear in her bronchus.
It's your breathing windpipe, and then it goes to your right and left, and her left one just was not connected to the main portion anymore. And majority of these people that have that injury are not surviving. That usually gets torn with other important things like your heart or your aorta, the big blood vessel out of your heart. And so oftentimes that's what we find on a coroner report, not really on a live patient.
It's called the quiet room. And that's where they, tell you that things aren't looking good, and your daughter's not probably going to make it.
I talked to multiple specialists. I talked to Dr. Robert Winsek, who's one of the best surgeons I've ever met. We ended up having to place the stents that we had tried. That was still not working for her. And then we had the discussion of if this lung is not functioning at all, then we would possibly have to remove it. So when you remove a lung in the trauma setting, if we had done that the first night when she arrived, it carries a very high mortality rate, a death rate. So majority of times if you take a lung out right away, if somebody's not compensated, they usually will die.
You have the shock. No, you're kidding, it didn't happen. Then the second one is you have switch, what I call switch, where you pray to switch places. Can it be me? And you go through those emotions. And then third, you develop anger. Whoever did this needs to pay. You want retribution, and you're just so mad. And then you go through the guilt. Why did I why did we let her go? You know, it was a school night. You know, how dare her try to go out at 6 p.m. with friends to a football game? You know, after the guilt, you know, then you start seeing the love and support of your family.
That surgery was a success, and Desiree recovered at UMC and was eventually able to go home. But soon after, things took another turn for the worse.
And that's when she told me, "Mom, I'm scared. It's hard to breathe."
When she arrived here the second time, my another colleague, Dr. Jamie Rand, was on and pulled every possible resource in the world to save her life that night. She was actively trying to die. She was the sickest person in the hospital by far. She was on very specialized ventilators that we reserve for people that are almost needing to have cardiac bypass machine, heart-lung machine to oxygenate because of such a poor ability of her lung to function. She was essentially living on one lung. Her right lung was the only one that was working, at which point then that also got pneumonia and sick, and so now she was kind of running on almost no lungs.
Desiree would need another complicated surgery at the hands of Dr. Winsek and Dr. Fraser. It was her only option.
It's the worst and the scariest thing I had ever gone through in my entire life. So I was trying to get outside, and I'm bawling, I'm shaking, I'm uncontrollably crying. And I'm reached out by a very beautiful woman. She's my angel, she always will be. She asked me if I was okay. I said no.
Crystal's angel is Jennifer, a member of the UMC Experience team.
I went in to get a coffee after I left her office, and I ran into Gloria at the Starbucks area. Ordered my coffee. She wouldn't let me pay. She insisted on having another employee ring it up and take the money out of her pocket and pay for my coffee that day. Not only did she give me a coffee, she came around the side, gave me a hug that I needed, and didn't ask any questions, just said, "We're family, we're here for you. You need anything, you let me know."
I think there is a reason why every individual was put in the place to take care of her. From the guard up front, not allowing the weirdos in the back, to the nurses who were so attentive to Desiree's every need and care. You know, she was constantly monitored by two, you know, to even the janitorial staff. I mean, there's not one person who didn't make a difference. You know.
Back in the operating room, another difference was being made.
So when she required that additional surgery, after we had discussed, Dr. Winsek was there and discussed with the family about the possibility of needing to remove that lung. Once we did go to the operating room, we opened her chest to see that her lung was not functioning, and it was actually filled with infection and just was not inflating like a normal lung. So we opted to remove the entire lung. Once we did that, she miraculously, on her blood gases and all this stuff, just turned around. So she was basically living with kind of rolling around on a flat tire that was just not functioning at all. And once we got rid of that, she was her oxygen levels and all that stuff turned around. We were able to get her off the ventilator and then eventually get her out of the hospital.
Once that lung was out, Desiree slowly began to recover again.
She had a really rough road, as you can imagine, the intensity of what her body went through, and infections and skin changes, and I mean urine infections and colon infections, and every possible thing that a patient can have to get faced with, she got faced with, and she overcame it. So that's hats off to her for just being such a fighter, and then knowing that her parents were right behind her the whole way. You could just tell it's just palpable in the room, and I truly believe that definitely helped her.
Dr. Fraser was here every day, and if he wasn't, he checked on Desiree every day. He took her case very personal.
I think he's like amazing for like being able to like do what he can, and I've like researched him, so like I know more of the stuff he does, and it's just kind of crazy. Like he put because my scar is not that big, he just put his big hand in there, and it's just like that long.
Desiree recently walked back into UMC Trauma to thank her life-saving team.
Hi, how are you? I took care of you in room 1. I was there when you first got out of bed.
Like, thank you for like helping to save my life, because like I shouldn't have made it multiple times.
Well, like I said, we deal with a lot of sick patients and a lot of people that are on that cliff ready to fall off and die, and we kind of grab them and pull them back. And I mean, she had all hands on deck holding her to pull her back from that.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to Cheyenne, a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home. She's now back home thanks to the care she received here at the UMC Trauma Center. Her story on the other side of this break.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Today we're sharing stories of survival, hope, and healing from the UMC Trauma Center. Our next story is about a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home while her children were inside. Here's what happened, and here's how well she's doing now.
Squeeze hard.
Cheyenne Briggs lives a lot more peaceful life now than the one she was unfortunately getting used to. She admits she had been a victim of domestic violence for years. The screaming, yelling, and bruises culminated in one horrible night and injuries that would change her life, yet also put her on a safer and more joyful path.
I was in the living room watching, I was actually watching Chicago Med, one of my favorite shows. I was watching that. I started doing laundry. So I, yelled down the hallway, hey, can you make the bed, to my boyfriend at the time so that we can go to bed. And he just starts going off, cursing me out. Why are you always bothering me? You were up there the whole time.
Cheyenne was unfortunately numb to the ongoing emotional abuse, but this time things escalated and she decided to leave the house to let things cool down.
And I was only gone for maybe 10 minutes at the most, I think. So I came back home and I noticed his motorcycle was gone. We both rode motorcycles, so mine was left out, so I figured he was gone.
But he wasn't, and all of the doors and windows had been shut in the house while she was gone.
There's a bathroom and hallway. Straight across the hallway were my children's rooms, and straight back was the master, so all the doors were closed. I went in the bathroom. I'm using the restroom.
That's when he came in.
Oh, you think it's sweet how you talk to me, and just rambling on. And I started explaining, it's messed up. I work all these hours, you're here doing nothing. Like, I did everything. You do absolutely nothing. And I come home and you start fussing at me because I asked you to make the bed. And in the middle of me saying that, he had his arms across the door, so I didn't see anything in his hands. He had on sweats. I didn't see anything in his pockets. So he had his, spread across the door, and he comes out and he shoots.
He didn't shoot just once.
I fell off the toilet, and I'm just down there, he's still talking. I'm just down there oh my God, he shot me. What the heck? What is going on? Why is this happening? And I'm just ooh, ah, not crying, not screaming, just kind of in shock.
But there was more to come. In total, he shot her 14 times.
He goes to the living room, he gets a chair from the kitchen table, and he sits in the middle of the hallway. And he starts calling people. He's like, I just messed up. Like, you guys aren't going to see me for a while.
Cheyenne's children were in the house watching and hearing everything happen.
I was trying to get my daughter to climb out of her window to go get help and to get, take her and herself and her little brother, like, get out of here. I didn't know, I knew he had a whole nother clip. I didn't know if he had it in his pocket or what, but I knew there was another one, so I suspected, I really expected to die. Like, I thought that was over. So I just, like, started praying to God, like, just, if I'm gonna go, like, please let me at least say goodbye to all my kids. Just don't let them see me die like this. Like, at least let me make it to the hospital where I could probably say goodbye. And my daughter comes out, my 10-year-old, well, she was 10 at the time. She comes out and she's like, please don't kill her, please don't kill her. And he's like, I'm not gonna kill her, go back in the room, close the door.
Cheyenne could hear sirens in the distance coming her way.
My daughter, she tried to bring me a pillow to lift my head up, but it was just too painful.
EMS arrived and transported her to the UMC Trauma Center.
By the time I got to the hospital, I want to say it was a case manager or someone, I can't remember her title, but she gave me a cell phone, like, you need to call someone, we can't find anyone to call. And I ended up calling my grandmother, and she answered, and I was like, he shot me.
And we noticed that she had multiple gunshot wounds in her abdomen and her leg, among other places. And once we were able to get her stabilized, we very quickly rushed her to the operating room.
Cheyenne was in intensive care for 6 weeks, and during that time had to have her leg amputated because she had irreparable vascular injuries.
At least, even though we had to amputate her leg, at least she's alive and able to be here, be with her kids, and be motivated to be the best person she can be.
It's a berry medley to go on top. And where's the sugar? Awesome, good.
She's had a very, very positive attitude in life. I can't even begin to imagine what I would feel if I got shot at 14 times and had to be in the ICU 6 weeks and have the litany of problems related to this. The fact that this has not kept her down, this has not discouraged her, she has not felt sorry for herself, is something that's truly inspirational, and regardless of who you are. Just to see her not back down from a challenge, to use this as motivation to be the best person she can be and be there for her kids, is something to marvel at.
When we come back, we'll meet this young cowboy. Wait until you hear his story. That's on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. You're about to meet one of country music's biggest and youngest fans, who survived a terrible accident because of the care he received here at the UMC Trauma Center and UMC's Children's Hospital. Here's his story. Tyler is back to his ranch life now, following a near-fatal accident.
I was in Utah on my uncle's ranch, and then on the last night I was supposed to be there, my cousins told me that they were going to go out and get a few extra dollars delivering phone books, which at my point I thought, why can't the mailman do it?
Tyler eventually agreed to pitch in and help, and along with his cousins, they loaded up a truck with phone books.
We weren't going very fast at all, so I hopped in the trunk. The trunk was open, full of phone books in it. I just sat on there, and then the phone book slipped. I slipped when we were turning the corner, and an Ford Expedition, was speeding through the stop sign and ran me over both axles.
Within those quick seconds, Tyler's injuries were near fatal.
I remember a huge, almost like looking at the sun now, and then I saw a hand, and there was a cross dangling from it, and then it gave it to me, and then I woke up, and I looked around, and somebody had put a phone book underneath my head, and I woke up and there was a lady standing at my feet telling me not to move, everything's gonna be okay, don't move. And then I looked around and I saw my two cousins laying over there, or sitting over there crying. And then I heard sirens and I looked over there and there was the ambulance coming in.
We was a part of 2 baby colts being born earlier that morning. And so he's having the time of his life. I was excited to get the phone call. And I kind of hear a very calm, very detailed voice tell me, "This is Mike, Dwayne. Tyler was in an accident. He was hit by a car." And I said, "Okay, stop right there. Don't give me details." You know, he said he's on his way to the hospital. So I said, "Okay, don't call your sister. I'm going to pick her up. My goal is just to get them there safe. We'll deal with it when we get there."
While his family was driving from Las Vegas to St. George, the doctors in St. George decided Tyler needed to be flown to UMC, the only designated pediatric trauma center in Nevada.
It wasn't till probably about 45 minutes into our drive to St. George that we were just about to hit Mesquite when the surgeons called me on my cell phone, and they told me that if our son made the flight, we would have seconds to say goodbye with him. That his injuries were so severe they didn't think that he was going to make it.
Mom and Dad made it back to Las Vegas and to the UMC Trauma Center before Tyler's helicopter landed.
We were able to see him for just a split second off the elevator before he went into the trauma unit.
What I like about that part of the story is nothing was stopping his mother and I from being right there at the elevator when he was coming off. You know, we knew which elevator he was coming in from. The doctors gave us permission. Usually they don't allow that, maybe because they knew how severe it was. You know, they knew how important it was to us. The rest of the family stayed very closer to the security guard booth. And when Tyler, the door dinged, the door opened up, and Tyler's in full C-spine, you know, backboard, neck brace, IVs hanging, you know, he can barely move. And as he's passing us, he lifts up his hand, gives us a thumbs up.
Tyler presented with polytrauma with 3 solid organ injuries. He had liver laceration, kidney laceration, and a spleen laceration as well.
He also had pulmonary contusions and was in respiratory failure.
I had a grade 5 liver, a grade 4 kidney, and a grade 5 spleen, or a grade 3 spleen, and the highest they can go is 5. And then I broke C7 and T1 in my neck, which is the big bump and the one below the big bump, or above the big bump, sorry. And then I broke 22 ribs. Just to clarify, you have 24.
The first week and a half was the most critical, where his lung bruising had gotten worse, and he eventually ended up on a breathing machine with a ventilator attached to him.
Dr. Benari, she took care of him so well, and she took care of us too. She made sure we were sleeping, and when Tyler was coming off his intubation, I remember she hugged us, and when he was going on, she hugged us. She told, I thought it was going to be the end of the world, you know, when he was going to be intubated, and she assured me that it's really the beginning, that he needed it to to feel better and to get the rest that he needed. I remember Dr. Dugan's patience and his bedside manner. He sat on Tyler's bed and would just touch him and just smile.
Tyler was in the pediatric ICU at UMC for 22 days, many of them in a medically induced coma.
Intubated for like 10?
The first 5 days, he was begging to just stop everything. He doesn't, he did not want to keep going. He tried to pull out his tubes once he was intubated.
During that time, prayers and support poured in from all over the country, empowering Tyler to stay cowboy strong.
Hey Tyler, hey, it's your friend George Strait here. Hope you can hear me. Even better, I hope you can see me. But anyway, just wanted to let you know that we're all thinking about you and praying for you. And we want you to wake up and start getting better. I hear you're a good singer and a good team roper. Well, I want to see all that. So, fight hard, man.
Hey Tyler, this is Trevor Brazil. I just wanted to shoot you a quick video and let you know that we're thinking about you, and I'm going to be praying for you, and everybody I know is going to be praying for you, because I serve a God that answers prayers, and I know you're going to get through this, not only because of that, but because you're cowboy strong.
Hey bud, this is Daniela. I heard about your story and I'm truly sorry about that. But there's one thing I need to tell you, is that you need to keep on fighting. Fight hard. I know it's a tough battle that you're fighting, but you have to keep trying and don't give up. You have your family there by your side. I know they're having a tough time with this, but they're there to help you, support you, and love you through this horrible tragedy that one day will just be a memory. You got this.
The doctors told me if I was if I survived, I was going to be in a wheelchair the rest of my life. And I told them, you can watch me walk out of here backwards.
And because of that determination, Tyler's recovery continued.
I came back and he was gone. All his leads were there, his blood pressure cuff, but Tyler was not there. And so I turn around and I look, and there he is standing with Dr. Dugan. And I walked up and he says, Dr. Dugan, I'm getting out of this hospital today and you're going to check me out. And Dr. Dugan says, well, I can't do that. We got to set up in home care, and he says, well, who does that? And I remember Dr. Dugan pointing at a lady standing at the counter, and he says, she's the one. And Tyler walked over to her and says, you need to get my home care set up because I'm out of here.
He was discharged within the hour.
Is that in, Mama? Is that in your mouth?
Tyler continues to heal, although you'd never know all that has happened to him while watching him on the ranch.
I'm back to riding him. I'm back to riding that one. I'm back to doing a bunch of other things. I'm back to roping, I did an archery tournament at school. I'm back to playing with the goat, building houses in the backyard. I'd like to say two things. I'd like to say sorry for being so sassy, and I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for fighting with me.
For more information on any of the stories you've seen or on our first and only services, please log on to our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on social media. Thank you for watching this edition of UMC Digest. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Ready?
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
I'm a census taker. Good pay, flexible hours. Help shape your community's future. Be a census taker. Apply today.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Take the weapon out of their hands. Take the criminals off the streets. Make them pay for their crimes. Graffiti is a crime, and you're paying for it. With lower home values, up to $30 million in cleanup costs, and neighborhood blight. It's time to hold these criminals accountable. Call 385-5555 and turn in a tagger. You may get a $500 reward from Crime Stoppers and help prevent other crimes. Together, we are targeting area graffiti.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. After Terminal 3 opened in 2012, plans to upgrade Terminal 1 soon followed. Let's take a look at some of the latest renovations.
Since its opening in 1963, McCarran's Terminal 1 has grown and changed with the Las Vegas community. The facility's recent evolution has included a new, modern look and state-of-the-art technology. To keep up with the ever-increasing passenger volume, crews have been hard at work replacing carpet with sparkling terrazzo flooring, installing new wall coverings and charging stations, and renovating restrooms.
When we built T3, of course, the airlines had to approve that project, and one of the conditions was that we were going to go ahead and improve Terminal 1 afterwards. So that's what we've been doing ever since T3 opened. We started with ticketing, and we're improving not only the looks of it, but also the operational part of it. And we redid just about everything. Of course, we started with the terrazzo floors, put a little bit of Las Vegas sparkle in them, but we really opened it up with natural light, a lot of window walls, a lot more efficient, compact check-in units, and brightened up SkyCap as well.
Digital signage, upgraded flight information displays, self-service bag tagging kiosks, and new gate podiums all contribute to a seamless airport experience for travelers and employees alike. The floor surfaces are easier to clean, easier on the eyes, and easier for passengers to roll suitcases on. Significant improvements to the AB security checkpoint will offer a more spacious area for travelers, as well as interlocking tile flooring designed to withstand heavy traffic. Expansion of the checkpoint will allow for a dedicated TSA pre-check lane and installation of automated screening lanes, or ASLs.
The AB checkpoint is the last one that we're finally getting to modernize with all new equipment from TSA. The lanes will become automatic screening lanes. That helps the passenger flow more than anything. As our traffic's been growing, we're going to be able to have dedicated lanes for pre-check, for first class, for special needs, done in a proper manner. That helps the efficiency of the flow.
Also on the horizon in Terminal 1 are exciting new restaurants, including Shake Shack and Jamba Juice in the AB gates and Jimmy John's in the public shopping area. New retail will bring Califano, which sells crystals, gemstones, and art, as well as a third Express Spa location.
What we're most excited about with the renovations is that we're upgrading all of our food, beverage, and retail opportunities. You know, that's part of the experience. The customer wants a smooth, seamless experience and have some of the national brands that they're used to.
With an eye toward future growth, the Department of Aviation will continue to plan and execute projects to efficiently operate McCarran's facilities and offer visitors a phenomenal first and last look at Las Vegas.
Beverages are not allowed through airport security checkpoints, but thanks to conveniently located water bottle filling stations, passengers in McCarran can travel with a reusable bottle and stay hydrated on the go.
Located throughout McCarran's terminals, these popular stations dispense cold water over a small sink, allowing passengers to fill a reusable bottle before or after a flight.
The stations have multiplied in number as travelers have called for a more economical and environmentally friendly alternative to single-use water bottles for purchase.
The Department of Aviation started installing water bottle fill stations in 2015. Since then, we've installed a total of 50 stations throughout our airport facilities. That also includes our general aviation facilities, as well as our consolidated car rental center.
The airport embraces its role in social responsibility and strives to be sustainable. By offering an alternative to single-use water bottles, McCarran helps cut down on plastic waste in the environment.
Water bottle filling stations are a definite benefit to our passengers. They provide a fast and efficient way for them to fill up an empty bottle of water that they take through security before they get on a flight. Using water bottle fill stations reduces environmental impact to airport operations.
Placement of these stations around the airport means customers have easy access to inexpensive, clean water.
The water comes from Southern Nevada's municipal water supply. It's the same supply that reaches our homes, and it also meets or surpasses all federal Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
To cater to the taste of international passengers, McCarran offers another unique amenity for its thirsty travelers in Terminal 3.
In addition to the water bottle fill stations we installed at Terminal 1, we also installed 2 hot water stations at Terminal 3. They are equipped with a special handle so our passengers can fill the water safely.
The airport installed the stations to encourage passengers to rehydrate by refilling their bottles and reducing waste. That saves passengers money and is good for the environment.
At a busy airport like McCarran, keeping vehicles moving on the arrivals and departures curbs is a big job. Here's a look at the team of transportation specialists who manage the traffic flow.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of travelers arriving and departing each day.
Hi, number 17. You're welcome.
To assist passengers and drivers, McCarran has a team of more than 60 transportation specialists who oversee the airport curbs and roadways. From directing traffic to overseeing taxi lines, these hardworking employees keep traffic moving safely and efficiently.
Go to number 4. When they're on the departure curb, our employees are making sure that the cars that are waiting at the curb are not waiting for too long. We're making sure that the traffic flow is going as smooth as possible for all the other passengers that are being dropped off at the curb.
Left-hand lane right over there where the green open sign is. Have a good week.
The team of transportation specialists give directions and assist with the interterminal shuttle service, which transports customers between terminals 1 and 3. They also manage the airport's busy taxi operation.
We make it very, very swift and effortless for the passengers to come out of the terminal and use the taxi service.
Hello. 2 people? Number 7.
While the line of passengers waiting for taxis at times looks daunting, McCarran's ground transportation team keeps it moving by adjusting the queue as needed and directing cabs and travelers to the appropriate loading spaces. Transportation specialists also monitor the passenger pickup and departure curbs. They respond to vehicle accidents and medical emergencies and oversee the towing of unattended vehicles. These employees must have great communication skills and the ability to listen to travelers' needs.
I like dealing with people, so at McCarran it's more, we're going to see 95% of the folks, so I love the customer service aspect. I love that it's a different pace.
To give good customer service, you have to realize you might hear the same question 1,000 times, but it's from a different person each time. So it's like really hearing the same question only once.
It's up on the 2nd floor, so once you spin around, go up to valet, I'll take you right up there. Yes, I'm a people person. Bringing customer service to the airport, it's a good job.
McCarran's friendly transportation specialists and supervisors play a vital role in airport operations. As vehicles and passengers come and go, they're also key to maintaining safety and security at McCarran.
Airport lounges offer passengers comforts beyond what's generally available in the terminal. Here's a look at a brand new high-end lounge located in the D concourse.
Hello, morning.
The Club at LAS, a 7,000 square foot shared use lounge, is an ideal place to relax, unwind, or get some work done before a flight. The spacious lounge, located near gate D33, is open to McCarran customers through the purchase of a $40 day pass. A second Club at LAS location in Terminal 3 is also available.
If you have a Priority Pass membership, then we welcome you. Complimentary. We also contract with several of our airline partners as well. We have many airline relationships in place. Or you can simply purchase a day pass and you get, once inside, everything's complimentary.
The space is divided into distinct zones for visitors to enjoy. Featuring ergonomic task chairs, a desk height counter, and an abundance of electrical outlets, the Productivity Zone serves as a dedicated space for business travelers. A Relax Zone offers comfortable seating where guests can enjoy sweeping views of the airport and Las Vegas. A Resting Zone features recliners and ottomans with convenient reading lamps and electrical outlets.
Yeah, we're comfortable. That's the best part. It's since we have a long layover, we're very happy to be here. I've always been very well received at the front door, and then the variety is always really good. They have good food and snacks, and they've got pretty much everything, and of course a good cold beer, so it's a good spot.
In the Replenish Zone, guests can enjoy a selection of food and beverages from a hot and cold buffet and a variety of all-day snack items. A separate bar with dedicated seating allows guests to enjoy complimentary cocktails and premium spirits. A hydration station offers fruit and herb-infused waters. A Refresh Zone provides private restrooms and shower suites, offering spa-quality soaps and lotions to help travelers feel at home.
One of the unique features of this lounge is we actually have a couple of shower suites that we've modeled on spa-like quality. So if you've been out and it's hot and you just want to refresh before your flight, we're delighted to provide that amenity for our customers.
The atmosphere at the club at LAS is enhanced with images by local photographer Jeff Green, who has lived in Las Vegas for more than 30 years. The photos in the lounge capture a variety of subject matter, ranging from Las Vegas landmarks and iconic locations to the natural beauty surrounding the city. Providing a world-class customer experience is central to the mission at McCarran. The addition of this new club greatly enhances the level of services and amenities available to Las Vegas travelers.
As part of our ongoing efforts to reach out to the community, 2 groups of students interested in aviation careers recently had the unique opportunity to take the behind-the-scenes tour of the airport. McCarran was proud to host these young men and women from the Civil Air Patrol and the Aviation Career Education Academy.
So this whole area is run by East Ramp Control.
This group of future aviation professionals from Nevada Civil Air Patrol 802nd Squadron are on an airfield tour of McCarran International Airport.
This is an outstanding opportunity for our cadets to see what opportunities they have in the future once they get out of our cadet program. They have opportunities in the Air Force, they have opportunities in the civil airline industry, and other aerospace careers.
The enthusiastic group saw firsthand how a busy ramp operates and how planes are taxiing to their gates. It's all made possible with careful coordination and planning between the Federal Aviation Administration and the Department of Aviation. The agencies work together to make one of the nation's busiest airports operate smoothly. The cadets toured the airfield's fire station, where they got to see specialized firefighting equipment in action during a routine training exercise. The Civil Air Patrol Cadet Program focuses on leadership while promoting education in aerospace and aviation with engaging hands-on curriculum and activities. For these cadets, the tour helped inspire them to pursue their goals in the military, aerospace, and civil aviation careers.
I found it fun because we actually got to be inside the airport. I've always seen the airport from outside the fence or from an airplane, but actually seeing all the private jets and hangars like these up close was definitely a new experience for me.
I want to be a commercial airline pilot for Southwest, and this helps me because I kind of get to see it more. It's better than it just being on a video screen.
This is Flight 1920 coming in, and we're taking it back to Chicago as Flight 1396. We call it a SWAT.
During another recent tour for young people interested in aviation, a stop by Southwest Airlines Operations Center provided insight into how McCarran's largest carrier manages its daily flights. The group from the Aviation Career Education, or ACE Academy, were taking part in a summer program that exposes middle and high school students to careers in the aerospace industry through hands-on experiences. Activities feature science, technology, and engineering, as well as field trips such as this one to McCarran.
So go ahead and pull down real hard.
During one stop on the tour, students learned how flight attendants are trained in all aspects of aircraft safety. The demonstration included climbing into a flotation raft to see how the devices work in the event of a water evacuation.
The behind-the-scenes tour is amazing. I get to see all these different things that you would never even know go into how the planes work, how they're getting to different gates, the safety aspect behind it. All of the different things are very fascinating to learn about.
Students also saw the airline's maintenance base, where the airline stores thousands of parts. Students learned how the airport uses technology to keep track of luggage and toured portions of the airfield with an airport operations coordinator.
FAA Tower controls the surface, we own it.
The goal of the summer program is to expose students to the wide variety of career opportunities in the aviation industry.
When I was a kid, there weren't a lot of opportunities available to learn about aviation, so once I became a pilot, I decided that I wanted to go ahead and try and give something back and expose the next generation of youth to careers in aviation.
The tours offered to the Las Vegas ACE Academy and Nevada Civil Air Patrol enable the Department of Aviation to give back to the community by working with airport partners and local young people to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals.
Take one world-class destination, add millions of monthly travelers, and you get the nation's 9th busiest airport. Here are some other fun facts about McCarran, by the numbers.
Aircraft movements in the desert sun take their toll on McCarran's runway and taxiway markings, but the airport's airfield maintenance team is on the job, using more than 7,000 gallons of paint per year to keep the airfield up to date. That much paint would fill a large above-ground swimming pool. Bar patrons at McCarran enjoy raising a glass before boarding a flight. In 2018, they consumed nearly 3 million fluid ounces of draft beer and more than 25,000 Bloody Marys. Keeping such a large airport at a comfortable temperature is a big job. In fact, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system at McCarran consists of more than 25 miles of pipe running throughout roughly 4.7 million square feet of climate-controlled space. The airport's HVAC central plants have the capacity to cool or heat approximately 4,688 residential homes. McCarran uses radio frequency identification, or RFID, technology in the tags on checked bags. The technology ensures bags get from the check-in counter to the correct aircraft. Since implementing the system in 2005, nearly 210 million bags have been tagged. That's enough tags to circle the Earth almost 3 times. Seek. If there's trouble in the airport, McCarran's K9 team is there to sniff it out.
All right, good boy.
The officers and their 4-legged partners responded to 2,026 reports of unattended items in 2018. Last year, they also screened 3,692,000 pounds of mail and cleared 673,920 pounds of domestic cargo. For more fun facts about McCarran, check us out on Twitter and Facebook and tune in to future episodes of Flight Path.
2 of Clark County's general aviation facilities recently received high honors, inclusion in the Air Elite network of airports. Here's a look at celebrations marking this milestone and what these airports mean to the Las Vegas community.
Here's to Clark County Airports and Air Elite.
With a toast to the future, Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas airports rolled out the red carpet celebrating their entrance into an exclusive club. Air Elite is a global system of airports dedicated to delivering diamond-level customer service. By joining this preeminent group of fixed-base operators, or FBOs, Clark County airports in Henderson and North Las Vegas gain global recognition among the best of the best.
So it really is a network of mostly independent FBOs from around the world that like to collaborate and network with each other. They want to exemplify a service level that's recognized by the aircraft operators around the world. So when the pilots and the flight department see Air Elite, they know that there's a facility there with all the amenities, that there's a customer service level there that they need to take care of their passengers.
With more than 70 FBOs around the world, Air Elite airports offer top-notch service. Each location is dedicated to providing an exceptional experience. Delivering consistently on the Air Elite Diamond Service promise across the network is accomplished through a customer service culture, with training to create engaged members. Every Air Elite member completes this training to ensure the customer experience is memorable.
A lot of it comes down to training, engage with our employees, so we give them intense training provided by the Ritz-Carlton. And with that training, they're able to service the customer. And with the upgraded facilities and amenities we have here, we are becoming a world-class FBO, which will attract customers from around the world.
The airports have access to clientele from Air Elite, customers who fly exclusively to facilities within the network. Those customers expect and receive first-class treatment each time they fly. Henderson Executive Airport has been part of the Clark County Department of Aviation since 1996. Its convenient location offers easy access to freeways, hotels, convention spaces, and the world-famous Las Vegas Strip. It also serves as a reliever to busy McCarran International Airport.
The entire aviation industry is so vital to Southern Nevada. They worked so hard to achieve this status. It's not something that just happened overnight. It's something they worked hard to achieve. It's the quality and the service that we provide to those coming and going through this airport that helped earn that status.
Congratulations.
Thank
you so much, everybody.
After a $2 million renovation, North Las Vegas Airport was primed for Air Elite status. It's the second busiest airport in Nevada and is the gateway to downtown Las Vegas. It offers the services and amenities most requested by pilots and their passengers and is a vital part of the community, serving as host for support services such as the Civil Air Patrol Squadron, air ambulance flights, police search and rescue, and the Bureau of Land Management.
We appreciate all of our community partners. To the sponsors that have helped make this possible, thank you all so very much. On behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, we are extremely grateful for the partnership as well as the sponsorship.
Air Elite locations have strict service expectations and are audited to assure that the service dedication remains at the highest level. This means that at any time airport customers are in Henderson or North Las Vegas, they can expect only the best.
McCarran offers a unique opportunity for business owners who want to showcase their products and services to a diverse selection of travelers. Here's a look at one of our many outreach programs that help educate entrepreneurs who want to do business at the airport.
Business opportunities at the airport are abundant, from concessions and advertising to construction and engineering. Working with McCarran is an ideal way to partner with local government.
When you start to know all of the resource partners and everyone who's available to you, you can really start getting a wealth of information to help you grow.
Outreach events like this one are hosted by the Department of Aviation to give entrepreneurs information on how to do business at the airport.
I came here to the workshop because I need information on all the different resources that they offer for people who are starting a new business at the airport level. I do know that selling retail or import in a brick and mortar is much different than the airport concessions, so that's why I want to get here and get all the resources that you have.
How many of you have a written business plan?
In addition to giving small business owners important information about partnering with the airport, community resource partners offered their assistance to small and startup businesses. From the IRS to the Nevada Department of Business and Industries, the seminar covered a wide range of business management tips for those who attended. The event outlined useful information to prospective entrepreneurs, and for those who already have a business at the airport, it was a chance to network.
For me, it's finding the right talent, making sure to increase my network a little bit so I'm able to find people. After working here for a while, getting to know the people that work here that are in the different departments, different organizations, that's been helpful as well.
During this outreach seminar, airport staff provided information regarding how McCarran's request for proposals, or RFP, process works and how proposals are evaluated.
One thing about the DBE certification, it creates a level playing field for all DBEs and ACDBEs so they can fairly compete.
The Department of Aviation has established a Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and an Airport Concession Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program to ensure that small, disadvantaged minority and women-owned business enterprises can compete fairly for federally funded transportation-related projects. The airport has a dedicated business section on its website packed with helpful information. Visit mccarran.com/business to learn about concession, construction, and purchasing opportunities. In addition, the website also lists upcoming business outreach events, public notices, and meetings that current and future business owners will find informative.
Las Vegas is a must-visit destination known throughout the world. With the start of new nonstop flights from 2 additional airlines this summer, travelers from even more cities can experience what the U.S. Southwest has to offer.
McCarran recently celebrated the arrival of 2 new airline partners in true Las Vegas fashion. First up was KLM's nonstop service from Amsterdam, the airline's first scheduled flights to Las Vegas. With an estimated annual economic impact of $65 million, the flights operate on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays on a Boeing Dreamliner.
This is a key extension of our network on the West Coast, and it will allow our customer to have additional connection between the West Coast and Europe.
KLM's flight connects passengers to Las Vegas via a major aviation hub, Amsterdam, which has connecting flights to Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. This new service took a lot of planning and research.
The teams from McCarran and the LVCVA as well as KLM have been working for 6 years to make this flight a reality, to make sure that it made sense for KLM, that the demand was there.
McCarran International Airport is now also the gateway to the U.S. Southwest for travelers from Israel. El Al launched weekly nonstop service from Tel Aviv June 14th. The flight, operated on a Dreamliner, arrives on Friday mornings and departs Las Vegas on Saturday nights. El Al's arrival marked the first scheduled nonstop service from Israel.
It was a dream of us to come to Las Vegas. We are operating today from Los Angeles and San Francisco, and it's just so natural to put Las Vegas as a destination from Tel Aviv today. So we have the gold triangle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas.
International travelers are desirable for Las Vegas because they tend to stay longer and spend more. A win-win for our tourism-driven economy.
Certainly the strength of the destination of Las Vegas is what attracts everyone. What we, the airport, try to do is not make it difficult for a new entrant to come on in. So I think Terminal 3 is still a phenomenal terminal, very efficient, very smooth for an airline to come in and operate.
Non-stop flights on KLM and El Al also offer locals new ways to see the world, connecting Las Vegas with yet another city in Europe and the history and excitement of Tel Aviv.
As more airlines expand their service offerings to include Las Vegas, McCarran will continue to do its part to provide a warm welcome to travelers from around the globe.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Amadak Yapi.
Harim.
Manahu.
Halito.
Yate.
Tatsmewi.
Happy Native American Heritage Month.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with U.S. Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intra-state airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal in McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by U.S. Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the poor sailor's airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, November 19th, 2019.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We have the invocation, which will be provided by Reverend Mary Breadlaw of the Clark County Coroner and Medical Examiner Chaplain.
God of creation and all that breathes within us, as we all focus on the upcoming day of giving thanks as a nation, help each of us to realize all we have. Help us to be full of thanks for the little things, the big things, for understanding friends who just listen when we are overwhelmed with a death, a job loss, illness, or surgery, for family and friends, whether we see them at this Thanksgiving or connect with them in other ways, for treasured family or friends we get to join on Thanksgiving Day this year, for those very close friends who color our lives with understanding and joy and powerful memories. In the midst of all we have, in the midst of strangers who touch our lives with an act of kindness, help us also to return the favor of kindness or forgiveness, smiles or compassion to those around us. Inspire us to be thankful for our own lives, and with all that it includes. Remind us there are many who feel they have nothing to be thankful for. And let us all be grateful and thankful even when it is difficult to do so because of uncontrollable circumstances of our lives. Thank you, blessed God, for all we have, and help us through times when we are weighed down with difficulties. Help everyone in this commission chambers this morning to do one act of kindness for someone else on Thanksgiving Day this year. Help us to make this a better world. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, the first item is public comment.
Okay, this is the first time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment? Good morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioner Kirkpatrick. First of all, my name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and I'm a homeless victim here. I come here as a brave person to address and concerning my court order that should have been paid. I'm being trapped and placed into a trap concerning out of the streets. My chances, if there's no hope, I will quit and go a better way. I would like to say, when I gave weekly my deposition and my proposal, I did not mean to be disincluded, to have a resident or money or help my family in the state of Nevada, and this have happened. So I'm addressing you this morning concerning public comments on that. I would like to ask you the question again. Do you have a reimbursement check for me? And number two, a key to a home that was stolen.
Does that conclude your remarks, Ms. Coleman?
Due to the fact the police department is here and I've been approached by them continuously, I would like to correct this problem that you placed on my shoulder, and that is the lack of money. That is the conclusion of my public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Appreciate that. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment?
Good morning. My name is Amanda Goldfarb. Say my address, I guess.
Go ahead.
2688 Par 4 Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89142. Currently, I am making comment to item number 39, as my concern is that right now it's estimated to cost $770 million of our tax money to house inmates. So my
can I ask you a question, Amanda? Did you want us to pull the item and hear it separately? Because in public comment, I can't. I could just hear what you're saying.
Of course.
But I couldn't answer any of your questions.
Yeah. So should I wait?
So I have your card, so I'll go ahead and have it heard separately.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And then I'll let you speak at that time. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment.
Item number 2 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on October 2nd, 2019.
A motion by Commissioner Gibson to approve the minutes of October 2nd, 2019. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Item number 3 is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Madam Chair and Commissioners, staff, we do not have any changes to make to the agenda.
Okay, do I have any changes from anybody on the board? Okay. Do I have anyone from the public that wants any other items heard separately? Seeing no one, Commissioner Gibson has moved for an approval of the agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
We can now move to section 2 of the agenda, which is your consent agenda. Note that items numbers 4 through 49 comprise of your consent agenda. I do not have any items to be deleted, nor do I have any items at this point to be taken separately.
Okay. Is there anybody from the board that wants any items taken separately? And I'll have 39 heard separately. Anybody else from the audience want anything heard separately on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items 4 through 49. I have a motion by Commissioner Gibson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Commissioners, we're now on section 3 of the agenda, which are your Commissioners County Manager recognition items. Item number 50 is to present a proclamation to recognize World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims and first responders, observed the third Sunday of November each year to acknowledge the many killed or injured in road crashes and their families and communities.
Thank you, Manager King. We're being joined here by a few people who we'll have the opportunity to hear from shortly today on World Day of Remembrance. World Day of Remembrance, for those who don't know, occurs on the third Sunday of November. We're recognizing it today. This is an opportunity to reflect back and think about all those we've lost in traffic fatalities in the last year. Unfortunately, that number is too high. It's also a day to pay tribute to law enforcement, medical responders, first responders of all kinds who help us every day and help the victims and families of the victims in these incidents. We're joined by the task force, which is a partnership between the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Nevada Highway Patrol. We are also joined from the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety. We're joined by Andrew Bennett, who I will turn the microphone over to for a moment, and then we'll hear from Lieutenant Ficklin from Metro and Captain Haycock from Nevada Highway Patrol. Andrew?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everybody. On behalf of the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety and the Zero Fatalities Program, traffic safety is something, unfortunately, that affects all too many of our community members every single day, whether it's traffic congestion or a serious injury or fatality crash. World Day of Remembrance is to understand that we do lose lives and that we've lost over 220 lives so far this year on Nevada's roadways, with the bulk majority of those being here in Clark County. And the sadness of this time of year is that there's going to be 220 families that understand what it's like to have an empty seat at their Thanksgiving table this holiday season. And the men and women to my left and right are the ones, in conjunction with all of their department, are the ones that are trying to reverse that trend. And we have seen a significant decrease in DUI-related incidences since the inception of the DUI strike team, which is the Nevada Highway Patrol and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Last year, there was over 12,000 DUI arrests statewide in our state, with, again, the bulk majority of those being here in Clark County. This team, as of last night, has done over 1,100 DUI arrests, just the 8 of them. And so with that increased commitment from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the Nevada Highway Patrol through their leadership, we do hope to reverse that trend, and we thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, Andrew. Lieutenant Ficklin with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Representing the DUI strike team from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is, first we have Sergeant David Stoddard here at the very left. We have Officer John Quintana. We have Officer Blaine Vidassi. We have Officer Michael Teal. We have 2 members of our team who weren't able to make it today. They are Officer Brenna McFarland and Officer Andrea Simon. And for as proud as we are of the work that these officers and the troopers have done, and for the arrests that they've been able to make as far as DUIs go, it's sad that we're having to make these many arrests. And obviously, in making over 1,100 arrests in the last 13 months, we haven't caught every DUI, and there's no reason, with rideshare, with taxis, with all the available resources that are out there, that we should be having to make this many arrests. So what we're hoping to do is have the community get the word out that if you are going to partake, if you are going to enjoy yourselves and drink during your festivities, especially during this holiday season, that make sure you're making arrangements for afterwards so that you're not putting your own life in danger or the lives of others in danger. Captain?
Good morning. I'm Captain Charles Haycox, Nevada Highway Patrol, overseeing the DUI strike team in reference to the state trooper side. I'd like to introduce Trooper Ruslan Shum with the Nevada Highway Patrol, Trooper Jose Campos with the Nevada Highway Patrol, and also Trooper Deborah Huff. All three of the troopers on the DUI strike team has really performed in an incredible partnership, and they've all meshed very well. It's kind of nice to see a person that's driving, unfortunately, DUI, and you see a trooper on one side of the car and a Metro officer on the other side of the car. They're really knowing that we're taking this very seriously. So 1,100 DUIs, I consider that 1,100 DUIs, 1,100 people that have actually been saved from operating a motor vehicle. So that's about it. So
thank you, Captain. You all, these are all of my heroes and all of yours, I know, and I'm so appreciative that they would take time today and every day to be out there on the streets, literally helping save lives and bring down those numbers of fatalities, particularly during this important time of year as the holidays do approach. I also want to thank Aaron Breen, who's in the audience today from UNLV, for helping coordinate today's remembrance, and thank all of you for taking a moment to recognize World Day of Remembrance. And on behalf of this board of Clark County Commissioners, we are glad to declare today World Remembrance Day and thank both the Metropolitan Police Department and the Nevada Highway Patrol, this joint DUI strike team. Thank you so much.
Next, we have item number 51, which is to recognize two Western High School students for the Division 4A men's and women's state tennis champions.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Commissioner Nath for that item there. That was amazing, and we definitely need to stress that more. I know Chairwoman Kirkpatrick and I, we were just talking. We had a fatality up near in our area, up near Elkhorn the other day, a DUI, which was absolutely horrible. I believe, what was he, 75 years old? 75-year-old man who's very active in his community. And so, you know, definitely this is something that touches a lot of lives here. But today I'm so honored to come on down, Western Warriors. Yeah. Woo-woo. We have Maddie and we have Rua and Commissioner Brown. I told you he'd be back again. Man, it was a little challenging. Rua, you could have gone right that way. Yeah, you know angles, right? Come on, Rua. All right. So last year we were very blessed to have Rua. He was our state champ last year, and we challenged him. We said, dude, can you do it back to back? And Rua went through his little drought period for a second. I sat with his dad at the World Team Tennis event, and yeah, I'm putting him out there, Dad. I'm putting Rua out there. Rua was not possibly going to play, and man, we reached out to the tennis gods and said, please bring Rua back. And man, he came back and got back in the game, and guess what, guys? Back-to-back champ. Yes, here they go. Give it up, Maddie, Rua. So, you know, Western High School is very dear to myself, and of course our chairwoman. We're both former Western High School Warriors, and we're happy to have our assistant principal here with us today, Principal Chancellor Davis. And Chancellor, you want to give us a few words before we pass these awards on to our state champs?
Yes.
On behalf of Western High School, we would like to thank you for recognizing our student athletes, Rua Elmore and Maddie Cherry, along with our state champion coach, Derek Thomas. Thank you very much.
Two Western Warriors right here? We need to bring you two back. We need to bring you two back. Thank you. It's a very blessed honor to be here. I know you guys have busy schedules, but to be able to honor these kids here for what their accomplishment, I want to say thank you very much for that.
All right. So we begin with our women's champ here, everybody. Y'all give it up for Miss Maddie Cherry. Yeah. All right, Maddie, anything you want to share with the tennis world out there in the community?
I would just like to thank Coach Thomas and my parents and just basically the whole team for always supporting me and encouraging me and just pushing me to do my best all the time.
Okay. And, well, listen to this. You're not off the hook that quick. So you have 10 seconds to name me 5 women on the WTA tour. Ready? Go.
Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Simona Halep, Angelique Kerber, and
9, 7, 4, 3, 2. Osaka, hello.
Oh, man.
Right. And then you can hear Kirkpatrick in the back saying Steffi Graf. She is not on the tour. Hello. She's been retired about 40 years ago. Hello. All right, Rua, give us some words, buddy. Back-to-back champ, everybody. Mr. Rua Elmore.
Well, I'm going to keep it brief. I'd just like to thank the school, the program, for allowing me to compete. It was an amazing opportunity. I'm just happy to be here.
All right, same question. You got 10 seconds. Name me 5 guys on the ATP.
Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, Dominic Thiem, Shapovalov, I don't know his first name, it's complicated, and Rafael Nadal.
Rafael Nadal, there you go. Very
Got
good.
it. All right.
Dennis Shapovalov, yeah, from Canada. Yeah, you got to watch your ATP, buddy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy to honor our student athletes, and we're excited for them. Senior, yes. Senior, class of 2020, everybody, and they're great student athletes, and they do well in school, and we are so very blessed that they're representing Western High School, and they are our state champs in tennis. Congratulations to both of you. Maddie, Rue, everybody, Western High School. And Brown always likes for parents to stand. Parents, dads, would y'all stand up? And mom? All right, they're parents. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Commissioners, that concludes your Commissioners County Manager recognition. We need to go to Section 4, which are your items taken separately from the consent agenda. We have item number 39, which is to approve, adopt, and authorize the daily bed rate at the Clark County Detention Center for the purpose of seeking reimbursement for housing inmates under eligible conditions as prescribed by NRS.
Kate, maybe Jessica, I could just start with open the public hearing first, and then we can go back and hear any questions. Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and if you would like to come down, Amanda, and restate your name for the record, that'd be great.
Good morning, Amanda Goldfarb, and 2688 Par 4 Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada 89142. Currently, it's estimated that it would cost the state of Nevada about $770 million in capital expenditures and added operating costs over the next 10 years. Pertaining to this item that we are going to discuss today, How would we as taxpayers be aware of the recidivism costs, or how are we reducing the recidivism here in Clark County?
Okay, does that complete your comments? Okay, this is anybody else wishing to speak during public comment? I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. And Jessica, maybe Jeff wants to answer some of that questions, because this is a little bit separate than what she's actually asking for.
Yes, Commissioner, agenda item 39 is simply dealing with a reimbursement rate in the event that state probation and parole do not pick up anybody who's been placed in our facility by the state after 5 working days. It allows us to charge this rate. The public comment dealt with reducing of recidivism rate. We actually are working on that here in this state pursuant to an administrative docket order by the Nevada Supreme Court. All courts are going to be utilizing a pretrial risk assessment tool. At the last Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, we found that the utilization of that tool had reduced the failure to appear rate from 37% down to 21%, and it had lowered the recidivism, or the new crime rate prior to hearing, down to just 11%. And so there's still a little bit of ways to go, but improvement has been seen pursuant to the Supreme Court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wells. Okay, at this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve this item. I have a motion by Commissioner Brown to approve item number 39. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Commissioners, we can move to section 6 of your agenda, which are the introduction of ordinances. Item number 58, an ordinance to amend Title VII of the Clark County Code by adding a new chapter 7.95 mobile billboard businesses, providing for the licensure of mobile billboard businesses, establishing operating requirements, providing for business license fees, providing for suspensions, revocations, or non-renewal of business license for non-compliance and penalties, and to amend section 14.10.010 for the Clark County Code to allow mobile billboards to display animation in certain areas of the county and providing for other matters properly relating thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff is recommending that a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019 at 10 a.m.
Okay, at this time, I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for December 3rd, 2019 at 10 a.m.
We can move to section 7 of your agenda, which are your business items. Item number 59 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, to receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Okay, anybody have any emerging issues? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, on which I sit on behalf of this board, I want to give you guys a quick update that our strategic planning committee is working through the comprehensive economic development strategy for the community, which we will be piggybacking on at the county. Also, one of the things that we had talked about is us getting more integrated and involved. And so in addition to being on the strategic planning committee, Ms. King will be chairing the finance committee going forward. And so we are fully integrating and making sure that they are communicating with us. And I believe that in an upcoming meeting, we'll be hearing more about the Workforce Blueprint 2.0 coming up. Also, on one other issue, we had talked before about sustainability. The posting for the sustainability director has been posted. There has been already some interest with the PACE program, which is a financing for private developers to implement conservation measures. And so, Ms. Colvin, do you want to chime in? I know we're sort of starting on that process. Or I guess you can't chime in. Ms. Colvin will be working with our sustainability director to allow for some a PACE program to be developed here at Clark County. The city of Las Vegas has already adopted a PACE program on their side.
Yes, Commissioner.
Jessica Colvin for the record. Department of Finance, the District Attorney's Office, the Treasurer's Office, Real Property Management, and our bond counsel and financial advisors are all collaborating and putting together some guidelines and a resolution to bring back to this board for consideration to implement a PACE program.
Do I have yours?
Any Commissioner Sagerblum?
Did you call me? I'm sorry. You're looking that way.
I called you.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. A couple things I just wanted to say about my office. We gave a proclamation to the Foundation for Positively Kids for the 20th anniversary this last week. They do provide primary pediatric care services to the children of Southern Nevada. I want to congratulate them for 20 years. On Friday, I wanted to point out that I gave a proclamation to John Fogarty, who Commissioner Brown, probably the only ones around who still remember them, but he's still alive, and so are we, so it's just pretty exciting. On behalf of the Clark County Commission, I wanted to give you the key to the strip. I'm not sure what that was, but okay. On behalf of the Clark County Commission, I wanted to give you the key to the strip, if you can see it, but also I wanted to point out that when I was going to college, you were my favorite. I had your first album, The Record, obviously, and we used to play that thing constantly. So I can't thank you enough to come back and see you continuing to do what you do. And I also want to thank you what you're doing for Las Vegas and what you're doing for the veterans, for Arnold. It's really fantastic. So just keep going.
Thank you, Ted.
Keep on charging. Thank you.
Thank you for this. I don't think a kid like me from El Cerrito, California, ever thought he'd get a key to a city. This is really cool. I feel particularly honored by this. I do feel that I've really been blessed 1,000 times over in my life.
Try to clarify. First, we're going to give you a proclamation. Today is John Fogarty Day. So anything you want to do today, you can go anywhere you want to go. But anyway, thank you so much for doing this, and really come back to Las Vegas. We love you.
I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
And finally, I wanted to point out that Commissioner Gibson and I, along with Outdoor Nevada, had a cleanup on the Las Vegas Wash, what we call the Wash, but now it's called the Sunrise Trail, Wetlands Park. We had 150 people there, Boy Scouts, Fire Department, Southeast Area Command, Painters Union, and some people from The Source, a large marijuana company, so it was very exciting. And thank you, Get Outdoors Nevada.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. All right, let me find this here. They're trying to make me go high tech here, Commissioner. So at any rate, we're hosting, along with the Latino Police Officers Association, our 11th annual Christmas in El Barrio. Christmas in El Barrio is our annual toy drive and fundraiser to help benefit the students this year. The school of choice was C.P. Squires Elementary School, one of our severe at-risk schools in District D. And this event takes place on this Friday from 5 to 8 p.m. at, how do you say it here? Okay, Kelly, I need some interpretation here. La Jolla? Am I saying it? La Jolla? There you go. Okay, the L's are silent, right? I remember that from Miss Trapoletti. Remember Miss Trapoletti? At Western High School, that. Lottie, the L's are silent, Lottie. Okay, La Jolla, which is located at 2245 East Flamingo Road. And this is a wonderful, amazing event. Each year, they benefit so many young kids and families in the community. And I want to give a big shout out to the Latino Police Officers Association and thank them so very much for their partnership. We also will have our annual turkey dinner giveaway on Tuesday, November 26th from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Pearson Community Center. And we've partnered with 3 Square, and we have about 350 families that we'll be blessing. Yes, ma'am. We're honoring your wishes here today, and so we're very grateful that we have an opportunity to be a blessing to a family out there that's definitely in need. And to the families that we'll be contributing to will, of course, come from many families are coming from the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, as well as our senior centers throughout Clark County. And then we have a number of our residents who are in need, and we have some of our social workers through Dr. Tim Birch's department, social services, who we're we're blessing this Thanksgiving. So we're very honored and very excited. And again, I want to thank Commissioner Jones. He and I kicked off the Count Me In campaign, and working with the manager's office, she's going to be unveiling some stuff here, I guess, at the next BCC meeting, I would believe. Yes?
Yes, we'll try.
Okay. Okay, I put you on the spot on that one, huh? But at any rate, again, we want to reiterate to everyone out there, please spread the word for anyone with an open heart and an open home that could spare a little room for a child out there in need. It's our hope that we can help get some of these kids out of our system and get them into loving homes and an environment where they too can grow to become very productive citizens. And finally, I'm working with a couple of our federal officials on some legislation that was passed dealing with animal cruelty. And so you'll hear more about that. That's coming up. I think it was, Marianne, I think you gave me some information. I think it was roughly around 2010, 2011, when we introduced a dog fighting ordinance here in Clark County. And on a federal level now, it's become a federal offense now. You can actually receive jail time, whether it be dog fighting, cockfighting, any type of contribution toward animal cruelty. We're bringing that to the forefront, and we want to put people on notice that if this is going on, and we have a lot of those, MK and I can tell you, we have a lot of illegal dog fights and cockfights in our districts, and guess what, folks? It's a new day, so we got some teeth in this legislation, and we're excited about it, and we'll bring that to you next commission meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my friends at Classic Rock Coffee. They hosted our latest round of Coffee and Conversation on Saturday. I appreciate everybody. They're at Silverado Ranch in Maryland, so I appreciate all my constituents in Silverado Ranch coming out. I also want to flag tonight we'll be hosting an open house at Fire Station 38, also in Silverado Ranch, 5 to 7, 1755 Silver Hawk Avenue, this evening at 5 o'clock. I'm bringing the pizza, so hope to see you there. Thank you. It is from also locally owned Above the Crust, which is brand new, newest location in Silverado Ranch, opened last week, I believe.
Okay, anybody else have anything? So we do have a birthday on the commission, so if I could ask my colleagues in the audience to help me sing happy birthday to him. 1, 2, 3. Happy. You guys got to be a little louder than that. We like to mix it up a little
My
bit.
wife says this is my Rogaine birthday. So.
Okay. Okay, so I have a couple things. Commissioner Sager-Bloom and I turned on the light on Hollywood in Washington. So, Skip, I think you have some footage of that has been a long-awaited piece that, that turned on that light. So I want to thank Public Works because for about 10 years they've been trying to figure out how to accommodate all the residents and put everything together. And I'm sure they don't like us looking inside their house, but the light there is the first of a few more to come. But Hollywood as itself, if you could show Hollywood, that is the first improvement that they've seen in a very long time. So no potholes, no steady stream, the Lanier Park to the east, and on the west side, a larger sidewalk as well. These are cutouts to accommodate the 7 to 10 rural homes that live within there, and we have bollards. But it is the first of its kind in Clark County, is my understanding, of the bicycle lanes that go both ways, and that is very popular. Commissioner Jones, we are trying to keep up. This trail today currently goes to Sunrise High School, and we're hoping at some point that it connect all the way around through Henderson and connect up through North Las Vegas. So I know Commissioner Gibson's worked on this. Former Commissioner June Kiliani, we spent a lot of time on it. So Public Works came right on time of the day they were supposed to open it up. So I just want to give them some kudos for that and for the investment. Secondly, I wanted to let folks know on the board, I brought out the health district to my senior, we have quarterly senior, we have either dessert and discussion or lunch and learns. And so the health district has a wide variety of programs that they do for free that your seniors are very interested in, from nutrition classes to helping them with the right medical stuff. But they offered about 15 different classes that seniors could utilize. So don't hesitate to call the health district to get them to come out and talk about their senior stuff. Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last Tuesday, I joined UNLV President Marta Miana in unveiling a street sign at Swenson, that's what we've called it all these years, and Harmon, renaming Swenson University Center Drive. There were students there who had worked as a part of their responsibilities and their assignment at the Lee Business School, together with a few members of the Alumni Association who had worked feverishly to develop the materials necessary and to do the outreach to the affected community. The university is very excited. I think we should be excited too. The university is such an integral part of this community, and as its reputation grows and we rely more heavily on it for the kinds of research and interpretation that will be helpful to government and to people, it's important for us to recognize them, and this is a way to do that. So we were proud to be able to unveil the sign. Quite a number of people there really excited. The only problem was I wore my black shoes, and they looked like I'd walked right through about a foot of sand when I was finished. It was a lot of fun, very positive, and the university is committed to continuing to be an important partner with the county.
Okay, does anybody else have anything? Okay, that concludes our emerging issues.
Item number 60 is to consider and approve the business impact statement pursuant to NRS Chapter 237 for the proposed amendments to Title 7, Chapter 7.95, mobile billboard businesses, and Title 14, Chapter 14.10, providing for the licensure of mobile billboard businesses, establishing operating requirements, providing for business license fees, providing for suspension, revocation, and non-renewal of business license for noncompliance and penalties, to allow mobile billboards to display animation in certain areas of the county, and providing for other matters properly relating thereto.
Good morning.
Good
Ms.
morning, Ms.
Jacqueline.
Chair. How are you? I'm Jacqueline Holloway, Director of Business License. I would like to just highlight some of the features in the ordinance and talk about the number of comments that we received. First of all, what we're doing is creating a new chapter and to regulate the operations of mobile billboard businesses. We are establishing requirements for mobile billboard businesses. We're requiring mobile billboard businesses to operate in a safe manner by controlling the brightness of the display to minimize distraction of persons driving on the roadways, not allowing for the operation of a mobile billboard vehicle during times of sustained winds over 35 miles per hour, and very importantly, not allowing for the parking or storing of a mobile billboard vehicle within 500 feet of a residence, school, or community facility, and community facilities include places of worship as well. We're also prohibiting U-turns with mobile billboard vehicles in the public's right-of-way. We're also providing for the suspension, revocation, and non-renewal of a business license for non-compliance. We are establishing a licensing effective date of January 1st, 2020. We're also requiring that any vehicle that's operating as a mobile billboard must be registered in the state of Nevada. We're requiring for the drivers to have a Nevada driver's license, and we're requiring that the mobile billboard vehicles do not impede traffic. So we have some traffic considerations in our ordinance. The department received 4 comments, of which we have included some of the comments and requests from those comments being made. In addition to that, we have conducted various meetings with key stakeholders in the community.
Okay, thank you. And does that conclude your presentation of the business?
It does,
impact?
Ms. Chair, yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing, just if anybody else wanted to make any comments. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and Commissioner Gibson, because this is your item, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. I want to thank Jacqueline and her team in business licensing, Rory Reed, who represents some of the companies in the industry, for their input and work. This has taken a lot more time than we imagined it was going to take. There are so many nuances when you try to regulate anew something that has not had really any regulation on it. We're going to learn a lot about how many of these vehicles there are in Clark County, because right now we really don't know. I would say that the paramount issue that has driven us has been safety, whether it is to the traffic on the roadways or the pedestrian, and whether the traffic, the roadway or pedestrian traffic is in a neighborhood or on the boulevard. We don't need to have accidents involving children. We're concerned about that. The safety of the operating vehicles is paramount to us, and that's what this is reflective of. We got a comment from someone just late after we'd closed out the comment period that related to the fumes that the passing pedestrians have to endure from some of the vehicles. And our hope is that in working with the state of Nevada, as these vehicles are inspected and registrations are renewed, that we can bring some measure of control over that. It's really important for us to do so. But I think that what we've got now is something that's workable. We're glad for the cooperation we've had from the industry. And the industry includes not just those who operate these vehicles, but the resort industry, who both advertises on these billboards and has them in the roadway in front of their facilities all the while, all the time. So thank you very much. And I guess the motion here would be to accept the business or approve the business impact statement?
Yes, that's correct.
I would so move.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has a motion to accept the business impact statement on item number 60, which addresses the mobile billboard businesses. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Next, we have item number 61, which is to receive a report and take action on adoption of the Clark County Workforce Training Program pursuant to Assembly Bill 309.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just wait for the presentation to come up.
Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and get started while I'm waiting for the presentation to come up. By way of introduction, Commissioners, we've had several components of human services and how we're addressing our indigent population over the last 6 months. What I wanted to do is highlight for you a little bit of that perspective before I start speaking about the workforce detail, because the common theme you will see as we present this is the gap. When you look at making individuals self-sustainable, a key piece of that is the workforce component after they have stability, and then how we manage that, and that's been a gap in our system. We do engage those systems, but this is a key piece that I think can really create better outcomes as we support that structure. So the first slide is really, I'm talking about the system and the sustainability component. You've heard this many times before, but we have referrals that come in. You have lower need individuals all the way up to higher need individuals. We do evidence-based programming and really try to bring them out of the system. They come in at different levels, but the overall goal is to get them exiting the system as best we can, or to a degree of independence. by way of this slide, I'm really just revisiting when you look at what we've done with our marijuana dollars and looking at diversion, crisis stabilization, our bridge and transitional housing, and our permanent supportive housing. This is just a revisit of that, but also, as I've stamped on there, the workforce is a key piece because we can't create the churn in the system if we don't have them getting active in the workforce and participating in that. Again, secondary piece of that is obviously housing. So I was before you speaking about affordable housing. We know that's a second component related to moving individuals through the system. This is just, again, talking about our permanent supportive housing, our voucher assistance, the home ownership, and the affordable rentals. As a replay on that, we are actually working very hard right now on the affordable housing side around a land trust and a housing trust and looking at how we move that needle. But all that being said, if we don't move that needle in conjunction with helping individuals become self-sufficient, again, we start chasing our tail, and we cannot keep up with that as we continue to lose our capacity. So what does that look like? So when you look at a workforce and economic sustainability system, the reason economic sustainability is critical in that is that economic sustainability is really individualized, and it's also family driven. So we want people to be self-sufficient. There's a lot of pieces to this. I'm going to have Mr. Birch talk in a second about what that looks like, but you obviously have your assessment and your stabilization. They're coming in the front door. We're doing a lot of case management, looking at workforce readiness as they stabilize. We obviously have the third slide, which is a key piece, which is your transitional to permanent affordable housing. So we want to get them out of the sheltering component. We're working, it's kind of like all hands on deck. So we're wrapping them with services, wrapping them intensively, get them into some level of permanency. And then obviously the last piece is where you get into the workforce training, you talk about placement, and then that intensive case management and that budgeting piece. And I think a piece that gets lost in this is when I talk about wrap services, you think about mental health, you think about substance use, you think about treatment. This gets a little more specific to, as an individual is trying to address, how do they address socially? How do they interact and have relationships? Things that we take for granted that they may have lost because of what they've been battling. And I'm going to have Mr. Birch talk a little bit about number 4 just for a quick sec.
Good morning, Mr. Birch.
Tim Birch for the record, Clark County Human Services Administrator. So in working on preparation for this, we took a deep dive look, as we have over the course of this conversation around this revenue, around what it takes to move individuals from the streets into stabilization. This conversation, I think, pivots to how do we move individuals from stabilization to sustainability. And I know that is a key driver for this board. It's one of your stated goals in your retreat. And that happens not only at the community but individual level as well. So as we place individuals in this bridge or emergency housing, as they wait for these long-term affordable housing units, they need to be able to be sustainable in their economic earning power. And what we hit is this bottleneck of individuals who get placed in their first placement, and with our case management ratios well above 30 to 1 for our case managers to clients, we don't have the ability to provide that deep, in-depth workforce coaching that is so critical. And there's academic research to show throughout the world that if people have targeted workforce coaching, that formerly homeless individuals and formerly homeless young people, which are the hardest to get and gain and maintain employment, are anywhere from 3.5 to 5 times more likely to get a job and maintain a job and work themselves up that sustainability ladder, which is really critical for us to make that kind of systemic investment.
So you can stay up there, Tim. So the second piece that I wanted to highlight is, what population are we serving? So again, I kind of sound like a broken record, but again, we're developing programs. We're trying to move as quickly as we possible. We're obviously utilizing federal dollars, but we're utilizing the dollars you as a board have approved for this spectrum of services. So when we look at who's eligible, what do those numbers look like? In the social service world, based on the capacity, based on what's being presented today, you have about 600 potential clients that are under case management that would be eligible, have various levels of disability, but if they were put into a program where they had this case management, they can be supported and move forward. Juvenile justice is anywhere from 100 to 150. clients. And then in the Department of Family Services side, you really have two full pieces. You have 150 single parent households. So these are individuals who are either actively working a case where they may have their children or they may not, and they have a process by which they are ready to be self-sufficient. So we want to move them again out of our system, which creates a huge efficiency on that capacity side also. And then the last one, which is always a big one, is this aging out and youth eligible population. That's a big piece, obviously. You could really overlay that between juvenile justice and DFS, kind of similar to our step-up program. But where do we start going to these individuals? Not necessarily at 18, but how do we get the brand down and engage them at a much lower level? So as we go down that to the 14-year-old, the 13-year-old, and as they look towards vocational focuses, how do we move that forward? Tim, I don't know if you want to add anything on that at all.
No, just that in order for us to capitalize on the free tuition waivers, to make sure our young people understand that tuition waiver affords them opportunities to go to community college, or the College of Southern Nevada, rather, which offers technical trade opportunities. So it's not just about getting a 4-year degree, it's about getting individuals employed in meaningful long-term careers.
So I do have a couple of questions. Commissioner Gibson, did you have a question?
No, not yet.
Okay. So just feel free to ask questions as we move forward.
Okay. So moving into the workforce program, really three primary components. Under 309, you have the labor management workforce programming in the hospitality industry, the other vocational programming, which I'll talk about in a sec, and then as we were talking about this wraparound service component in terms with a very specific focus on workforce and success on self-sufficiency. When you look at the hospitality side of this, the Culinary Academy of Las Vegas, this really would move forward in terms of funding student tuition, initially from the $600 to about $750 up to $1,000 after they have capital improvements. It's going to customize some hospitality programming for our populations as we refer into that. We want to enhance kind of soft skills. That was the whole discussion about engagement, relationships, and those things that are not necessarily always the hard skills, but the things that you have to work on. And then obviously providing free employment support, refresher courses. Anybody who graduates through this actually can come back through at any point with no charge so that they can continue to move up, promote, and learn those skills. There's $2 million in ongoing support, which would be the programming, and then the average in terms of the direct tuition cost is about $950 to $1,000, and the training programs vary anywhere from about 2 weeks to 3 months. In speaking with Culinary, one of the key pieces that has been discussed is the fact that many of these individuals will get placed ahead of graduation because there's a need. So I think one of the key pieces we have to focus on, and we would obviously be coming back to you with that program specific, is we need to focus on how do we provide that intensive wrap. If they got placed early, how do we help them be successful? And I'll talk in a second about those barriers, but we want to make sure we're able to do that. On the capital side, like I just said, they have that current capacity for new students at a minimum of 600. There's an additional capacity of 150 to 400 through the capital improvements, which gets you to that close to 1,000. That is estimated at the current structure in the proposed budget in year one, which would be 2020 at $3 million. So switching gears, any questions on that yet? Okay. So on the vocational side, a couple key pieces that I really want to emphasize. We have vocational program. Mr. Birch talked about that. So when we're looking at vocational schools, when we're looking at those pieces, we know we have the structure. You can go to a Workforce Connections. You can see different pieces where that's happening. But I think where we want to be the leader and where we want to kind of take it to the next level is with this is how do we incentivize programming? How do we build different capacity? How do we customize programming that can fit our vulnerable populations? We don't want to treat it just like a standard population. We want to enhance it. This public-private partnership, it seems like we're talking about that on every level in terms of our human services. This is another example of that. Many of you are already hosting events where you have a workforce component that's constantly occurring. The difference in this piece is how do we bring that vulnerable population into it, and then how do we use that existing framework and adjust it so that it can actually better open the door and create access for our clients. Vocational programming, I'm kind of preaching to the choir, but you have welding, you have carpentry, you have locksmithing, automotive repair, construction, technology. Mr. Birch talked a little bit about this issue of how we brand to youth. They don't necessarily all want to go to college. So I think one of the things we're trying to do is how do we engage them at a lower level to get them interested in this and then create programming. So we're not in the 11th hour when they're graduating high school trying to figure out how to transition. We've been working on that. Much like you have a guidance counselor in a typical school, but I think in these vulnerable populations, we have to look harder at that in terms of how we manage it. The two big pieces that I think I want to emphasize, which is fairly common across any data you'll review, primary barriers for training are childcare. One of the pieces that we want to look in this is a subsidy program, so we wouldn't necessarily just pay the entire amount. We want to create some level of engagement with the client. We want to increase the capacity of that childcare specific to workforce locations. So I think that's a big piece. And then once they're placed and have some level of self-sufficiency, how do we reduce the support just to create a churn in the childcare subsidy side so that we can continue to use those dollars for a benefit? Transportation, again, another significant key barrier. Case management and transportation assistance. How do we do it? Bus passes, carpool rideshare, I think is probably a really viable one that is going to be cost efficient, especially if we're utilizing central locations. And then anything else we can think of. So maybe there's new transportation services that we can utilize that may be forthcoming that we haven't even looked at. Mr. Birch has worked on a program called Hop Skip Drive, which is transport of DFS youth, which is kind of cutting edge and innovative because it doesn't necessarily identify the youth as being a DFS youth when they're dropped up at school. So it's that whole issue of normalcy. I think in this context, there's other programs we can try to look at in that. And in the last piece that I kind of want to hit is the overall budget and how that would move forward. So there's two pieces to this. I'm going to cover the budget first, and then I'll talk about how we do it. But the Culinary Academy, you'd have $2 million in tuition and wraparound in 2020, $3 million in 2020 on the capital project side, and then 21 you'd have another $2 million, which was program specific. And then moving into AB 309, there's a homeless component. And so what we'd like to do is access that to really address three key pieces: the child care, the vocational service provider pieces that I talked about, and then on this internal, external staffing, and I'll talk about this on the next slide. That's as much about direct, contracting for case management and those pieces as it is about quality assurance and monitoring the outcomes. So we want to, just like we've talked about you and talked with you in social service on our evidence-based programming, whether it's through the continuum of care or whether it's how we're monitoring crisis stabilization and other programs, we want to really focus on the outcome base and give reports on that. So really we would want to establish a performance-based contract. We'd want to have invoices done on a per-student basis. We'd want to have quarterly reporting based on those established outcomes. Some of those could look like number of students enrolled, graduated, those receiving job placement, but not only have they received job placement, have they been in permanent placement, how long have they been there, and then obviously I think a big one, which I think could be really exciting if we develop this program correctly, is how do we let them become the future teachers? How do they become the mentors? So I think that continuing training, I think there's pieces there we have potential for that don't even exist. Because I think if I'm speaking to somebody about job placement versus somebody who's gone through that process, much like any other treatment program, I think we can be highly successful. So.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, and others who worked hard on this presentation. It's extremely important to us that as we work on homeless issues, that we figure out a way to begin to stem the flow of people who are at risk, seriously at risk, into homelessness, or we never make any real progress. And the workforce component is a critical piece of that. It's been kind of the missing piece. We've worked hard to bring job opportunities to people, and we've sponsored these job fairs, and I don't know how many, we've probably placed 1,000 or 1,500 people in employment. We've had employers commit themselves to these job fairs. Workforce Connections and Job Connect have helped us an awful lot. We have a lot of people in our system we didn't know about some time ago. It isn't just for those who are at risk of losing everything because they have no employment. There are those who are at risk because they need to upgrade their employment and need to earn additional income. So I think this is a really important overarching objective. That is, we're trying to stem the flow of the at-risk population into homelessness. And there is great value in that. The other overarching principle is that we really need to drive people to become self-sufficient. So we are constantly, we need to go forward constantly reviewing subsidies, the need for the subsidy, the progress that the individuals are making. We don't really help them if we make them dependent upon some additional subsidy. We help them if we can help bring them to a place where they can provide for themselves. Or along the way, reduce the subsidy so that the subsidy capacity remains with the county and we continue to have the ability to redirect those dollars among those who need subsidy in order to really get results. I guess what I'm concerned about, that have been real concerned about, is how we're going to fill this gap, how we're really going to make a difference. There are so many places where people can get the kind of training that we're talking about. We need the not-for-profits and others who are out there who really do provide incredible training to the population generally to come forward and establish with us real partnerships that are meaningful, where we can get students involved. The Culinary Institute is an important piece of it. It won't be, as has been presented today, the only piece, but it's an important piece. And there is a very large and identifiable need today in the community that we'll be able to meet that way by using their facility and their programs. And I'm happy that they've been willing to come forward. The money we're spending there will support additional students. I think that the numbers we've been talking about are up to 1,000 students as we kind of build out the partnership. That's a lot of students. There are a lot of dollars associated with doing all of that. But imagine we get 1,000 people who can be trained and develop a real expertise in something that is in demand today. And that makes a big difference. So for my part, I'm really pleased with the direction you've given it. I'm sure there are still a lot of details to be worked through, but I'm confident as we work together and as we partner with the private sector and the not-for-profits, we're going to find even more solutions that will return so much to the community. And in the end, we'll be able to finally net out a reduction of both those going into homelessness and the number of homeless people who are in our community. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? I just want to say thank you, because I know that this has been a work in progress for a little bit of a while. And Mr. Birch and I attended a workshop where we're going to be having a large meeting in January 11th of next year, where we'll actually ask those partners to come to the table. And so that's the beauty in this program, is because there's not a lot of handcuffs to it, that we can get folks going today. So for me, you know, I want to make sure that we're ready, because I think there's a lot of people that have been trying to figure out how to balance it. And so the child care is going to be huge for so many. I just want to make sure that we don't cut them off or penalize them the day that they get a job, because they need time to adjust. They need time to figure out the budget. I can tell you, at least on the transportation side, Fanatics in North Las Vegas, they have a really cool system, as we've talked about, where you get a code, you punch it in, somebody picks you up, they take you back home, and you could actually track like what time of day that most people are going, how far their daycare is away from their job, what are all of those different barriers. So it's been really great, and especially for our Spring Mountain Youth Camp kids and our fostering out age kids, to help them. But I think this is a program that gives everybody an opportunity to get the skill set. I do want to make sure, though, that I'm a big stackable credentials, right? So I want a piece of paper for them so that they can put it on the resume. I don't have any work experience, but I do have this credential that helps me move forward. So as long as we don't forget about those stackable credentials, so they have a piece of paper, we have a database, in case something goes wrong, we can go back and say, oh yeah, you attended this school and you have this. So, but overall, Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much. I concur with your comments. I want to thank you too, Mr. Schiller, for the work that you and the whole team. Thank you, Mr. Birch and Ms. King, all of you for the work that you're doing on this. You know, one of the things I'm glad to hear you say, Madam Chair, that you all are meeting and you're bringing a lot of the partners to the table, because I think that's one of the problems that we're dealing with here in this county, is that everybody's working in these silos, and we're missing a lot of people out here that need the help. I think it was last week, my office received a call from a young man who was struggling on the verge of homelessness, if you will, and needing some rental assistance. And, you know, we just kind of, my staff and I assessed the situation, and, you know, first thing I did was I got on the phone and called MK. I said, hey, listen, you know.
Tell them it was 6:30 a.m.
Well, right. We're having sugar withdrawals, if you will. But called her on the phone and just said, hey, what is it that we can do? She made some phone calls. We started emailing some folks, texting some folks. And today, I'm looking at this vocational programs that you have. Just by some of the plugs that we have, relationships that we have out here, this young man, they hired him on the spot, $15 an hour as a welding, doing some welding work. And so, you know, this is really how it works. And it's just a matter of, you know, us getting out here and making sure that we foster those relationships that we have. And I like the fact that with this meeting that you all are having in January, you're bringing some resources to the table, right? It's almost like Commissioner Jones went over to the city of Las Vegas to their meeting. He took some resources to the table to say, listen, we want to be a part of it. We want to help. We're all in this thing together. And this is what it's really all about. I want to thank you, Mr. Birch, as it relates to aging out foster youth. We're still seeing a lot of young people fall through the cracks. And a lot of them are not getting the information as it relates to being able to further their education. Some are struggling to still graduate from high school. But there's a huge population of them. You know, we go back and we look at that truancy issue, and Chaparral High School was one of those schools on there. Well, did you know that a large percentage of those kids that go there are homeless kids? So they're very transient, if you will. But you got some of those kids who are struggling. They want to graduate from high school. They want to seek higher education. How do they get this information, Madam Chair? That's what I want to know, because we need to be able to pass this on. We need to be able to say to them, it's out there, it's available. You and I, along with Chancellor Riley, you know, we got an opportunity to testify before the Board of Regents to get this passed so that kids could be able to seek higher education here in the state of Nevada that are aging out of the foster care system. But now that it's on the books and now that there are resources, what are we doing to make sure that they get the information so that they're applying in a timely manner and get everything that they need to do to make themselves stable? That's a question that I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So a couple of things we're doing. We sat down with the NSHE team, Nevada System of Higher Education, did some listening sessions with young people. We do have over 50 young people engaged this year, which is a great start. Our goal was always outstrip other states that have similar initiatives. I think Texas had a very dismal 1% enrollment rate. So we're looking to do much more than that. We've engaged Jeff Penix and Project We to do some targeted marketing, use young people to reach young people. That's more meaningful and sustainable, and skill building in the process. We've also, I want to publicly thank you for making sure we got invited to conversations, multi-systemic conversations with CSN Foundation, the Metro Chamber, JP Morgan Chase, and other folks looking at job training projects in District D with Ward 5 overlay, and just intense buy-in there, and whether or not those national level competition projects move forward or not, that work and that engagement is part of that movement, I think, that is happening. And for the first time, we have the business sector sitting in with us in those conversations. The meeting that Chairwoman spoke about was the first time in my 20 years in talking about how do we get people employed, that the Metro Chamber President CEO was sitting next to us, workshopping. How do we get our young people and our folks who are underemployed, how do we engage them in meaningful ways to give them not just stackable credentials, but stackable competencies they can take from workplace to workplace, because we know that this upcoming generation is going to have multiple careers over their lifetime, and we need to be able to port those skills from job to job. So we're really excited about the level of engagement and conversation, and thank you all for your championing and engagement on this as well.
Okay, and so I want to elaborate because I probably spoke a couple weeks too soon, but just so the commission knows, there was a grant that was that Workforce Connections got because of the pathway component, and one of the things was bringing people out from the Department of Labor to get after this the clients that are in need, and making sure. So how do we bridge social services with the employers that we really do need? What is the expectation? So what you'll hear about, so this was basically a planning meeting, what expectations, what do we want to set for the public? And at least for me, on behalf of the county, it was about reevaluating our partnerships. It's time to cut the ties with some partners that aren't with us anymore, right? That they just collect the check, and it's time to open the door for new partners that want to produce, right? We talked about that as our strategic plan, and we have a very robust client list to where we can start in. We want to start sooner rather than later, and that was one of the conversations. How do we start getting people to know how that system works? The goal is, or the thought was, when we have this big meeting, we're going to put people on notice, right? We have a very giving community, but no longer can you come to Clark County and just pick up a check, right? Where's Ms. Coleman? Was, as I say that. But we want true partners that are going to help people for the long time. So at the end of the day, people got to step up. We have a great community. We have a lot of people that say they want to do it. So proof is in the pudding. So January 11th will be an all hands on deck. Everybody from around the valley will be invited, from the private sector to my next door neighbor to anybody else that wants to know how to make a difference. So with the planning grant, it's an opportunity to do this. We did this once before with the Southern Nevada Forum. We made huge strides. We did this with LBGEA 1.0. I think it was Economic Development 1.0 at that time, because we had nothing. So I'll give you more information, but I expect 300 of our movers and shakers in this valley to step up and be part of the Clark County team, so that we can keep those partnerships and have new ones. Commissioner Wakely.
Can we recognize, just a second, I want to recognize Mark Scott from the Culinary Academy. Mark, thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, you and your team over at Nevada Partners and Culinary Training Academy. Y'all have changed the trajectory for a lot of people who are trying to get themselves established in, as we're talking about sustainability here today, really getting themselves together. Thank you very much. I've been over there. Thank you for the tour. Thank you for just educating us on, just all the new vision that you have moving forward for 2020, and we look forward to being a great partner with you. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, following up on Commissioner Weekly and Chair Kirkpatrick's comments about partnership and bringing resources to the city and other locations. Do the funds that we're going to be allocating for workforce here distinguish between whether someone is homeless and currently is within the city boundaries, or is otherwise in our DFS system and currently in the county or in a municipality?
I would say the answer is no. We help everybody. We are Clark County Social Services, and we don't check ID. We just want to help folks get back on track. So I'll own that answer.
I already knew the answer.
I know. So I'm trying to be nice to my staff. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And likewise, I'd like to follow up on your last comment as far as when AB 309 was passed and we discussed it and did some things. I know that our offices were inundated with some people out there that said, we're ready, cut us a check, and we'll show you what we can do. It certainly made some new friends out there. But what I'm hearing today, Kevin, is this first step is going to be performance-based. And I think that's, we talked about accountability during the public hearings, and from my perspective, that's the most critical component moving forward. It's great that we have the Culinary Academy as our potential first program, but there's a lot of pressure on him. Mr. Scott, I'm glad you're here, because we want to make sure that this first step sets the foundation for everything else we're going to do. And the way it reads is the first 600, my understanding, the first 600 students will pretty much get a report card on those, and depending on the success of that, we'll bring the next phase or phase 2 or additional funding. Is that my understanding?
Yes, I think very similar to how we've done other programs that we brought before you. So in that evidence-based piece and that performance-based contract, be reviewing what our outcomes look like and then the success on that client base. So I think it'll be very specific to clients. And then I think the other piece, just from the perspective of payments and invoicing, I think in the contractual side, and that's why I had a slide on there, we'll focus very much on how the billing per client cost works, because that's currently a structure that's in place. They do some of that with Workforce Connections already. But I think in our world, because we're dealing with our human services population, I think to Commissioner Weekly's point, those silos, what we want to see is the success of those clients and then be able to build upon that. So I also established in that recommendation a quarterly report so that you would actually get a report at the board so you can see what that success looks like.
Now, do we envision the partnerships in the future to address the funding of existing programs or complementing and expanding existing programs or new programs? Have we distinguished between those?
I'll let Tim talk to you, but I think it's all three. I think we're building on the existing framework, but I think the exciting part of this is with these dollars, the ability to be creative. So not so much in the planning phase of we're meeting all kinds of federal requirements to do something. I think we'll have the ability to be more nimble. So I think it's going to build on the existing relationships, but I think the other piece we're really hoping to do is incentivize new partners that can be a part of it.
But we won't go into a partnership and say, you've been doing this for the last 10 years. We're going to fund that so you can use those dollars elsewhere.
We do, Commissioner.
And I'm sure we've had some requests about that.
Oh, yeah. Our goal is not to supplant that, but we do want to leave space for creative boots on the ground as individuals who can make a meaningful difference as well, who are not a part of these large macro organizations. To use an example, about 7 years ago, there was an upstart organization called Hope for Prisoners whose only working partner at the time were a handful of employment agencies and social service, and now they're recognized as a best practice national model, and their CEO flies around the country telling other people how to create reentry opportunities for their cities and counties and states. So we do want to leave some space to work with individuals with known shared life experience who have the connections in the space to make difference as well for right populations.
And what are we being asked today as far as the commission?
So the recommendation would be really twofold. The recommended budget slide that I brought forward would allow us to get direction to move forward in terms of the program detail. So similar to the truancy programming, on that direction, we would probably be looking at how do we do some initial funding to get the framework started, and then obviously with the approval, start moving very quickly in terms of hitting those components and probably coming back to you with a pretty specific update about what that would look like.
So are we going to have a contract or a partnership contract come back before the board for approval with the details of the program?
Yes.
And again, let me emphasize the fact that it's great to have the Culinary Academy because of their history and their reputation. But let's be real specific as far as that first partnership. It should serve as the model for everyone else in the community.
Yes.
So I'd like to see a lot of detail in that scope of work. Great, thank you.
Commissioner Brown, just to kind of add to the conversation, the recommended budget that is on page 14 of the presentation, couple of things. Note that the recommended budget that we're asking for, it should be $9 million instead of $7 million. And then also note that part of that $9 million, we are requesting $2 million of those dollars to add to what your question was towards other providers. So it's not just for the Culinary Academy piece of this, but we also want to be able to utilize those dollars to enhance or add new providers related to workforce. So I wanted to point out those two. And I'm guessing Marianne will tell me is we will probably need to come back with contracts with those providers as well.
Marianne, are you going to tell us that? Probably. Yeah. So, well, specifically as far as the 2020 capital line item, we'll see an agenda item asking for approval with specifics. We're not giving them a $3 million check to expand their capital program.
No, we'll be back. Okay. We'll be back for you.
So we'll see in advance the investment. Great. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on that and just say I think it's great to be partnering with the Culinary because just in my district, we're going to have Resorts World, Drew opening up, a couple of big hotels downtown. So these workers, the hospitality workers, there are going to be lots of new jobs coming up. And hopefully, as you said, Mr. Brown, this will be a supplement. This is not going to be something we're just putting money into existing programs, but the jobs are going to be there. And that's one of the keys to this is not just training people, making sure that they have a job.
Okay, so I think what we want to do is at least give staff direction to move forward in this component with about the $9 million to come back with some contracts with us, just so you have direction. Because the whole goal for us, as we talked about when we made the initial sales tax increase, was to come back with some plans so that before it started collecting in January, that we had an idea of some expectations that we wanted for the community. So is it broad enough to send it back, to bring it back to us?
Yes.
Okay. So who wants to make that motion?
I move for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum has moved for approval with that direction for staff. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes. Thank you.
Commissioners, it is now past 10 a.m. We will need to move to Section 5 of your agenda, which are your public hearings. Item number 52 is to conduct a public hearing, approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 20.09, Section 20.09.010 by revising the maximum automated vehicle identification rates for categories 1 through 4 and 7 and 8, revising category 1 and 2, the initial time period, and authorizing the Director of Aviation to increase rates not more than once per year up to the maximum authorized rates, and providing for other matters properly related thereto, and take other action as appropriate.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I should have asked Ms. King, can we hear 52 and 53 together?
Sure. I'll read item 53, which is to conduct a public hearing to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution revising the range of permissible parking rates, maintaining the Director of Aviation's existing authority to establish specific permanent or temporary rates and modify such rates within the approved range of rates, and authorizing discounted or free parking for a specific limited time in order to meet McCarran International Airport's operational or promotional needs, and provide for other matters properly related thereto, and take other action as appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on items 52 and 53. Anybody wishing to speak on these items? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'd entertain a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Gibson. Okay, well, let me close the public hearing and then bring Ms. Frias up. If you insist on doing a presentation, go right ahead. This will be our third time.
We're already prepared for one for you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Tina Frias, Clark County Department of Aviation, Airport Chief Administrative Officer. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. If we may, our department does have a joint presentation to address both the automated vehicle identification and public parking rates and fees as they jointly affect the ground transportation experience at McCarran Airport. McCarran continues to experience year-over-year passenger increases in record-breaking months. May was the busiest month in LAS history with nearly 4.6 million passengers. In fact, this calendar year, we've seen 3 months, that's May, June, and July, that were better than any month ever prior to 2019. If these trends continue, which we forecast they will, 2019 will be our 9th consecutive year with year-over-year increases, and McCarran will serve over 50 million passengers. This is definitely great news for our community. McCarran's rapid growth has been compounded by dramatic shifts in passenger preference. That is how our passengers get to and from the airport. More and more passengers choose lower occupancy modes of transportation, such as Lyft and Uber, over higher occupancy shuttles and buses. This means more cars are on our roadways. Capacity deficiencies, especially at Terminal 1, contribute to a substandard passenger experience. This year, McCarran dropped from #1 in customer satisfaction in the J.D. Power Airport Satisfaction Study to #3. This is primarily attributed to declining scores in airport access, which we scored lower in all aspects, particularly in traffic flow. As you can see, the blue bars represent how we scored in 2018, while the red shows how we've declined this year. McCarran is experiencing traffic congestion on the airport roadways, and for the first time in decades, we're seeing our Terminal 1 long-term parking garage fill up regularly during peak times. In fact, you may have even read about these congestion issues in the paper over the weekend. Since June of this year, the Terminal 1 long-term parking garage reached capacity 28 times for a 3 to 6 hour time span, occurring primarily on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. To improve the airport access experience, there are a number of critical projects that are warranted to improve our roadway infrastructure. The list on the screen shows near-term projects totaling to $53.5 million that would help improve the customer experience and maintain capacity. And to explain the proposed rates necessary to fund these projects, I'll hand it over to our airport CFO.
Thank you, Tina. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Joe Perkowski, Airport Chief Financial Officer, and I'd like to go over the proposed rates for the Automated Vehicle Identification, or AVI as we call it, that are part of the public hearing item for number 52. This table here on the screen shows the current, our proposed, and our proposed max AVI rates. The AVI rates cover ground transportation user fees for taxis, limos, and courtesy shuttles and buses at the airport. The majority of our customers fall into Category 7, the taxi pickup fee, or Category 1, which is a vehicle from 1 to 8 occupants, mainly limos and black cars. As you can see, the proposed increase is modest, and we would like to implement that increase in February with your approval. Given the recent growth that Tina just mentioned and the upcoming infrastructure needs and the increased costs of operations, the maximum authority will allow us to, the airport, the flexibility to adjust the rates over the next 5 years to keep up with demand in the market. These bar charts here show how McCarran compares to the airport market. The yellow bars show our current AVI rates at McCarran. The blue show our proposed rates for February of 2020, and then red is showing the top 20 U.S. airport average. As previously mentioned in the previous slide, customers get picked up mainly through taxis and limos, and we've also included the shuttle bus rate information as well. And in all three of these charts, you can see that our proposed current rates and also our proposed rates are well below the U.S. airport average. And then with that, I'd also like to take the opportunity to go over the proposed public parking rates that are part of item number 53. The public parking, this table here, public parking shows the current, the proposed, and the maximum authorized public parking rates. As you can see in the table, our customers have a range of options based on convenience and budget from valet to economy. Again, the proposed max rate would allow for flexibility to increase as customer demand increases and we continue to grow. The table here shows the long-term parking rates. The bar chart shows in yellow the current parking rate at McCarran for long-term. The blue shows the proposed in February of 2020, and then the red shows the top 20 U.S. airport average, and the green showing the local resort average. So with that, we also did the same analysis on our valet parking, and as you can see here, we also did it on our economy rates as well, and in all three scenarios, we are well below the market average. So with that, we'd conclude our presentation, and we make ourselves available to answer any questions as you consider the public hearing item.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. On the increase on the taxis and the shuttles, was the TNCs included in that?
The TNCs don't operate under the ordinance. They operate as part of their permit, and we are intending to increase the permit authorizes us to increase the fees periodically, and we are planning on increasing those fees by 10 cents.
Can we go back to that chart?
Sure. No, sorry. So the TNCs are not on this because they're authorized through a permit, and the permit allows us to adjust that. So they're not part of the ordinance that's before you, but we are planning on also increasing those rates as well.
Go to the next slide, please. Pictures. So when you say we're looking at the TNCs to increase that fee, is that going to be in the same time frame?
Yes.
Would that be back before the board?
It does not require to go back before the board because it's part of their current operating permit. When the current operating permit expires, then that would also go back before the board. They're currently paying, I believe, $2.60 per pickup and per drop off, and we are planning to increase that.
What was that? I'm sorry, Joe. What, $2 or $3?
$2.60, and then we're planning on raising it to $2.70. And we just did an increase in April of 18 as well from $2.45.
Do we have the ability to put a chart together like that as far as the current TNCs versus our proposal versus top 20 airports? I'd be curious to see if it's the same kind of ratio.
Sure, yes. We always do. We always take that as part of our consideration when we ask to raise and increase fees. We always look at kind of the market as a whole and try to do that in conjunction with any fee increase.
Okay. And then if you could go back to that first slide or the early slides on the scale, what we dropped, that one. Is that on a 1 to 10 scale? Is that how they do those? What do those numbers mean?
Yes.
8 out of 10?
Yeah, 1 to 10.
So although we went down, it's not anything to panic about. It's just we're still in pretty good shape.
It did drop our overall score from, we were really proud of number 1 and going down to number 3, and it was primarily because of this particular category.
And I don't know if I missed the slide. Do we have that compared to some of the major airports as far as the J.D. Power?
That is the ranking from the top airports in North America. So essentially, we're ranking number 3 when compared to the other airports in our category.
Yeah,
we do have that data. If you'd like to see it, we can provide it.
I'd like to know who we're losing to and who we're beating badly. So we can go rate those airports down next time we fly through.
Yeah.
Great. All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any comments or questions? And that completes your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me go ahead and go back and open the public hearing on, I like the record to be clear, open the public hearing on 52 and 53. Anybody wishing to speak on 52 or 53? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I believe that Commissioner Gibson had a motion on the floor.
Yeah, in light of what we've just heard, I would withdraw the motion to approve
Wow.
and then move to approve the item.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved to approve items 52 and 53. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 54 is to conduct a public hearing to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance amending Title I of the Clark County Code by adding a new chapter providing for the issuance of inspection fees for the determination of a code violation, making the inspection fee a special assessment against property inspected, providing for other matters properly relating thereto, and take other action as appropriate.
Okay, good morning. This is a public hearing. Mr. Anderson, did you want to put any comments on the record first? No? Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item number 54. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I just, we made clarifying marks last time that we'll work with residents and especially folks that can't get to it before we start finding, okay? So I'd entertain a motion to approve item number 54. I have a motion by Commissioner Jones to approve item 54. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes. Thank you.
Item number 55 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving a Public Finance Authority tax-exempt 501c3 revenue bond issue in an amount not to exceed $37,500,000 in order to finance and/or refinance the acquisition, construction, expansion, improvement, renovation, equipping, and furnishing of educational facilities for use by Roseman University of Health Sciences.
Good morning. Did somebody want to make a brief presentation? Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item 55? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Gibson. I think this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roseman University arrived in Henderson sometime in early 2000. And as mayor there, I worked very hard. Our entire city staff worked very hard to help them establish their first campus in Southern Nevada. They have had an enormous response. Today they have an alumni association that has about 3,600, maybe 3,700 former students there who have graduated. The programs are successful. The nursing program, the pharmacy program, the dental medicine program are all really successful and very important parts of the educational experience in Southern Nevada. We need to remember that this is a different kind of university, a different kind of facility, and a different way to approach it, but it is really valuable to us, and it's an important element in all that we do. My understanding is that the use of proceeds would be essentially to allow them to acquire their leased properties so that they can stop the rental payments and would own all of their assets. Currently, they occupy a 513,000 square feet in Clark County through either ownership or leases. I think it's important to note that they have 193 full-time and part-time staff members, but 81 of their faculty members are full-time, and 60 of those 81 are doctoral degree holders. So this is a highly polished, well-oiled machine that produces and pours into this community well-trained people. In fact, I'm happy to say that my own pharmacist is a graduate of Roseman University's pharmacy school. The bond issue, and it may be that the staff might offer something to help us understand, but this is without recourse to the county. These are not the same as Nevada private activity bonds, and maybe you could give us some clarification on that.
Okay, Ms. Colvin.
For the record, Jessica Colvin. Yes, Commissioner, you're correct. These are bonds that are issued through a conduit, the Public Finance Authority. They are not county bonds and not obligated by the county, but the Internal Revenue Code does require this governing body to approve the issuance.
Thank you, Ms. Colvin. And so with that, unless there are questions from my colleagues, I move approval.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved for approval on item number 55. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Commissioners, we have item number 56, and I will also read 57, but please note that these are two separate auctions. Item 56 is to conduct a public auction on November 19, 2019 for the lease of plus or minus 2,596 acres of vacant Clark County owned real property, referred to as Parcel A, located westerly of the Needles Highway and Aha-McCave Parkway, Laughlin, Nevada, for the minimum appraised amount value of $489,650. Approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of acceptance to lease of real property, and authorize the director of real property management or her designee to sign the option agreement to lease real property or any other documents necessary to complete the transaction or take other action as appropriate. Item number 57 is to conduct a public auction on November 19, 2019 for the lease of plus or minus 1,629 acres of vacant Clark County owned real property, referred to as Parcel B, located westerly of the Needles Highway and Aha-McCave Parkway, Laughlin, Nevada, for the minimum appraised value of $322,325. Approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of acceptance to lease real property, authorize the director of real property management or her designee to sign the option agreement to lease real property, or any other documents necessary to complete the transaction or take other action as appropriate.
Okay, we will now conduct the auction of this lease for plus or minus 2,596 acres of vacant land, beginning with any opening of any sealed bids. Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Commissioner. Corinne Williams, Clark County Rural Property Management. We have no sealed bids.
Okay, at this time, we'll now take any oral bids for this lease on the terms and conditions specified in the resolution that was adopted on October 15th, 2019. If anybody in the audience has pre-registered and wants to bid on this lease, please come forward to the podium now. Okay, and let me just clarify that each time you bid, please state your name and your bid amount. Are there any oral bids?
This is Dennis L. Harper, representing 8 Minute Solar Energy. We would like to submit a bid for Parcel A for $490,000.
Okay, we have a bid for $490,000 from, I'm sorry, what company did you say was with Ms. Williams? 8 Minute Energy?
Yes.
Okay. For Parcel A. Are there any other oral bids for Parcel A? If not, this will end the bidding on this parcel. And then the bidding will be closed, correct? We'll accept the
That's
bid?
correct. You need to accept.
Okay, so the highest bid received was $490,000, made by 8 Minute Energy. I would need a motion to accept this bid, to approve and authorize the chair to sign the resolution of the acceptance, and authorize the director of real property management or his designee to sign the lease option agreement upon receipt of fee as outlined in the lease option agreement, and to sign any other documents necessary, trying to make all the legal things. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Knapp. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. And that motion passes. This time I'll remind the highest bidder to submit a non-refundable option fee payment in the amount of $122,412.50 in the form of a cashier's check to the Real Property Management Department located on the 4th floor within the next 48 hours. Good with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to the second parcel, which is parcel B.
Yes, correct.
Okay, we'll now conduct the auction of this lease for 1,629 acres of vacant land, beginning with any sealed bids.
Corinne Williams, Clark County Rural Property Management. We have no sealed bids.
Okay, there are no sealed bids. We'll now take oral bids for this lease on the terms and conditions specified October 15th, 2019. If anybody in the audience has pre-registered and wants to bid on the lease, please come forward to the podium now. And as you bid, please state your name for the record. Are there any oral bids?
Yes. Dennis L. Harper with 8 Minute Solar Energy. We would like to submit a bid for $323,000.
Okay, 8 Minute Energy has submitted a bid for $323,000 for parcel B. Are there any other oral bids for parcel B? If not, this will end the bidding on this parcel and completes this bidding process. So the bidding is now closed. The highest bid received was $323,000 by 8 Minute Energy. I would need a motion to approve and authorize the chair to sign the resolution of acceptance to authorize the director of real property management or his designee to sign the lease option agreement upon receipt of the fees as outlined in the lease option agreement, and to sign any other documents necessary to complete this action.
So
Commissioner Naft has made a motion to accept this bid. Is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And just a reminder to the bidder that you have to submit an option fee payment in the amount of $80,000, $581.26 in the form of a cashier's check to Real Property Management on the 4th floor within 48 hours. Okay? Thank you very much.
Commissioners, that concludes your public hearing items. We can move back to Section 7, your business items. Item number 62 is to approve Coordinated Living of Southern Nevada as the project developer and authorize staff to begin negotiating a development and disposition agreement so that, subject to further board approval, a nomination requesting to the Bureau of Land Management to make a direct sale of federal land to the county of a 5-acre parcel near Pebble and Eastern for affordable housing purposes as permitted under Section 7B of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act of 1998, and authorize the county manager to provide additional information as permitted or required by Nevada guidance, policies, and procedures for affordable housing disposals, and take such further action as is within the scope of her authority to advance this project. Vice Chair Weekly, we do have a brief presentation to provide.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Cooper, Clark County Social Service, and I'm very pleased to be bringing a new Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act project before you. This is the first that we've done since 2007. So the Southern Nevada Public Management Act of 1998 had a section called 7B that allowed for the set-aside, what we call the reservation, of parcels for the development of affordable housing. And we have used this particular law twice as Clark County, and then one project was done by the state of Nevada working with us. And the first one was Harmon Pines, which was 105-unit senior development. The second was Arbor Point, which was completed in 2009, and that was 160 unit. And then the state project is what I call Agate, but it's known as Ensemble. And it says 180 units on there, but that's because that's mistaken. That's actually 370 units. So there was an Ensemble 1 and an Ensemble 2. So there were 2 phases of that project. And the land discount, the reason that this is such a great program is that the land discount is up to 95%. And the land costs going into any affordable housing deal are extremely important. And that discount in the land allows us to target lower income households. So we had a BLM parcel that is at Pebble and Eastern, and it's 5 acres. We had 2 applicants for our request for proposals. Both have done a BLM project previously. Both are long-term partners, and both are targeting 50% of area median income and below. And we were very excited. We weren't sure we were going to get it, but we asked as part of the proposal for the applicants to provide us with 20 units of permanent supportive housing, essentially, so targeted at households at 30% of area median income and below, and both were able to make that work financially. So we were really excited about that. And then there's a 5-member review team, and Coordinated Living of Southern Nevada scored the highest, and the site is here. The little yellow arrow at Pebble and Eastern there. That's the 5 acres. So the development proposal that we currently have before you is for 195 total units. 20 of those units would be at 30% of area median income targeting. 135 would be at 50%, and 40 units at 60%. The financing is there. As you can see, it's our usual lasagna financing that we do for affordable housing deals. There are 7 layers there, including private activity bonds, low-income housing tax credits, the state gap. This would be the first project that I know of that would be using the state tax credit program that was just created through the latest legislature. And then housing trust funds, there's and a deferred developer fee, and then home funds. So the total development cost is $33.1 million, and the per unit cost is there, $169,000.5. I wanted you to be aware of what the rents are at those levels, at the 30, 50, and 60. The 1-bedroom's $392, the 2-bedroom $471, and you can see it goes up from there. But particularly those 30% units are really important to us, particularly for people who are on fixed incomes, as these seniors would definitely be. And then here is a rendering of the proposed project. And then I do have information on the other proposal if you're interested. But the next steps, if you approve this today, would be to negotiate the disposition agreement, to go through the design review process at the town board and bring it back to you, approve the development agreement, the DDA, and then we would prepare a nomination packet for HUD and BLM to review. We have to wait for their approval. And then at that point, BLM would initiate the appraisal and then the NORA action, which is the Notice of Realty action. And the NORA takes quite a while, usually at least 9 months. And then after that, we do the land transfer and then have construction. So this is approximately a 3-year process. We're maybe 2.5 if we get lucky.
Okay, and that completes your presentation.
That does, Madam Chair.
And I just should probably note for the commissioners that the county management and myself met with our congressional delegation and said we need to step up that process because 3 years is a long time.
Thank you.
So they heard us loud and clear, I think. Okay, anybody have any comments or questions? Commissioner Naft.
If there are no comments, I enthusiastically move for approval of item 62. I think this is a perfect location, and Lord knows we'll need it in 2.5 years, even more so. So look forward to the opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Nafta has made a motion to approve item 62. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have item number 63, which is to discuss the placement of the Las Vegas branch of the Nevada Museum of Art on the southern portion of the Government Center campus.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Heather Harmon, the Deputy Director of the Nevada Museum of Art, Las Vegas, and I'd also like to introduce our CEO, David Walker, and share with you a very brief video.
I'm Dana Lee, board member of the Nevada Museum of Art and also a member of the Las Vegas Committee. As someone who's been involved in 2 previous art museum efforts and someone who believes in the transformative and powerful effects of the visual arts, I think that things happen for a reason and timing is everything.
Las Vegas is a great city. It's the best city in the entire world. Not only are we the entertainment capital of the world, but we are a community, and we're more than just a tourism corridor. We are a community of people like myself, born and raised here, and we're the only city of our size not to have a fine art museum.
Having a museum in our town and our community would allow a lot of children and families to come and see something that they've only dreamt of seeing because they've seen it on TV or they've seen it online or they've read about it in a book, and now they would actually see it right there, front and center, and take it all in. And there's nothing that can replace that experience.
I feel that having a fine art museum in Las Vegas will contribute to a more well-rounded community. We have botanical gardens in the Springs Preserve, we have the State Museum, we have a lot of other attributes here, the Smith Center. Having the art museum will be one of those final pieces of the puzzle to put Las Vegas together so that we can have a well-rounded community.
Well, I think this is a great way to use seed money from the state to leverage private investment to come in and build a world-class art museum in the cultural corridor of Las Vegas. And we've already seen with other museums and Smith Center and other things that we have down there, it attracts investment, it attracts tourism, and it attracts other businesses to locate there.
Art tells the story of who we are as a community. It tells the story of our culture. There's so much to be learned from artists around us. Having a fine arts museum would allow for our families and our community to engage in a space where we can share stories and learn about each other.
Having this museum would create a hub of artists and make sure that we're keeping those most creative minds here, home, where we need them.
A city of our size deserves a fine art museum, and we deserve an excellent fine art museum, not just any fine art museum.
Timing is everything, and the time is now for the Art Museum to come to Las Vegas. The partnerships are there, everything is in place, and I do hope that we can partner with the County Commission to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, I just want to quickly introduce our board members that are here with us today and ask them to stand momentarily. We have Denise Cashman, Teresa Tiberti, Katie O'Neill, George Ogilvy, Amy Emanuel, and Quentin Abramo. Thank you. I want to also briefly introduce our architect of record, Craig Galati, who's also here with us today. Thank you, Craig. And also introduce our project manager, Carmen Beals, who is with us today as well. Thank you. We are here today to open a conversation about a potential partnership with the county in which the museum could be developed on land adjacent to the Clark County Government Center. We want to be in the heart of the valley, accessible to the many diverse audiences who call Las Vegas home. As you know, Las Vegas is the largest MSA in the country without an accredited fine art museum, and we are hoping to change that through a partnership with the county. As you see here, this location would extend the corridor of iconic architecture, including this building, your building, the Lou Ruvo Center, and also the Smith Center.
Hi there. Good morning, Commissioners and Chairman Kirkpatrick. For the record, my name is David Walker, and I'm CEO of the nonprofit statewide Nevada Museum of Art, which was founded in 1931. Las Vegas is now poised for a crucial step that all cities must take to achieve true greatness, and that is to elevate the stature and quality of its artistic and cultural resources. I have the slide up right now. I cannot overstate the urgency to secure a site to build a world-class art museum for this world-class city. Momentum is on our side, and the world is watching. This year, we formed an architectural search and selection committee comprised of impressive individuals. You see them listed on the slide. And following an international search, the committee selected 2 finalists to compete for our project. The first is the highly acclaimed Sir David Adjaye. Mr. Adjaye is from Ghana and oversees significant offices in London and New York. Recent projects include the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. The second is Johnston Markley. Based in Los Angeles, this firm has become one of the most respected in the international architecture community. I am showing you their recent Menil Drawing Institute in Houston, Texas. Both firms have expressed to us how honored they are to be considered for our historic art museum project here in Las Vegas. They have done their homework. They are ready. We are ready. So, Commissioners, on behalf of all of our trustees, donors, museum staff, and volunteers, I want to thank you for your time today and thank you for your confidence.
Okay, thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it did.
Okay, do I have any comments or questions? First, I'm sure they're going to update that video, right? Part of the direction.
Well, as you know, this was originally scheduled for the city, and the plan they offered turned out to be too small. So now the art museum has come to us, the Clark County, and asked if they could. We're going into negotiations to put it at the far end of our property here. Personally, I think it'd be great because it has much more visibility, and as they point out in their slides, it would make a pattern of great architectural significance along this road. But in the next one, we'll have all of us being interviewed and talking about how great the museum is, hopefully. So, but having said that, I just want to point out that one other thing, this is historic in lots of ways, but the members of the committee and the architect, the trustees, really are the founding families of Las Vegas, but the third generation. So we have a Binion, we have a Cashman, we have a Tiberti, we have a Harmon from Harmon Street. So all their prodigy have come back and said, we have been successful as families. Now we want to give back to Las Vegas and create an art museum. It's going to be about $200 million. So we're just offering the land, but they're going to have to go out and raise a ton of money. So good luck with that.
Okay, Commissioner Neft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been clear before, I'm thrilled with the potential, and I thank Commissioner Stegerbloom for bringing it to us and for all of the supporters of the project that are here. But in addition to what it means for the region, I'm thrilled with the potential for what it could mean for our campus. Would you mind speaking a little bit to what the added benefits would be for our employees and our team members and those of us that work in this building, and both by way of perhaps parking options or just having the experience so close to us and how we could kind of work together as neighbors?
Absolutely, that's twofold. We know We're aware that we must study the parking issue, and we'll work with your transportation experts to meet both the needs of the crossing public, but absolutely, especially the county employees. But, you know, as we project this vision forward, we will be a successful institution if our residents and the county employees see this museum as their home. They see themselves reflected in it. One of the unfortunate disadvantages of the previous parcel we were looking at was the size, and was that we could not have outdoor space where, as a county employee, you could walk over and sit in a sculpture garden or an outdoor exhibition and have your lunch, or meet a family member for lunch, or bring your children there. So we want to offer the hospitality that an art institution offers, along with the classes, the programming, the activities, all of which will be open to county employees and the residents that we faithfully serve.
Commissioner Winkley.
Thank you. I want to say to Heather, it was a pleasure meeting with you yesterday. Thank you so very much for coming in to see me. Thank you to your board members who are here. Let me just say to you all, this lady here is phenomenal. She knows her stuff. Very passionate. Definitely educated us on everything that you all are doing, and was very honored to meet with you. It was a very pleasant meeting. It was kind of like, I felt like I was in like a Zen moment listening to you. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. But because I keep my office real chill anyway, you know, dim lights, and you just kind of came in. I felt like I needed to light a few candles. But just thank you so very much, Heather. You're an amazing young lady. And I appreciate that. I had to have a conversation with Commissioner Segerbloom. I agree. I appreciate you bringing this forward to us. But he's a new commissioner, and I need to make sure he look at the map and realize he don't go and put things, bring ideas to somebody else's district, and which this is in my district. How about that? So with that being said, I haven't had a chance to also meet with RPM to find out where are we with this and how all of this is working. I think it's an amazing project. As we talked yesterday, I was so very blessed to be a part of the Lou Ruvo Center. Commissioner Brown and I, we were councilmen. That was a project that we got an opportunity to meet Mr. Gary. It was so amazing. And if anybody knows the history of how that building was even constructed, we sat in his amazing office over in Los Angeles and watched him just doodle on pieces of paper, and then he would just ball it up and throw it to the side. And then after we kind of sat there for about 20 minutes watching him do that, and then he said, "Oh, get me some toothpicks." And everybody was just kind of looking around like, okay. And then he started putting toothpicks together with all these balled up pieces of paper on the ground, and that's what you all see across the street. And we were like, okay, yeah, I remember those pieces of paper on the ground. But it was amazing. And then the same thing for the Smith Center. We got a chance to travel around the country looking at beautiful performing arts centers. And I think, Commissioner, that's where I was deemed the King of Ghana. And yeah, that's where my title, I was crowned the King of Ghana. And so it's so appropriate that David Ajay, how do you say his last name? Ajay is being considered here. He's from Ghana, and so it's like a full circle moment for me here. But you know, I love this. I think I agree with the commissioner. It completes a corridor. It makes a whole lot of sense. But there are things I've not been in the loop of where we are with the staff on this, and love to further this conversation with you. I think it's a great opportunity for us here. And you know, unfortunately, it didn't work out with you guys with the city. But welcome to the county, and I agree with the chair. Definitely going to have to do that video over again. All right.
Thank you.
I'm not sure where we're going to go from here.
So I guess what would be probably in the best interest of both parties is to direct staff to go back and work through RPM, to work through Heather. I know that one of the conversations, initially you had only asked for 2 acres, and because I'm super concerned about the parking and I need to make sure that my employees have parking, we're looking at maybe 2.5 acres to ensure that we can both work together. So I guess, Commissioner Winkley, if you want to make a motion to direct staff to go start working with this nonprofit to develop what we need for the Nevada Art Museum and give them some parameters, and then at some point they would bring a contract back to us? Is that?
What I'd like to do is I'd like to also shout out Craig Galati. Craig, we go back to our city days. You're an amazing architect. You're just bar none. And I'm excited when I heard your name. I thought, oh, yeah, this is the real deal here. So with your directions, I'm going to give this over to Commissioner Segerbloom since he started it, and then I'll just
It's one of his 99 good ideas.
Exactly, and I'll come in. And Heather, just because you're just such an amazing young lady, I'll pick up the mantle a little later on in the process.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right. So I'll yield to you, Commissioner Segerbloom.
I yield to Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you don't have to yield. Let me reiterate some of the comments Lawrence said. Heather, our meeting was wonderful. We have long-time relationships with your family. It was, I don't know if it's a Zen moment, Lawrence, but your office creates that Zen moment. David, maybe to you or to the board, your sense as far as this is go big or go home. I mean, the bar in that whole corridor has been raised to a level. So is there a comfort level in the organization that this can be the best of the best? Or is phase one, maybe raise the money for phase two or do something big? Has that decision been made within the organization?
I think if I could speak, David Walker, we're highly confident in our ability to pull this off. I think a couple of years ago, we raised a lot of money and worked with the commission here and the federal government to create 7 Magic Mountains, which was a test to see if we could increase the conversation around the visual arts, the future of the visual arts in Las Vegas. As you know, we continue to see 1,000 people a day. We just repainted it, and we're in the midst of making it a permanent installation. If that's any indication of the popularity of this museum in the future, I think it's a good one. We have put about a $250 million price tag on this project, and that's construction, that's pre-construction, that's design and architecture, contingencies, and also endowment. We have all the right people in place right now. We've been working on this for close to a decade, and so the time is right. We've got close to $5 million to spend in the next 18 months on some of these costs. The urgency, I can't, again, overstate that. We want to spend that money out. The state was very generous to help us with seed capital, and we have some very significant donors, not only in Las Vegas, but around the country, who have indicated interest in supporting this project. So, we're looking at about a $1,200 a square foot building, which is not extraordinary, but it's enough to get us the kind of facility that we want. I should also say that this facility, we are conceiving this, Heather and I, as a facility that's highly accessible, lacking in pretense, and one that may have hours that are quite unlike other museums around the country. We really want to mirror Las Vegas. We want to make sure that we're open and accessible to people who work around the clock in Las Vegas. So we have some very original ideas about what we want to do with this museum to serve the 2.2 million people here. Of course, the tourists are kind of icing on the cake in our mind. This is a museum for the people who live in Southern Nevada.
Thank you. That gives me a comfort level. We have the easy part. We helps with some land, and I just share that recently I was up at your museum in Reno. Had a great experience. I flew in on a Saturday morning in a storm, which is always an experience. Got off the plane. It was sunny and chilly. Got to the museum. It was snowing, and then went to the top floor for an outdoor wedding. So it was quite the experience, and the museum up there is just beautiful, and I want this to be extraordinary. They'll come to your museum, our museum first, before they go across Bonneville to all that other city stuff. Would inherit.
But bottom
I'll
line is,
yield-
I think
I'll yield to
that-
Commissioner Sagerblum.
Stop while we're ahead. I would just say that I think it's been made very clear by the board that we would like to be part of it in boots on the ground with you as you're developing it, because it is exciting for Southern Nevada as a whole to actually preserve things and, you know, the history. So I think Commissioner Sagerblum, if you're going to make the motion, just know that we want to be in the conversations often. Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we're getting emotional here, I have to go back to when this started, which was 2017, and I introduced a bill in honor of my parents to create $100 million in bond money for state museums. And that was taken by Ms. Conaboy and diverted to this museum, which we got $1 million in 2017. They got $5 million this last thing. But even though it won't be, from my perspective, it's in honor of my parents, which, as you know, have been very active in the art community. And the other person I want to mention is, I don't know if Alex is still here, but Alex Ortiz helped create this building, and his promise is that if we do this, he will stay with Clark County until this building is done.
Oh, yeah. Well, you better hurry.
But with that, I'll make the motion.
Better hurry. Okay, on that note, I think that there's a motion on the floor to direct staff to work with the nonprofit to work towards some type of contract for a museum and a partnership and ensure that there's parking and constant conversations. Do I have any further discussions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Welcome
very
to the
much.
county.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that concludes the agenda for today.
Okay, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment today? Ms. Coleman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is, first of all, is Margaret Coleman, Coleman, and my statements are, I am you and you are me. I came to Nevada, and the reasons I'm still in Nevada is because I'm here to collect up on an injury on the job for my workman's comp and for my pension. The programs in which you have targeted me in is your assistance programs. I do not fit in. HUD, placed on a list, up until 7 years. Social services, no income, and it is a contradicted program due to the fact you have to have no money, no job, and no income coming in, as I stated before. Outreach, a list. The vouchers program, a list. So in other words, when I say I am you and you are me, with the workman's compensation and my pension, I was able to have self-reliance, to be able to get my own place, have my own responsibilities, and take care of my family as properly. As you know, Governor Sisolak, that was chairman, he was also chairman of the gaming with Jim Gibson, Commissioner Gibson. I was there at the meeting when you were there and being on the board, and you moved here. So my money has been tied up and collected by these two gentlemen, is my opinion, and has been used. One reason why I asked you for this check reimbursement, you say you don't give them out, but you do. I'm needing you to go into closed session and discuss my request. Reimbursement concerning my needs, my cash money, to correct my problems that you have created on this board. Maybe not you all, some of you. But you have intervened in my life for 14 years, and you have destroyed my family and my members because you're not paying attention to my requests. I did give to Weekly the opportunity. It is a deposition and a proposal, and money collected through the gaming establishment to give you control to take over the population with Shannon Moore Hughes and her crew. So due to that, I'm requesting you to go into closed session and discuss this. Call me. My phone number is 702-934-8487. I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, and we'll go in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We are adjourned for today.
Thank you so much. So I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Yeah? West Side. And for about 11 years while living in Detroit, also doing the music, I was a police officer. Anybody want to be arrested? Oh, man. But I come from a musical family. My dad was one of the original funk brothers with Motown. That's right. And he always had 2 or 3 jobs that sometimes we have to do as artists. But he always had a smile on his face when he came in the house. And he had this special nickname. He would come in the house and he would say, "Hey, Snoochie Pooch." Wrote a song about it. Here it goes. Thank you. We're talking about bringing the flute back. We got any Bobby Humphrey fans out there? Any Najee fans? Oh, yeah. I just did a show with him at Mother's Day weekend in Seattle. It was so much fun. We had a lot of flute talk, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But this next song is very, very close to my heart. And it's gotten so I can't watch the news no more. It's just too much to take. Every time you think you've heard the worst, it gets worse. So I just make sure that if it's a nuclear bomb or something I need to run. But mostly, you know, a lot of times when you have friends and you've had them for a long time, and you think that, okay, this is my best friend because we've been best friends all your life, that's not necessarily so. A lot of people use friendship to take advantage of you. You have to learn how to say no. You have to learn how to let some people go every year. If they're not enriching your life in some way, let them go. This next song is dedicated to all of you to try to find that peace free. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a new CD that's dropping on June 21st. It's entitled Flossom, which means that we all have flaws. We can either embrace them and own it, or we can feel sorry for ourselves, you know? It's not even like a feel sorry for yourself. Most of the time, the flaws that you think are flaws are actually beautiful in so many different ways. So that's what this CD is all about. And right now, I'm getting ready to do not a song from Flossom, but a song from Unstoppable. So I've been around a long time. Ask me how long. Well, my first single that never came out was on Reel to Reel. My first actual cassette, first single was on a cassette. Second was on a 12-inch album. And when I would take my music to the DJ in Detroit, I said, hey, would you play my music? And he said, you don't really hear too much flute and jazz. I said, okay, well, you know, you gonna play the song or what? And he said, and you don't see too many women fronting the band. I left there. He never played my song. But you know, I got home and I got mad. And I said, you know what? Ain't nobody gonna steal my joy. I'm focused. 9 CDs later, I'm still here. Oh yeah. But this song is all about every once in a while, you gotta treat yourself, you know? Ladies, get those red bottom shoes, because they never go on sale. Go out to a 5-star restaurant, take a cruise, or come out tonight and enjoy some live jazz, right? Woo! Yeah. All right. But, fellas, I said fellas, watch this. Ladies, woo! Oh, yeah. 2020, 2019, ladies. That's right. But I'm going to go ahead and get off into this song. This is the last song. Is that all right with y'all? Is that all right with y'all for that I come out there and maybe do a little flute talk? All right. So we're just going to count it off just like this. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton. I want to invite you to our Heritage Street Holidays. This year's celebration is going to be December 13th and 14th out here at the Clark County Museum. We will be free for those hours. We will have strolling carolers. All the homes will be open. They'll be decorated. There'll be crafts for the kids, free hot chocolate. We'll even have Santa here, so please come and join us.
How many more of these are we gonna have to see?
Do you like it?
There's no time for downtime.
She doesn't.
Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Let's see a couple more.
Welcome to the new Nevada Health Link, Nevada's online health insurance exchange where qualified Nevadans can shop for and enroll in comprehensive, Affordable Care Act compliant health and dental plans, all in one convenient location. Nevada Health Link is the only place to get access to financial assistance to help offset your monthly premiums and get free help from certified enrollment professionals in your area. For plan year 2020, the open enrollment period starts November 1st, 2019 and goes through December 15th. You'll need to use nevadahealthlink.com instead of healthcare.gov to shop for and enroll in health insurance that begins January 1st of 2020. The new site is designed to provide you with tools and resources that streamline the enrollment process and will help you get connected to affordable coverage for you and your family. If you are already enrolled in a plan through NevadaHealthLink.com, your existing user account will be migrated to the state-based exchange. You should have received an email with a unique access code to claim your user account. We encourage you to claim your account, sign up for auto re-enrollment, and designate a licensed enrollment professional to assist you. Starting in September, you'll be able to claim your existing account. For newly eligible Nevadans who have not previously enrolled, we are thrilled that you're making the decision to get covered through Nevada Health Link. Beginning October 1st, you'll be able to go to NevadaHealthLink.com to review health insurance plans that are designed to suit your medical and budgetary needs. You'll also be able to connect with a free, local, licensed enrollment professional who can help answer any questions. Starting November 1st through December 15th, you'll be able to enroll in qualified health plans with the best benefit packages. Your coverage will begin January 1st, 2020. Nevada Health Link's Customer Assistance Center is available to answer your questions and help you locate a certified enrollment professional in your area so you can get the assistance that you need to make the right choices about your health options. Please call us at our new phone number, 1-800-547-2927. We're here because we care about linking you to affordable, qualified health insurance plans that cover all 10 of the essential health benefits. Again, open enrollment for 2020 begins November 1st, 2019 and ends December 15th at midnight.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
I've been fighting crime on the streets of Las Vegas for the last 27 years. I have seen some crazy things out here. On a daily basis, I work with officers doing courageous things, most of which never makes the news. But what you're about to see is truly best of the badge. What you're about to see is 100% real, featuring body camera footage and stories told by the officers who were actually there.
Stand by. Breach. Breach.
In all of the cases, the subjects were heavily armed and showed no regard for the lives of others. We begin with the capture of a drive-by shooting suspect and a twist in the story that no one expected.
This is a tourniquet, and we used one to save a bad guy's life. After the shooting stopped, we were taking him into custody. I can still hear it to this day. I can rewatch the video over and over again, but I can still hear it. Him yelling to help me, I'm dying.
I'm dying!
It feels like it happened yesterday. So for someone to go from trying to hurt a police officer to now please save me, I mean, that's a big jump.
Oh my God, I'm dying, man.
The first thought was if he's bleeding so much, if I don't do something right now, he's gonna die. And it just switched in my head from, fighting for my life to then for some reason switch to now I gotta help this guy.
The doctor, once he got to the hospital, said that if we hadn't put a tourniquet on, that he most likely would have died. That this was the only thing that saved his life. It's hard, and there's blood everywhere.
My tourniquet had become a little bit tangled, and we had it on there, but because it got tangled, they needed another one.
So I just pulled mine out while I was still on gun, and I just threw it over towards his direction. He applied the second one, which ultimately stopped the bleeding. And I know it's hard for officers to do that. I know there's plenty of officers in the department that, might think, we were wrong for using a tourniquet or whatnot, but we're all human. Tyler went above and beyond putting that tourniquet on him and ultimately saving his life.
Domestic abuse calls are always dangerous, but this one took a weird turn when the abuser himself used a Ring doorbell to spy on the cops.
People will threaten you. It never comes to fruition because nobody ever does anything. It was the one day that the guy did. The suspect was monitoring our movements through his phone.
So he could see us. He basically watched our every move. He was yelling at me through the Ring doorbell. Said he was going to come down there and kill both of us. Going to shoot me in the head. The video recording part we ended up covering up just so he wouldn't have sort of a tactical advantage over us if he did choose to come back. Yeah, we covered it with a piece of paper.
We taped a piece of paper over the front of the camera, which really made him angry. He cut off shortly after that. Based on the time, I'm pretty sure he went out to his truck and got in and drove from wherever he was to our location.
She heard a noise outside and was like, "Did you hear that?" And both of us were like, "Oh, no, you're just being paranoid." I opened the door and I thought that I did hear something. Everything comes down to training, and I train with my firearm. I train to respond to situations like this. There's no thinking, you rise to the level of your training.
It went from just a regular property pickup to, thinking that I was gonna die in a split second.
He was trying to commit suicide by us as his vessel, and it didn't pan out for him, so ultimately I think we won both ways.
Up next is another case of domestic abuse, this time a vicious knife attack. Sergeant Daniela Sino was the first to arrive, and she was all alone.
He stands up and he turns towards me, and immediately I notice his white shirt is now red.
Oh, he's got a knife, ma'am. He stabbed her. He's going under the cops. Who did he stab? He's going under the cops. He's going under the cops. He's not bleeding, but he's going under the cops.
I was all alone.
Get off of her!
I believe from this time that I actually exited my vehicle to the time that I pulled the trigger was anywhere from 15 to 20 seconds.
Drop the knife! Drop the knife!
That's a very long time, especially for an officer to be out there without anybody.
Drop the knife now!
And it was quite eerie the way he was walking towards me. It was just a slow pace with the knife held to his side, and he just stared straight through me. I told myself at some point, you're gonna have to pull the trigger. Like, you're gonna have to shoot this guy if he doesn't stop.
I'm telling you, drop the knife now!
It's like your brain slows everything down. So he began to crouch down slowly and take a runner's stance. And as he took this runner stance, he lifted the knife up towards his head, and he just started charging at me. And at that point, I fired.
Drop the knife! 784 shots fired.
believe they said it was about 2 minutes before another unit arrived after my shooting, after I pulled the trigger.
Suspect's down, he still has a knife in his hand.
It's eerie just standing there waiting, you know, hoping somebody gets to you soon enough. You know they're coming.
We gotta get him in custody. Check on the victim.
You think about it. You think about it a lot. You think about his family, his kids. Sometimes, you know, you think about what they think of you. I walked over to her and there was 2 officers rendering aid to her, and I just looked at her and I don't remember even what I said to her, like, if you're okay now, you're safe. I don't remember what I said.
We have medical coming for you, okay?
You know, as far as I know, she made a full recovery. He had stabbed her multiple times. When I was arriving, from my understanding, he was cutting her neck, like he was just slicing around her neck area. And if I didn't get there, he probably would have killed her.
This next one is truly remarkable. We had an officer hit a bad guy from 53 yards away with a handgun. However, he didn't do it alone. He had a little help from his inner voice.
At approximately 4:14 p.m., multiple citizens called the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department dispatch to report an active shooter at that location.
So I leaned out, he shot at me, I leaned back, then I leaned out, and then I just slowly squeezed, concentrated on my front sight, and I listened to the voice. The voice was new, and it was a surprise to me, but I was very thankful for it because I listened to it. I listened to everything it said. When it said you're high, I was coming down, and when it said take a breath, relax, I relaxed and I took a breath, and then it said come down, and then when it said you got him, that's when the 2 hit him. So the voice led me to do what I did.
I believe our officer involved in this shooting acted courageously and with impressive accuracy based on the distance of the shots fired.
And in my head, I knew he was far, but I knew I could hit him. And as crazy as it sounds, there was a voice very loud inside my head that said, "You're going to hit him. Start shooting." I loved the voice. It was great. It was great. And I tell people about it because crazy things happen in shootings. I trained a lot with this gun. I shot really, really well with this gun. I could see the bullets ricocheting off the side, and I was just missing them. And that voice was saying, you're high, come down, relax. So after my 3rd shot, I took a big breath, relaxed. Then the suspect stood up and turned towards me, and then my last 2 rounds hit him in the gut, and the voice said, you got him. It was not my voice. It was a voice I heard. It was plain as day, very loud. You know, even though he was trying to kill people and kill me, it wasn't personal. It was more of he's shooting at this uniform. I don't think anybody should shoot at us. I think if that happens, you're going to see we're going to shoot back. And like that day, he missed, I didn't.
You may have seen this one on YouTube. We had multiple police officers chasing 2 murder suspects throughout the streets of Las Vegas. And you know that could have went horribly wrong. But we had one officer that made a choice that saved the day.
And I still get emotional about it. But I knew I had to go home to my family. the time, that was about the only choice I had. You know, so you do it, you hope for the best, and that's all you can do.
Shots fired. Passengers that hanging out the window shooting at officers.
The only word that comes to my mind is heroic. It stopped 2 murder suspects that we had been looking for.
We train stationary targets at the range. They don't train to shoot through a windshield, to shoot through a windshield while you're driving a car, and then shoot at a moving target. It's phenomenal. I can't explain. I've seen a lot of cop videos in my 19 years. I've never seen that. Never.
To me, he's a hero to me. I mean, he really got in there and took care of business.
We have to weigh the risk versus reward in every one of these situations. And in this case, the risk was high to everybody, whether we chased him or not. So therefore, him shooting out the window gave us the reward of stopping him without endangering anyone else in the public.
Our next story involves a suicidal subject with a gun who set his own house on fire. However, our officer refused to let him burn.
I could see Eric standing in the far side of the mobile home, and there was flames behind him. And those flames started to grow.
Oh my God. Oh, please don't let this blow up.
8706, give us a code red. He's in the trailer. He's lit it on fire. And Eric was in the middle of it. You could see the top of his head just starting to smoke. As soon as I entered the trailer, Eric took off for a room that was fully engulfed in flames.
Eric! Here, get out! Eric!
706, have them exit him.
Hey, you're not! Leave me alone!
It's not all about writing tickets or arresting bad guys. We're there to help people in their moment of crisis, and Eric had a crisis. You couple that with his drug addiction and his mental illness, you know, Eric lost control. So somebody needs to reach into Eric's life, pull him out of that life, and get him some help so that he could get back on track. And that's what we did.
Violent crime is truly awful when it involves children. In this case, we had a 4-year-old girl being held hostage. It took precision tactics by our SWAT team to get her out alive.
7 Wayne 5, officers have not shot. He's fired from inside of the house. We got a blood trail leading into the backyard, into the house from right where we're at.
He had shot the mother, and he had already exchanged gunfire with patrol officers and was shooting at us the entire time, too.
I remember the SWAT commander saying, hey, everybody, take a deep breath. We were told we were going to take rounds on this.
Okay, all units, stay focused, take a deep breath.
I think for some reason, all the emotions and adrenaline just kind of stopped at that moment.
Stand by, breach.
My goal was to save this little girl's life, the hostage's life. I see him, he raises up what I didn't know at the time was 2 handguns and points them at me, and then we both engaged each other at the same time. But the second I saw him fall back, I went to reach for her. Before I even realized, I looked back down and she'd been taken out of there by one of the other guys.
So this is my first hostage rescue. I picked her up. I rolled out of the room.
I got her. You okay, sweetie? Yeah. It's okay, sweetie. I got you.
You know, you go from having a pretty crazy gunfight to being able to calm a child. You know, it shows you the how we have to turn it on and turn it off.
Okay. Can you hurt now? Yeah. Where are you hurt?
All these guys have family. They all have kids. They all have wives to go home to, and no one thought about their own peril. Everyone was ready to go take bullets for that little girl, and it's special. It's comforting to know that something ever happens to anybody's family, anybody's kids, no matter where they're at, that there's men and women out there that are willing to take action, to put their own life aside to save another one.
In most cases, LVMPD do not want to use lethal force on anyone. The department has provided multiple low lethal options for us to use. Here are some examples of preserving life.
were at our substation when a woman came in to report that her boyfriend was suicidal. He indicated that he was going to try and drive off a cliff in the Mount Charleston area.
Stop. Nobody's going to hurt you. All right? We're with the police department. We're here to help. My name's John.
I took out our 40 millimeter less lethal. Every resident officer in Metro is equipped with one of these in their trucks because we don't have backup readily available.
Nobody wants to see you get hurt. Not me, not my partner.
It turned out excellent. We got him into custody, we got him to the hospital, and we actually got him the help that he needed.
Lyndon, you're good, buddy, okay? You're good.
So the original call was a man with a gun, and he then said that he wanted the cops to kill him.
Don't do it! Listen, don't do it!
I armed myself with the low lethal shotgun.
You can shoot me or you don't. I don't want to shoot you. It's Father's Day today. I don't want to shoot you.
They were able to save his life and not have to kill somebody that was meeting the parameters of lethal force.
Beam back, beam back, beam back.
A dog is a tool of ours that we utilize to make sure that we go home at night.
Get on the ground!
When we deployed the 40 millimeter and sent the dog or deployed the dog, he got him on the bite and detained the subject from fleeing away. We got him into custody and we ended up getting a 9mm Beretta off him, so it was good. He helped get a dangerous suspect in custody.
What would you do if confronted by an armed robber? Would you panic or would you act? In this case, the pawn shop manager acted. By disarming the suspect, she saved lives that day.
Controller 5, he has a white female hostage tussling on the south side.
At the time she did it, I was thinking, oh my God, what is she doing? Because things just went from a very dynamic to a very emergent situation the second she started fighting for the gun.
Coming out. He's got a hostage. He's got a hostage.
The witnesses say he's coming out and he has the hostage.
The suspect points the firearm in our direction. She then reaches over and grabs the firearm from him, and from there a round goes off. It's like chaos.
Controller 5, he has a white female.
She ended up disarming him and stripping the mag out, throws the gun away.
As the struggle broke up, suspect and the victim split. So I advanced to a car that was closer to the suspect and fired 5 times in the direction of the suspect.
So I kind of had to make that split-second decision. Is there enough separation between her and him that I can send rounds downrange? There was, and then she comes flying across the path, my visual path.
He had every opportunity to just give up or just go for the car. He just kept escalating it and putting more and more people in danger.
She went above and beyond, and she was incredibly brave.
The manager actually was so heroic, and it's amazing.
She figured it was either do something now or end up being dead later. She was incredibly brave. I don't know how she did it.
She had a stroke of bravery though, and changed the situation for the better. Probably helped save officer lives, save her own lives, save the lives of the people around her.
When you find that inner strength within you to fight, and she fought. She's a warrior, that's for sure. And man, I just give her. She's just heroic. She's truly a hero in my books.
This next scenario unfolded extremely fast. A man was holding his girlfriend at gunpoint in front of a convenience store. The first officer to arrive was in danger of being shot. The next officer arrived, Officer David Nishiwa, had 7 seconds to react.
7 seconds from the time that I arrived to the time I shot.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Step away from her now! Sir! Step away from her!
Had I waited half a second in that shot, he would have killed her. Male was choking a female in front of the gas station, and then there was a 10-year-old girl trying to separate them from fighting.
What's going on? What is that in your hand?
I knew I had to get there to save this little girl and the female from getting killed.
413, 413!
I pulled up and was looking for my partner,
couldn't find him because he was behind a car, and then all of a sudden I saw the female, the side of her head pop out. He was so big that I couldn't see who was underneath him. He had her pinned up against the wall and had her by the throat with his left hand, and then I realized he had a gun.
He's got a gun in his hand! He's got a gun! Drop the gun!
At that moment I knew, okay, now I have a hostage situation, and I have to address that. And gave him several, 2 to 3 commands to drop the gun, and that's when he went from pointing it at the sky to going down and pointing it at her head and then down to her stomach, and that's when I had to fire.
Step away from her!
It was a good ending. Unfortunately, somebody had to lose their life that day, but he ultimately made that decision, and I'm glad that we were able to stop that threat and everyone could go home safely to their families.
That's just a small sample of what it's like fighting crime here in Las Vegas on a day-to-day basis. We couldn't do it without your support. Congratulations to the officers who were honored. And remember, we're hiring. See you next time.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Downtown was very much more important than it is now.
Everything was on Fremont Street. I mean, I remember when Sears was
across the street from the Cortez, that brick building in Sears, that was the original Sears, and that Fremont Medical Center was the original J.C. Penney's. And we grew up with it. They didn't have it, you didn't need it.
There was more change there than probably anywhere else in Las Vegas for a long time.
The real glitter and glamour was Fremont Street in those days.
Fremont Street was known as Glitter Gulch, with all the neon signs and all the bells and whistles.
It was a city of neon. Actually, the image of Las Vegas, really, in the olden days, was downtown because you had that massive neon.
That the key photograph used all over to promote Las Vegas was a downtown picture.
Downtown had the reputation of being the most photographed street in the world.
Downtown was light after light. Downtown was glitzy. Made a great photograph of the Fremont Street.
The Golden Nugget sign was an icon. Everybody in the world knew the Golden Nugget sign.
Well, downtown was just shoulder-to-shoulder casinos and shoulder-to-shoulder neon lights. The Strip was like driving into Las Vegas and seeing a big resort ranch-style kind of thing, sort of off the road. Whereas when you hit Fremont Street, it was always glamour and glitz, and it was Glitter Gulch.
Every teenager that had a car, and the ones that didn't have a car, hitched a ride. And you had to cruise Fremont.
Part of a ritual on the weekends, you cruise Fremont Street to be seen and to see.
High school used to cruise Fremont Street. We used to hang out at Sills and the Roundup Drive-In.
There was drugstores. Farron's Drugstore had a great fountain, and so did City Drug. And Sam's Cafe was right next to the El Patel Theater. So we'd park and go get a burger, or go get a milkshake or something like that, and then continue on cruising or whatever we had to do after that. But it was a lot of fun. We saw all our friends doing the same thing we were doing. Of course, in a little town, that's what you do.
Spend all evening doing that. That was mainly to, again, check on all the girls because they'd be driving in their cars.
Go up Fremont Street, go across Main Street, make this circular driveway, go right by the terminal building and come back down the other side and go right back down Fremont Street.
We call it doing the donut. And it would take us about 30 to 35 minutes to reach the other end, and then you'd turn around and you'd go back again. And you'd do that for about two hours at least.
We'd be coming, say, east on Fremont, and other kids would be going west. And we'd all jump out of this car and get in that car, and they'd jump out and get in our car, and we'd continue the other way. Then we'd change again when we came back the other way.
You'd hope that you'd see a cool guy, or a cool guy would see you while you were doing this cruising.
Because that's when you found out who was dating who was going with who was cheating on who.
So we used to steal fire extinguishers out of the hotels and fill them up with water, go up next to a girl, put the hose out the window, hit the nozzle, and, until you got caught.
I guess kids have done that for years, and in some cities they're still doing it. That's just part of growing up.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where adventure is found in your own backyard. History is synonymous with glitz and glamour. Bicycling is a popular way to explore our urban wilderness. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. To go far in Las Vegas to find adventure and excitement. In fact, our newest traveling exhibit proves you don't have to look any further than your own backyard.
We chose Backyard Adventure because the Springs Preserve is basically all of Las Vegas's backyard.
So it seemed like a really good fit for us. So this exhibit is all about how you can step into your own backyard, very close, very simple, and find all sorts of science and math and other opportunities to learn by having fun in your own backyard.
Take the game of miniature golf. A backyard putting green offers hours of endless entertainment, but you're probably not thinking about the science behind a round of golf each time you tee up. A game of garden golf at our Backyard Adventures exhibit combines fun with the precision needed to pull off great trick shots that ricochet off course features to land you a hole-in-one.
Some people are very much active learners, so not everybody is going to sit down in front of a book and learn best. They're going to want to move around and explore things with their hands and their eyes and all of their senses, and so that exhibit does this really well. This is a great exhibit for people of all ages, from toddlers up through adulthood. It's very active. That's a great thing about it. You're walking, you're riding a bumblebee while it goes from flower to flower. You're playing games and you're building things and learning how to build things, and so it's everybody loves to be active and kind of move around in the space a lot. So nobody's going to get bored. They're all just going to be able to find something that feels fun to them where they are.
Complete with a decaying house, night vision explorations, and sounds of critters commonly found in backyards, any of the various hands-on exhibits will engage the movement-oriented learners in your family. And once you step into a garden of wonders and learn about the fascinating science in all backyard environments, we hope your own backyard becomes a new destination worth exploring. Even in the Mojave Desert, there is much to be discovered.
I think what's kind of special about this is that this might present an idea of a backyard that doesn't look identical to our backyards here in the desert. But what I find fun about that is a lot of people in Las Vegas are from other places. So, for example, the adults could say, hey, this looks like the backyard that I grew up in. Here's how it's different from the backyard that you see right behind your house or your apartments here in Las Vegas.
Best of all, by illuminating all the natural marvels just beyond the patio, Backyard Adventures teaches us that there's plenty of enchanting discoveries in our own backyards no matter where we live. And if you don't have a traditional backyard, you can always visit ours.
The Springs Preserve is everybody's backyard. So if you live in a place that doesn't have a backyard, be sure to come and see us. We've got plenty of space for everybody. You can come and do your walking and exploring and getting your hands dirty here with our classes and special events. You can come meet your neighbors here just like you would in your own backyard.
You can rediscover the adventures awaiting just outside your door when Backyard Adventures opens inside the Origin Museum at the Springs Preserve on September 23rd. For more information, visit springspreserve.org. Come see where Las Vegas began as you walk, bike, or ride the train through the Springs Preserve's 3.5 total miles of trails and meander through 110 acres of native habitats and archaeological sites. You'll follow in the footsteps of adventurous explorers and ancient peoples. Overlaid across this urban wilderness are loops of trails that will take you on a secluded journey rich in wildlife and history, made even more remarkable by the fact it's right in the middle of a major metropolitan city. Serving as a main arterial, the Exploration Loop Trail is actually a paved roadway that many of the other trails branch off from, and it offers many modes of travel. If you'd like to try out the trails before committing to a longer, more challenging experience, the Crossroads Trail is perfect for that. It's the closest trail to the museums and other attractions and rises above all the others, providing an incomparable view of the entire preserve complex as well as the valley beyond. Steeped in history, the Springs Trail winds a path alongside some of the earliest man-made structures still remaining in the region. At the western end of this trail is the newly added desert tortoise habitat, the new home of Mojave Max. Given the right season and time of day, it won't be unusual to find yourself strolling alongside one or more of these venerable desert dwellers. If you need an escape from the hustle and bustle of the city, hiking the Cienega Trail provides a wild, immersive experience. Coursing through a wetlands area teeming with wildlife, this trail often rewards visitors with sightings of foxes, coyotes, antelope ground squirrels, and dozens of species of birds. Enjoying the trails doesn't have to be a solitary venture. Bringing friends, work associates, or family along makes for a great experience. So much so, we've added programs to encourage groups to enjoy the social, environmental, and health benefits of exploring our trails together. If only for an hour or an entire day, these trails will provide an easily accessible, surprisingly natural experience. For more information, see springspreserve.org.
Having survived the punishing heat of summer, there's no season Las Vegans embrace more fiercely than fall. Its cool, refreshing temperatures make us all want to get outside and do something. At the Springs Preserve, biking our exploration loop won't just get you outside, it'll draw you closer to nature and leave you with memories you and your loved ones can cherish all year round. Tires hum, gears click, brisk air stings your face. The desert is in bloom all around you, and then you spot it. A desert fox trotting into the underbrush mere feet away. But you're not cycling out at Red Rock Canyon, you're just a few miles from the Strip on the Springs Preserve's Exploration Loop, a 2.2-mile paved trail that encompasses the outer reaches of the property.
You know, the Springs Preserve really is an oasis in this city, and a lot of people aren't aware that there's this natural setting out here that isn't explored often. Most people stick to the museum and the playground, which are great, but we have 180 acres to explore, lots of wildlife, plant life, a man-made cienega.
Rare birds make themselves home at the Cienega, or wetlands, a recreation of the valley's natural terrain as it existed in 1905. You could also encounter other wildlife as you pedal your way through the various habitats of the preserve. With only 20 bikes allowed on the trail at one time, native vegetation absorbing the ambient city noise, and no motor traffic to worry about, both you and the animals can drink in the peace and quiet. And though the exploration loop takes just 15 minutes to complete, don't feel like you have to hurry. Stop at the Cottonwood Grove and relish a picnic under the oak trees. Poke around Boomtown 1905 and imagine yourself living at a simpler speed of life. There's plenty of captivating sights to see when you slow down, and bike riding gives you a marvelous opportunity to do just that.
You know, riding a bike here at the preserve is a great way to spend quality time with the family and your significant other. It's a healthy thing to do. You're taking time away from the computer and your cell phone and your daily routine. You get out here, you get to explore nature, take in a little wildlife, take in the plant life, be away from the hustle and bustle of town.
Although outside bikes are prohibited, renting one of our maintained bikes is easy. They come in sizes appropriate for adults and kids, and models with baby carriers are also available. So as the weather cools off, gather your family, hop on some wheels, and take a ride around the Springs Preserve. You never know what you'll see next.
Well, being on a bike, first of all, is a lot of fun, but you can get off the bike and take a look at some of the amazing plant life, wildlife in the area in an intimate way. There's no rush, there's no cars on this path. It's very comfortable and safe. It's a great way to explore, kind of the serene part of Las Vegas in a protected environment.
Ready to ride? Visitors with a Springs Preserve membership enjoy discounted rates on our bike rentals and much more. Joining is as easy as riding a bike. Check out details at springspreserve.org. Throughout this fall, the Audubon Society will lead walking tours to explore the many birds of the Springs Preserve. Join us as we learn just how diverse and wonderful our feathered friends are. Bring binoculars and wear comfortable shoes as you are guided by Doug Chang, the president of the Red Rock Audubon Society. These enlightening walks are conducted on select Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Admission is free and no reservations are required. To get last-minute details, check the events calendar at springspreserve.org. He worked for 12 years as a horticulturist at Red Butte Gardens at the University of Utah. But before he became a big-time botanist, Fritz Coleman was a beginner like the rest of us, growing a family vegetable garden in Wyoming, teaching himself the names and properties of weeds. Well, now as the Springs Preserve's new botanical garden supervisor, Fritz shares his enthusiasm for plants and the ways they can enhance anyone's life.
I've been reading about these plants for years, living in cold places, being like, ooh, if only I could grow that, wouldn't that be amazing? And so now that I'm here, my plant palette has expanded tremendously, and so I'm just really excited to use all these things that I've been wanting to use for years and to try to grow all this new stuff.
Fritz Coleman may be new to the desert, but his professional experience managing gardens has taught him that the fundamentals of the craft don't change much.
There are a lot of different plants, but the gardening is basically the same thing. Keeping the garden tidy, making sure that plants are happy and healthy, that's kind of universal.
But if gardening is just about tidiness and plant happiness, doesn't it get boring?
That's one thing that I love about gardening, is that you really never run out of stuff to learn. There's always something around the corner that you've never seen or heard of, or some plant that I might want to try to find for the garden. And so that's really what I like about it. It's just bottomless learning. If I am bored, that won't last very long.
Fritz's appetite for bottomless learning will come in handy as the Springs Preserve's new botanical garden supervisor. He hopes to learn more about the thousands of Mojave Desert and desert-adapted plants that occupy the Springs' expansive garden, and hopefully change visitors' relationships with the plants around them.
All of a sudden in my early 20s, it just sort of occurred to me that there were plants everywhere covering the earth, and I had never really taken a look at them. And so it was like all of a sudden, I was able to discern all the differences between the plants just by looking across like a wild landscape, and they all just started to pop out to me. And it's also just important to inform people that live here, like, look, these are the plants that grow out around where you live. And so it just provides people with an opportunity to connect with their own landscape, and which is hard to do in a city. And so people can come and be like, oh, I didn't know that that was a native plant.
Fritz's clear passion for cultivating happy plants and creating elevating environments with them shines through whenever he speaks about future plans for the Springs Preserve's garden.
We're currently building a splash pad, and so there's going to be a new landscape all around that. And when we close down this area that we're looking at right now for an electrical expansion, we're also going to use that opportunity to add a lot of new plants and kind of take out some stuff that's become overgrown over the years, and just kind of renovate and spruce the whole thing up. And so I am really excited to learn all of these succulents and to really make the place really pop, so when people walk in, they can, like, it takes their breath away. That's really what I'm looking to do. And like, coming from the parking lot into the garden, I want the world to completely change.
Fritz not only wants to enhance the atmosphere of the garden, but help residents and plant enthusiasts adapt to the challenges of desert gardening. Fortunately, our gardening classes make it just a little easier to expand your green thumb. But even if you don't intend on becoming a pro botanist, learning about the plants living around you can add unexpected benefits to your life. You see, for Fritz, managing gardens isn't just a profession, but an opportunity to build spaces where people can escape their busy lives, spaces where they can recharge and relax.
Places like the Springs Preserve are a great respite from everyday life. It's just sort of a little taste of something that, this is really soothing. I would like people to leave here feeling like the desert can be a lush place without excessive water use. And just to let people know, like, you can garden in the desert, and you should, because it's beautiful.
We continue our fall festival season with 3 exciting events. First, in October, spooktacular fun for all ages awaits those who dare enter the Springs Preserve's annual Haunted Harvest. This family-friendly event features trick-or-treat stations, carnival games, a maze and petting zoo, monster training, craft activities, live entertainment, food vendors, and much more fun. November brings our popular Dia de Muertos. This 3,000-year-old Hispanic celebration honoring loved ones is full of joy and tradition. This family-friendly event blends rich customs with exciting activities such as live theater and dance performances, altars, mariachis, face painting, sugar skull decorating, and an art exhibition. Then in December, come climb aboard the Springs Preserve's Holiday Express and be whisked away on a magical train ride to Santa's Village. Your very merry adventure includes personal time with Santa, holiday crafts, storytelling, cookie decorating, a nutcracker display, yes, snow, and more. All these events are very popular, so make your plans and reservations today. For more information, go to springspreserve.org.
The finest museums do more than simply warehouse historical artifacts. Through thoughtfully curated exhibits and specially planned events, museums can help us see connections between the most diverse sets of topics. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the Nevada State Museum's latest exhibitions.
The Nevada State Museum is a magnificent 70,000 square foot building containing a striking public exhibit gallery, as well as storage for Nevada's most notable historic artifacts, natural and man-made. It also bridges past and present, serving youth on the hunt for new discoveries and longtime Nevadans retracing memories of times past. 8,000 fourth graders are bused to the museum every year for a hands-on encounter with 200 million years of Nevada history. Few will ever forget their first time seeing the Nevada state fossil, the Ichthyosaur Shonosaurus popularis.
And downstairs in our dungeons, as I call them, we have some of the most complete specimens of ichthyosaurs in the world. So when someone finds a piece of ichthyosaur, whether that's in China or Germany or in England or Scotland, they'll actually call here or even come here to do more research to understand where that piece comes from, where it fits, how it looks like in comparison.
Others return to relive Las Vegas's humbling beginnings as a railroad town to the ever-expanding electric glamour of the Las Vegas Strip. As part of the new Eclectic Nevada exhibit, visitors can take a real walk down memory lane with a show-stopping 33-foot-long aerial view of the Strip in 1977. As you walk the length of the Strip, you'll see which casinos stood in that era.
But what we've also done is identified what there is now. So you'll be able to walk along it as it was in 77, but also understand exactly what all the casinos were replaced with, if they have been, whether they were imploded or not, and what is there if you walk down the Strip today. So it's a very special part of the exhibit.
While some will only see the image as a record of the shifting casinoscape, others will recall the exciting times of working inside the hotel casinos, alongside entertainers in Vegas shows. This hard work and imagination is on dazzling display at the Jubilee Reunited exhibit. Immersed in the museum's showgirl wall, the exhibit showcases original costume renderings, alongside some of the elaborate designs worn on stage for the legendary show Jubilee.
When you look at the exhibit, it looks like that they are drawings of the costumes, but in fact, actually, the drawings came first. The costumes are an interpretation of Pete Menefee's designs, but you will see they are so closely matched that the costume designers did a fabulous job to really create what Pete had in his mind and had put to paper.
Delicate feathers and crystals weigh nothing on paper, but once sewn onto these impressive costumes, Jubilee showgirls flex their muscles.
That dress is really heavy. It's 6-7 pounds heavy because the crystals that are on it are actually glass, and that glass is set into metal, and so therefore it creates a huge weight, but a beautiful silhouette. They have beautiful hats to go with them as well, and those hats are quite heavy. The one that we have on display at the moment is 6 pounds, so the girls were very strong to be able to hold and parade as they would do across the stage in the outfits.
The Nevada State Museum displays just a fraction of its collection of showgirl costumes, which happens to be the largest collection in the world. The Tropicana donated its costumes to the museum. That donation alone consisted of 11,000 costumes that supported the livelihood of many community members on stage and behind the scenes. Museum curators hope to inspire and educate all visitors about the history and natural history of Nevada. They share the state's untold stories through permanent and changing exhibits and host events to engage the community.
The events that we put on are very much things that we think that the local community would be interested in, whether that's a book signing about something that's local, or right the way through to having the opportunity for different services and clubs to come in and present as well.
The Nevada State Museum connects discovery and memory, imagination and reality, people and communities. Nevada may be a young state, but it has a deep and diverse history to be shared and celebrated.
It's actually really rich in history, the pioneers coming through, and as you work your way through the museum, there's a lot to learn in that. But we're seen as a very young city, particularly. Las Vegas only came into being in 1905, but no, there's a lot more to it like that, and we've grown very quickly, and so with that comes a lot of history.
The Nevada State Museum is open Tuesdays through Sundays. Admission is included with paid general admission to the Springs Preserve and is free for Preserve members. Animal life abounds and amazes visitors in one of the Preserve's essential collections, which is a sanctuary and showplace, but above all, house and home for an impressive community of indigenous desert specimens. all in a location that replicates the Southern Nevada landscape and nearly ensures the kinds of animal sightings that can be quite rare in this region. Our outdoor live animal exhibits feature Mojave natives who've adapted to arid desert conditions, including relict leopard frogs. Once thought to be extinct, the relict leopard frog is alive and well at the Springs Preserve. Lizards. Amongst the rocks and boulders housing several large exhibits, you'll find a variety of lizards, including the chuckwalla, tiger whiptail, and desert iguana. Desert cottontails, they're cute, they're fluffy, and they're so close you can almost touch them. Hopping about an exterior enclosure, these critters can be seen from a variety of perspectives, but perhaps the most fun is via a domed window from beneath the habitat. Gray fox. Though the nocturnal gray fox sleeps in its burrow during the day, you can see it through a small window inside a darkened rockwork cave. There's pocket gophers, snakes, Gila monsters, and more, so come out and enjoy a close-up look at these rare and beautiful natives of Las Vegas. For more information, see springspreserve.org. While some things can be difficult to grow in our desert valley, herbs are not one of them. Herbs of all varieties seem to thrive here. Today, Chef Cicely shows us how these homegrown edibles can enhance all your dishes, as in today's recipe for simple sweet and savory tarts.
Howdy folks, my name's Chef Cicely and thank you for joining me here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. We're keeping things fresh in the kitchen today with fresh herbs. And fresh herbs in Las Vegas are a wonderful thing to grow, particularly like with this basil plant, provided that they can get ample light, not too much light, and also a good amount of moisture, and are situated in a way that they can get good fast draining soil so that they're not overwatered. So what I'm going to do today is one of my favorite things to do with fresh herbs, and that's to wake up different dishes. So to start, I'm going to grab a pastry paper and I'm simply going to roll it out. This is a pre-formed one for convenience. I'm going to take a fork and I'm going to do what's called scoring the edges. This one's already rolled pretty thin, so I'm not too concerned with rolling it out much further. Rotate it around there. A little additional score as a guide for how I want this pastry to puff up. I'm going to put it in the oven for at 350 degrees for 10 minutes or so. Then I'm going to put an egg wash on it, and while it's baking, I'm going to continue with the rest of my toppings. Now for this pastry paper, I'm going to take some carrots, or, you know, I could really use any harvest vegetable that I've got around. Brussels sprouts, zucchinis, I could use onions, I can use mushrooms, eggplant, squash, spinach. The list is really quite endless. A light peel on these carrots so that their brightness shows through, and I don't have any of the sort of dark dinginess of what the outside of the carrot is. Because remember, we also eat with our eyes, so we want to make sure that everything looks pretty too. So a simple slice of all these carrots. And then these carrots are going to get sauteed lightly with butter, a little bit of salt, and some pepper. Step 3 is a little bit of ricotta cheese. Into this ricotta, I'm going to crack an egg, light amount of seasoning with some pepper, with some salt. Whisk this up. All right, we've got some really great building blocks here with ricotta, with carrots, and then I'm going to pick the herbs that I would like to put onto my tart when it's complete. I'm going to go for chives, some parsley, and some basil. Now, because I'm using fine herbs for this, I can chop up the whole thing. I can eat the stems. I can use the basil stem as for a little bit more crunch in what is otherwise a savory tart. Any parts that are a little too much, simply pull those out. And here I have a carrot tart that I had already put together. So on here I have my pastry paper, edges scored, baked it, put on an egg wash, put on ricotta cheese, topped it with my sauteed carrots, threw it in the oven for another 10 minutes, and then I'm simply going to top it with all of my fresh herbs. And again, a rough chop so I can see the shape. I can also see which herb I'm about to get a beautiful bite of. Now this sort of creation can be done in a variety of different ways. Same steps, just different ingredients. So I can also build my tart using fresh herbs and a little bit of vanilla. I'm going to mix that in, same way that I did with the ricotta and with the egg. But I've got mascarpone cheese here, so I'm definitely going for something a little sweet on this one. For my sweet tart, I've got peaches. I could also use strawberries, I could use oranges, I could use blueberries. Any fruit that I want to try, and any fruit that I want to complement. Now, I'm using fresh herbs again, and I'm using the more delicate ones, so I can chop them up, or I can leave them whole. And so now I have my sweet tart, and I also have my savory tart. And that's a wrap, folks. Thank you for joining me, Chef Cicely, here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. We hope to see you here.
Our hugely popular butterfly habitat is now open for the fall season through November 24th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The schedule is subject to change based on weather conditions and special event availability. Admission to the butterfly habitat is $2 for value members, $3 for non-members. Bronze and above members receive free admission. All guests ages 2 and up must be ticketed. Follow all our flight plans by visiting our website at springspreserve.org or follow us on social media to be the first to know.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where backyard adventures, wild cycling, gardening expertise, and our glamorous history mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
As the days grow shorter and we spend more time outside in the dark, make sure you are always using designated crosswalks and do everything you can to make sure drivers can see you when you're crossing the street. Your life counts. Learn more at zerofataliesnv.com.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton. I want to invite you to our Heritage Street Holidays. This year's celebration is going to be December 13th and 14th out here at the Clark County Museum. We will be free for those hours. We will have strolling carolers. All the homes will be open. They'll be decorated. There'll be crafts for the kids, free hot chocolate. We'll even have Santa here, so please come and join us.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Oh, hey there. Sorry about that. I was watching our new virtual reality experience, Water Always Wins. Intended for young drivers, this 5-minute video shows young people the dangers of driving through flooded roads. not science fiction. This is a fact of life for students today. So much time is spent on electronic devices. Often the best way to reach them is through the computer they hold in their hands. We're a desert. Why is it flooding?
Because it rains all at once.
Because it rains all at once? Okay, good. What else? So, like, when it rains here, it just pours down. Like a lot of rain really fast. Every 2 years, the district surveys residents about what they know about flash flooding. About 70% of residents tell us they turn around when they encounter a flooded road. But the statistics are very different for young drivers. What about kids your age? How many of them do you think drove through it? 100%. 100%. Possibly. Hopefully not. Do you guys want to guess? How many do you think actually drove through it?
Probably 80%.
You guys are close. It's 67% roughly, or 60, around that. You actually drove through it. That means potentially either you guys or your peers saw a flooded street and were like, not a problem, drove right through it. Okay, we're going to learn why we're not going to do that. The VR experience is designed to change behavior of young drivers. Virtual reality gives the district the ability to show someone exactly what will happen if they take on Mother Nature.
It was very cool and it was very realistic, but it was also scary because seeing you in that position is really scary to see how the water rises so high and how fast and quickly something like that could happen, and it can be very dangerous. So it was very scary, yeah.
Teaching a teen to drive is a stressful process for everyone involved. There's so much to learn and practice, and rain rarely comes into those lessons.
Once it rains first 30 minutes, I tell them it's an ice skating rink. Slow down, take your foot off the gas pedal, drop the speed 5 to 10 miles an hour, and just continue on.
Safeway is the first private driving school to incorporate the VR experience into the classroom. Safeway President Clemos Kelly purchased Google Cardboard for his classes so students could view the experience in 3D directly through their phones. Mercedes Bryan is a 16-year-old Coral Academy of Science junior. She has a permit and attended Safeway over the summer to learn what she needed for her full license.
Animation, I could see how scary it could be in life, and there was this guy that was right next to you, and you could look over and see how his head was like underwater and how your head was underwater too. It would be scary to see your friend in that situation that you're driving around, because I'm really close with my friends and I'd blame myself for it, honestly, if I were to see my friend like that.
In the VR experience, you are the driver and your best friend is the passenger. Things go from great to worse very quickly.
That was pretty scary, seeing like the guy under the water. Like, I looked to the right of me and I saw that he was like stuck under there. But then the people came in with the helicopter and they saved him.
Lloyd has been teaching driver's ed for more than 15 years. He knows his students are always on their phones and is glad he can provide something that will really hit home for them.
Did they like it? They'd like to see it incorporated. They didn't realize it gets that bad. A lot of kids don't watch the news. And that's the big thing I catch on the news. Being part of my job is to walk in the morning asking how it's gone. Did you see anything on the news? It was just on the news a couple of days ago about down in Arizona had the flash flood. So they just don't look at it. This is going to open their eyes. I get to teach any of the kids that are here in class, they're going to get the full focus of it.
Sierra Leone's mother is teaching her daughter to drive, but never thought about explaining flash flooding to her.
No, until I saw the video, here through the Regional Flood Control District. I hadn't given it much thought, to be honest with you. And then once I saw the video, I'm like, why hadn't I discussed this? Because it's a real issue. I do think it was very important because it was very realistic. Having that 360 view and feeling like you were actually in the driver's seat was very, very realistic. I actually brought my 12-year-old and my 11-year-old sons too, and they were really impacted. So they were really impacted too. They're like, oh my goodness. And so then they were giving the 16-year-old, my daughter, all lessons about what she shouldn't be doing when they're driving. So yeah, I think that the more students and the younger you get them, I think the more impactful the video is.
Sanchez's daughter has been driving for 6 months before she saw the video. Now she has a clearer focus.
from seeing that, you can tell that water always wins, and just seeing that, I wouldn't want to put myself in that position, in a dangerous position. So.
The district is working with local driving schools, the Clark County School District, and UNLV to share the experience. It's also available in 3D on our YouTube channel, where it's being viewed by people all over the world. We also share it with engineers to show them how important their work is.
So with the VR, the reason we created it is to target young drivers, new drivers, basically drivers under 24. What we found out is 70% roughly of adults, if they approach a street that's flooded, they will turn around. Anybody want to guess how many 16 to 24-year-olds are going to drive right through it?
Most of them.
Yeah, it's about 60%. They're just going to drive right through it. So we realized we need to start targeting that demo and find some ways to get the messaging across it. Obviously, that's really dangerous and risky.
Engineers like to get out of the office and see things hands-on. Technology is a great tool to keep the field evolving.
So like engineering field, we haven't really changed for 100 years. So it'd just be nice to kind of get out the message in a little different way, kind of how people are seeing it nowadays. So that's kind of what keeps my interest. Just like, oh, I didn't know it could be like that, or oh, I don't like all the water at my feet, I can't get out the door. And then the part where you kind of go underwater, I think that's also always powerful, just seeing the feedback on the person, just the way they're moving their head around. And they kind of get quiet, like, oh, is this the end of my virtual character? But they know, hey, maybe I shouldn't turn around. Maybe I should turn around because water always wins.
The district is also sharing the experience with floodplain managers from around the region at conferences. If you know someone who'd like to see it, give us a call at 702-685-0000 or visit us on the web at floodvr.com.
What if I'm going to get the flash flood and like me and my friends are like, oh, we can make it, and then we don't make it? That'd just be a very scary experience, especially if somebody in the car that you know and that's very close to you, just to see him like under the water drowning and like you're the reason why that's happening. Yeah, that'd be very scary.
I think it will always be with me, yeah. I think other people, I don't think a lot of people are more knowledgeable about it, and I think a lot of people should be, and I think it's a good thing that we did experience it today.
Can't believe it's over, man. That was an epic road trip. But I gotta say, it's good to be back home. Well, this looks great. You see this? Man, where's all this water coming from? It's inches, man. A foot max. Looks pretty gnarly down there. Let's get back on the freeway and hit the next exit. Look, that guy's going for it. We got this. Come on, let's go. Yes, let's go, go, go. That was moving really fast, man. It's way high. Dude. This is not good. Water coming in, man. There's water coming into the car. It's not working. The sun. There's no power. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here right now. Look, we need to get on top of the car like that guy. Hey, help! We're gonna hit! We're gonna hit! Dude, where'd he go? Do you see him? Did he make it? Nothing's working. I don't know what else to do. Hey, look, there's people on the bridge. Hey, somebody help us, please! Hey!
You're gonna be okay.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
Oh my God, this car's gonna hit us. Oh my God! Oh, we're floating! We're floating! We're floating! Oh my God!
Oh my God! 20 years ago, a vicious storm beat down on the valley. 2.5 inches of rain hit parts of Clark County. Sadly, 2 lives were lost. Homes and businesses were damaged. On this anniversary, the district held a press conference to look back on that day, as well as to see how far we've come. July 8th, 1999. It's the day Las Vegas saw one of its worst floods. Wide areas of the valley flooded, killing 2 people and damaging dozens of properties. At the Regional Flood Control District, it's known as the Big One.
But the other compelling factor about this particular storm was the nature of the thunderstorms moving from the west side of town to the east side of town, which is downhill. And so as water was running downhill towards Lake Mead, more rain was falling on top of that, creating an even larger flood wave. And so by the time the storm had ended, 2 people had lost their lives, and we had over $31 million in damage in today's dollars, which is a pretty impactful storm.
The 1990 flood is one longtime residents remember well. It led to a presidential disaster declaration. If you lived here then, you probably have a story about that day.
And actually, my grandmother, her trailer is actually there in the background at that Miracle Mile Park. You can actually see it in the background. And I remember going right after that 99 flood, going down there and looking at the damage, and it was incredible. You know, I was actually really surprised that my grandmother's trailer didn't get rolled down the wash with several others.
Reporters saw a slideshow of the 99 flood images and heard from firefighters who worked that day. Back then, the City of Las Vegas Fire Department had 1 team trained on swiftwater rescues. Now, each firefighter is equipped with that gear.
I really want to thank all the first responders at the county, at the city, Henderson, North Las Vegas Metro. All do a great job when storms like this 1999 flood hit. you know, it's their responsibility to go out there and rescue these people that get in harm's way. They do it without hesitation, and I really commend them for that and respect them for the job that they do. They put themselves in harm's way trying to make sure the community is safe.
Even 20 years later, the flood topped the local news, and it served as a great way to inform residents about changes made since 1999.
We've come a long way, but just in detention basins alone, over the next couple decades, we'll have to build close to 36 more detention basins, a couple hundred more miles of channel, and it's like a big puzzle. That puzzle is not complete yet. As the valley grows, so does our system. So we have at least 20 more years of investment. We've invested close to $2 billion. We'll probably match that number over the next 20 to 30 years, all for the protection of the community.
The National Weather Service recently spent $150 million to upgrade the radar in Las Vegas, giving forecasters both an earlier and a better look into thunderstorms. This can help improve forecasting accuracy and give the public better warnings.
Since this event in 1999, the National Weather Service Las Vegas has improved the accuracy of flash flood warnings by 45%, and we've increased the lead time of those warnings by over 20 minutes, which is actually pretty substantial when you consider it an average.
Since the press conference was used to kick off flash flood season, speakers gave practical advice.
The mission of the district is twofold, is to build the facilities to keep floodwaters away from people and property. And we've been very successful. There's no question, 100% of the time, if our facilities are in place, they work. The flip side of that coin is educating the public to keep the public away from floodwaters. And as Todd mentioned, we've seen some success in that outreach, that education. Fewer people are challenging floodwaters, especially those that are familiar in the valley of the dangers of floodwaters. But we also surveyed the millennials, and close to 60% still feel that they can challenge that floodwater, and that's something that we'll certainly work on. And that's what today's all about. It's that flip side of the district's mission, trying to get the education and the awareness out there into the community.
We need to focus particularly on children and teenagers. Talk to them before flooding happens. Tell them to stay out of washes, turn around, don't drown, and most of all, water always wins. We really need to get that message down to the children and the teenagers. Our messaging is working with adults, but parents need to talk to their kids. Stay out of those flood channels. Have that conversation before the rain starts in the summer, and have them make better decisions.
Oh my God, this car's gonna hit us. Oh my God! Oh, we're floating! We're floating! We're floating! Oh my God!
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
While the Flood Control Network is better equipped to handle the storm than we were 20 years ago, there's still work to do. And Mother Nature recently showed up to show us one gap in the system.
The last day of July started with a slight chance of rain in the mountains around the Las Vegas Valley. By early afternoon, an ominous shelf of clouds rolled in and began dropping intense rain in the desert hills above the mountain's edge community. In just 1 hour, the district rain gauge at the Upper Duck Creek Detention Basin picked up an inch of rain, but radar indicated 3 inches fell in the watershed draining into the basin. The good news is the basin worked exactly as intended. It rapidly filled up to 8.5 feet deep. But when the basin was built in 2005, the developer didn't extend a storm drain underground from the basin to an existing regional flood pipe downstream. As houses sprung up south of Fort Apache, a dirt berm was built parallel to the road to divert any runoff from the basin into the drain. But hours after the rain stopped this July 31st, neighbors saw water push against the berm and eventually break through. The entire subdivision south of Fort Apache flooded. Up to 2 feet of water ran through streets. The National Weather Service issued an aerial flood warning just before 11 p.m. since runoff was causing dangerous conditions. Once the sun rose the next morning, Clark County Public Works used bulldozers to divert water away from the neighborhood. Although the flooding left behind a mess and damaged some landscaping, no homes were damaged as a result. By early afternoon, the basin stopped draining and crews had rebuilt the berm. The district's master plan includes a storm drain underground from the basin into the existing regional facility, but that is yet to be designed. Right now, the district is meeting with the county and the developer to create a more resilient interim solution until the permanent underground facility can be built.
Flash flood season runs through September. Keep up to date with us at regionalflood.org or follow us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all at Regional Flood.
The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is a safe haven, a place for residents, visitors, and responders affected by the tragic events of the 1 October shooting incident. Staffed with compassionate professionals, services include victim advocacy and support, counseling referrals, and help accessing the FBI's Victim Assistance Services website. The center is located at 1524 Pinto Lane. It's open weekdays from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. For more information, call 702-455-AID or 1-833-2998. Coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, our health and wellness expert says the holiday season is a great time to join a fitness class. The Clark County Museum hosts their annual holiday party on Heritage Street, and the Vegas Golden Knights viewing parties are a hit at Mountain Crest. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television.
I'm a census taker. Good pay, flexible hours. Help shape your community's future. Be a census taker. Apply today.
On our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, we'll be at the South Central Area Command talking District A issues with Commissioner Michael Knapp. He'll tell us about updates at Allegiant Stadium, crime-fighting tips for the season, and so much more.
Be surprised to know that the right to vote was not the most important issue when the women's rights movement began in 1848. Education, child custody, and a right to control one's own property took precedence.
When the United States became a nation, adult women did not possess individual political rights. Our legal system authorized the propertied family patriarch to represent his wife and unmarried daughters in all matters. Nearly 70 years passed before women sought an independent political voice at the first women's rights conventions in Seneca Falls, New York in 1848. Rights conventions spread across the country, airing new ideas on women's property and legal rights. This reform arrived in Nevada with the pioneering transcontinental travelers. The Nevada Constitution, accepted in 1864, gave the right to vote only to white men. Curtis J. Hillier tried to change this in 1869 when he introduced a bill to allow women the vote. He argued that women possessed at least as much intelligence as men. They followed the same laws, they paid the same taxes, and most importantly, would introduce a new standard of public morality to the political process. Both houses passed the amendment that year, but failed to pass it 2 years later with the constitutionally mandated second vote. 40 years passed before the suffrage issue once again spurred a movement in the state of Nevada. Several women played instrumental roles in winning the vote for Nevada women. Nevada native Ann Martin played a decisive role in Nevada's second suffrage campaign. A veteran in the fight for suffrage in Britain, she returned to Reno in December 1911 and led the Nevada Equal Franchise Society to a winning county-by-county strategy to gain the vote. Bird Wilson, a lawyer practicing in Goldfield, oversaw the suffrage campaign in southern Nevada. She wrote Women Under Nevada Law, a pamphlet that was sent around the state as suffrage material. Las Vegas was a small town compared to Goldfield, and no suffrage organization existed until 1912, when Delphine Squires, active in women's social organizations and co-publisher of the Las Vegas Age, served as the local contact to coordinate suffrage organization speakers. While Squires agreed women should vote, she believed suffrage should be achieved diplomatically and not in the more radical ways of Martin and Wilson. Despite her discomfort, she played an integral part in bringing women's suffrage to Nevada. On November 3, 1914, the general vote was taken to decide whether Nevada women would be allowed to vote. It took several days for the results to be tallied, but the amendment passed, with a margin of victory coming from the rural regions. Women in Nevada voted for the first time that year, but it took another 6 years before Nevada Governor William Boyle signed Nevada's ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, guaranteeing women the right to vote.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Happy Native American Heritage Month!
Nevada will voluntarily contribute some of its Colorado River water to protect Lake Mead, but Valley residents won't feel the impact. Winter watering restrictions are in effect, limiting landscape watering to 1 day a week. And smart leak detection devices help homeowners monitor their water use and conserve water. These stories and more here on Waterways. Thanks to a snow-packed winter in the Colorado Rockies and our valley's ongoing conservation efforts, Southern Nevada will avoid a federally declared shortage on Lake Mead in 2020. However, Southern Nevada will have to reduce its Colorado River water supplies by 3%. Continued conservation is key as we weather the record drought.
Conservation is critical because one good water year on the Colorado River is not going to get us out of a drought that has been ongoing since 2002. So it's incumbent upon our community to continue our conservation efforts, not only to contribute to protecting Lake Mead, but also to ensure that we have sufficient water resources for the future of our community.
Under the Colorado River Drought Contingency Plan, Nevada, Arizona, California, and Mexico agreed to voluntarily contribute some of their unused river water if Lake Mead levels dip below predetermined elevations. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation anticipates the lake will be just low enough to trigger the first tier of contributions under the Drought Contingency Plan in 2020.
The Drought Contingency Plan is an effort by all 7 states that share the Colorado River, and it requires Nevada to make contributions to help protect the elevations in Lake Mead. However, we also get a lot of flexibility in how we can withdraw water in times of need. So overall, it's a very good deal for Nevada.
For Nevada's part, the community will contribute 8,000 of its 300,000 acre-feet allocation. To put that into perspective, 1 acre-foot is equal to about 326,000 gallons of water, enough to supply 2 average Las Vegas homes for about 16 months. Thankfully for us, Southern Nevada won't feel the impact since we already use less water than we're allowed to take out of the Colorado River. While Lake Mead water levels fluctuate throughout the year, declining lake levels are a stark reminder of the severity of the drought. Lake Mead's water level has dropped more than 130 feet over the past 2 decades. Your ongoing water conservation efforts ensure that our community is prepared to make the necessary drought contingency plan contributions without impacting water deliveries to our community. Since the drought began in the early 2000s, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 25%, even as the population increased by 46%. The community is on track to further reduce water use thanks to ongoing conservation efforts. Here's how you can save water. Change your irrigation clock 4 times a year with each season to comply with seasonal watering restrictions. Convert useless grass to water-smart landscapes and report water waste. We're asking the community to step up to the plate and conserve with actionable steps. How much of an impact do these efforts have on our water resources?
Well, they have a huge effect because if we take care of our demand management here in the Las Vegas Valley, we'll never have a water supply issue in our community. But that's going to take everybody. That takes HOAs, that takes the business community, that takes multifamily, that takes single family, all coming together to follow our existing rules and to reduce the use of non-functional turf in our valley.
To further protect access to Southern Nevada's water supply, the SNWA is building a new pumping station. It will ensure continued access to our water supply even if lake levels fall below elevation 895, the point at which Hoover Dam can no longer release water downstream to California, Arizona, and Mexico. The low lake level pumping station will work alongside the SNWA's third intake.
By early 2020, SNWA will have completed $1.5 billion in new infrastructure on the shore of Lake Mead to ensure access to our community's water supply, even in the worst case scenario on the Colorado River. In total, these investments by our community really make Las Vegas the most water secure city in the desert Southwest.
Since the bulk of our water use occurs outside in landscapes, reducing outdoor water use is an important conservation goal for Southern Nevada. You can help us reach that goal by complying with watering restrictions. Right now, we're allowed to water 1 day a week. Winter watering restrictions are in effect through February.
In the wintertime, it's obviously getting much cooler, and the plants in our valley need a lot less water. Some of them are going dormant, some just need less water from a day-to-day basis. And so because of that, homeowners can really cut back their water use. They can see a significant amount of water savings from month to month, especially in like December, January, February. So as a community, we can actually see a big reduction in water use by just reducing basically down to like a day a week for watering.
Watering 1 assigned day a week in winter isn't just mandatory during our valley's prolonged drought, it's also a smart way to keep a close eye on your outdoor water use. You may see less color or slower growth rates in winter, but that's how plants manage cold with less resources, and less water too. All valley residents and businesses are assigned specific watering days. To find your 1 assigned winter watering day per week, check your monthly water bill, or visit snwa.com and type in your address to find your watering schedule. You can also look to your customized watering schedule. These handy seasonal reminders tell you which days you can water. Hang your watering schedule by your irrigation clock. When you reset your irrigation clock to water 1 day a week, remember Sunday is not an optional watering day. While most irrigation clocks are user-friendly, you can head back to our website for how-to videos that offer quick and easy tips for adjusting your settings. You may want to make a few additional updates since the key to watering smart is all about maximizing the water you do apply. Toby, the SNWA recommends the cycle and soak method for sprinkler watering. Does this apply all year round, including winter?
Yeah, so cycle and soak is obviously a way to water with your sprinkler systems, and that's regardless of what time of year it is. The reason that we encourage cycle and soak is because the grass, like the soil below it, can only absorb a certain amount of water. So it doesn't matter if it's 110 outside or if it's 20 or 30 degrees outside, you still can only water a certain amount. So we recommend, especially for sprinklers, that you're doing it in like 3 cycles of like 3 or 4 minutes each cycle.
With drip irrigation, the key is to water less often. For plants and trees watered by drip, run a single cycle of 10 to 60 minutes, also on your one assigned watering day. If a customer has plants that are watered by a drip system, how would they know whether to run it for as little as 10 minutes or as much as 60 minutes?
So first of all, there's a lot of different types of drip irrigation heads. The first thing you got to figure out is kind of how much water is coming out, and that's kind of like a visual exercise. If you go look at your drip irrigation heads, if you see them just kind of dropping out, that's usually kind of a lower flow head where it's like a 1 or 2 gallon per hour. And if you have those type of heads, then your run durations are going to be longer. So you're going to run 30 minutes, 45 minutes, even up to an hour. If the water is kind of streaming out of the head, well, that's kind of a more of a flow. Then you're talking, 4 gallons, 8 gallons per hour, so a lot more. In that case, then you're going to have a shorter run time. Your run times may be as short as 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Cacti and succulents need less water than traditional plants, and that's especially true in winter. While you may water them a few times each month in most seasons, many cacti do well with a soaking in November, followed by little to no water until February. Succulents will do well with once-a-month watering in winter. With both cacti and succulents, avoid sitting water at the roots, especially when it's freezing. This could kill plants with low water needs. When you look out on a dormant winter landscape, don't worry about areas that look a bit lifeless. If you think some plant areas are dead and not just dormant, sit tight until early spring. Watch for buds and small signs of life. Plants usually bounce back and bloom when the weather warms. Keep an eye on your irrigation system too. It's working less often, but water waste can still occur.
There are several different types of water waste really that we have. The first one, and kind of the one that is the most obvious, is water kind of coming off your property. And so if you just have water streaming onto the sidewalks or the streets, that's water waste. That often occurs because you have misaligned heads, you're not doing cycle and soak if you have grass. There's a lot of different things that can happen that will have the water leaving the property, but that's definitely a water waste violation. The other thing is if you're not watering according to our schedules. So in the winter time, it's 1 day a week. And so you have an assigned day that applies to your sprinkler system, but you have 1 day a week, and it applies to all irrigation really, drip or spray, 1 day a week. So if you're watering in a day that you shouldn't be, or if you're watering more than 1 day, if you're watering 2 or 3 days, you could be then cited for a water waste violation.
Set your irrigation clock to run mid-morning. In the summertime, you can water before sunrise to avoid water loss to evaporation and late day winds. But in our cold winter months, you should run your irrigation, especially sprinklers, after 10 a.m. to avoid icy sidewalks. Still confused on when to change your irrigation clock or how often to water? Sign up for our seasonal text reminders. Text CONSERVE to 85357 and get reminders straight to your mobile phone. If managing your irrigation clock feels overwhelming, look into replacing it with a smart controller. Smart controllers act like a thermostat for your watering system, telling it when to turn on and off. They use local weather and landscape conditions to tailor your watering schedule and apply water only when your landscape needs it. The SNWA offers a rebate for qualifying smart controllers. Visit us at snwa.com for program details and more outdoor watering tips.
If you water outside your assigned watering day or on Sunday, you could receive a water waste fine. Water waste fees for SNWA member agencies start at $40 to $80 for most residential customers and double each month if the water waste continues. Properties with larger meters pay significantly more for wasting water. These charges appear on your water bill. If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider. Since the Southern Nevada Water Authority started its WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program, our community has saved 130 billion gallons of water through the program. That's impressive, but there's still more we can do, and large communities and HOAs can play a big role in our water conservation efforts. One community that has risen to the challenge is Piccoli Ranch.
Imagine an 18-inch wide roll of sod wrapped 96% of the way around the Earth. That's how much grass Southern Nevadans have removed from landscapes since the SNWA launched its Water Smart Landscapes rebate program in 1999. That piece of sod could stretch nearly 8,000 miles, the distance from Las Vegas to New Delhi, India. One community helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource is Pecoli Ranch. Since 2004, the community has converted nearly 400,000 square feet of grass to Water Smart landscaping, and they're not done yet. Marianne, Pecoli Ranch has removed a significant amount of grass over the past 15 years, and more is planned. What's the next turf conversion project?
We're really excited about what we have planned in the future. We have one section of turf that's quite substantial. It's on a slope, it wastes a fair amount of water, and the most unfortunate thing is it never gets utilized by our homeowners. It's very near to the Sahara West Library, and so we're anxious to capitalize on its location, and we've decided we're going to use that space for a demonstration garden for our homeowners so that they can use it as a reference when they begin the process of converting their homes and landscape into a more water smart landscape.
Marianne, when Pecoli Ranch first decided to remove grass throughout the community, what spurred the change?
One in particular was the cost of water. We have miles of turf at the time that required watering. Some were less desirable than others because they were on slopes. The other thing is in this property we had turf at the time and trees. So there was nothing in the middle ground. And one of my favorite spaces is a place that was completely unusable. It had turned into what we lovingly called the triangular weed patch. We weren't able to keep turf alive, we weren't able to keep plant material alive, and nobody used it. They walked around it and probably were a little chagrined at what poor condition it was in. Ultimately, what we decided to do, prompted truly by the Water Smart landscape idea, was to turn it into a bocce ball court. We utilized artificial turf with a great grid pattern of concrete, and then we elevated on the wall near it with beautiful, lovely smelling jasmine during its blooming season, and it's become this quiet area that so many people enjoy.
Pecoli Ranch didn't remove unused grass without considering the impacts on the community's curb appeal or the amenities that draw residents to the tucked-away, tree-lined neighborhood. The Master Association looked at all the common areas it maintains, including flood channels, paseos, and greenbelts.
Pecoli has several miles of area that we needed to consider in terms of the turf replacement. And it really came down to really one simple fact, and that was grade. Many of the spaces that we have here in Pecoli are designated flood channels, and we have to keep the grade so that water will flow off into the gutters rather than into neighbors residing in our area. So we selected two areas that had a very slight grade to them that we could then convert and not worry about what we had planted or the rock material that we had placed would be washed away with every flood.
Pecoli Ranch has removed grass through the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program in 12 phases. And that kind of project flexibility has really helped them prioritize both the HOA's budget and residents' needs. The water savings have been enormous for the Community Association, to the tune of tens of millions of gallons. Smart irrigation technology contributes even more to water savings. Landscapers monitor the community's water use with smart controllers. Smart controllers use sensors and weather data to manage water schedules and turn off water when it rains. Hillary, how do smart controllers help communities like Pecoli Ranch in managing water use?
So smart controllers are beneficial for all property types and sizes, but in particular for large properties like Pecoli Ranch HOA. They're very beneficial because they allow water managers to monitor water usage trends over time, as well as to apply water according to the plant's water needs, as well as based on weather conditions. In addition, smart control systems are often compatible with different sensors like flow sensors that allow for the detection of malfunctions and leaks. And in combination with central control software, flow sensors can often send notifications to water managers so that quick repairs can be made when a leak is detected, which eliminates water waste and water loss.
Through the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate, Both businesses and residents can earn up to $3 for every square foot of grass they convert to WaterSmart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $500,000. Don't let big properties have all the fun. If the only time you step on your lawn is to mow it, take it out and plant a colorful, low water use landscape that complements the desert. Replacing water-guzzling grass with a WaterSmart landscape could cut your outdoor water use by up to 75%. An average 1,000 square foot residential landscape conversion can save more than 50,000 gallons of water per year.
So we suspect that there is still as much grass, non-functional grass, left in the Las Vegas Valley as has been removed through the WaterSmart Landscapes program. The program has been in effect for about 20 years, but we're only about halfway to our goal of removing non-functional ornamental grass from the valley. And so we're encouraging all property owners, from large HOAs to single-family homeowners, to take a look at the grass that you have on your property, figure out what is non-functional, and reach out to SNWA to find out how we can help you and assist you in removing that grass.
Piccoli Ranch encourages its residents to also replace their water-thirsty grass with drought-tolerant landscaping. It's usually an easy sell.
I think what we have shown them is possibility. What can you possibly do? We've really made an effort to make certain that something is in bloom all year round. And I think overall the conversion has really created a greater sense of community for us. People want to come and enjoy this space. They meet fellow dog walkers. They meet on a picnic bench to gather in the morning for their cup of coffee or read the newspaper. We've just created a really warm and inviting area because of the plant material that has been selected and the unique components that we have added to the space as well.
Now's a great time to apply for a turf rebate through the SNWA. You'll be ready to convert your lawn to a WaterSmart landscape when spring planting season arrives. Enroll online or call the Conservation Helpline for a printed application. Once the completed application is received, the SNWA will schedule a site review visit to evaluate your lawn and conversion areas. You must participate in the pre-conversion site visit before removing grass. Next, dig in. You have 1 year to complete your conversion. Finally, cash in and get your rebate check. For more program details, visit us at snwa.com. What if you could reduce your household water use with smart technology that gives you minute-by-minute data on your water usage? That's what 2 water customers are doing with leak detection devices. Today, they're conserving more water than before.
I needed my own separate water meter because I'm on a shared well with my neighbor, and the meter that we have on the well, basically just monitors both houses, so it doesn't really differentiate between the 2 homes. So now I have my own independent meter. I can see what I'm using, specifically for me, what I'm using on the sprinklers, and then as well as the rest of the house.
Mike Graves and Adrian Ridgely are learning more about their water use after installing a smart leak detector on their well, a device that can help property owners find leaks and track down other common household water wasters. Mike wasn't necessarily looking for leaks when he researched water monitoring devices. He wanted to know how much water the couple uses since their home is on a shared well. So you've had the device for a few months now. What have you been able to discover about your water usage?
Well, the one thing which I kind of knew was that the sprinklers use a lot of water. They're basically, at this point, they're probably 70–80% of my water usage in the summertime. And so, yeah, it's a lot. Right now, I'm probably averaging about 300 gallons per cycle. The other thing that I'm able to tell, too, is as I can tell, like, when the sprinklers are running at night, it gives me an hour-by-hour, indication on, on the app on what I'm using. And so if I'm using 300 gallons, if all of a sudden I know through the course of the month I'm using less and less, it's time for me to change my filters on my well, because I can tell that the capacity of the filters is, being diminished.
Mike and Adrian began their water conservation journey when they removed a large chunk of their backyard lawn and planted a drought-tolerant landscape. The couple earned a cash rebate through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program and put it towards their landscape makeover. Now they can conveniently see how much water they're using and saving on their new landscape, as well as track their water usage indoors.
Well, the main thing is that I don't have to actually go out to my well and read the meter. I can check it on my phone. It's that convenient. So not only does it give you, how many gallons you've used, like per day, per month, or per year, but it can tell you, like you can turn your sink on and you can tell how many gallons per minute, you're using. If you want to change your shower head out to a more efficient shower head, you can, test the one that you're using now, and when you put your new one in, you can just look at your phone and you can turn it on and see how many gallons, less it's using. And for me, the main thing is I can monitor my sprinklers and know exactly how much I'm using on my landscaping, because that is the biggest chunk of my water usage.
Like Mike and Adrian, you can monitor your entire property, from outdoor irrigation to indoor plumbing, with a smart leak detector. The technology monitors water usage in real time, detects leaks quickly, and sends notifications to your smartphone.
A lot of these devices are capable of measuring water in hundreds of gallons, and they're giving you that information on a minute-by-minute basis. So when the program determines that there's some kind of a recurring or ongoing situation, you're going to get a notification on your smartphone. In many cases, the catastrophic leak, something that just blows up, starts out as a slow drip. And so in a lot of cases, you can prevent that. And there are two classes of devices, Jason. There's one that goes integrated into the plumbing system, where you actually cut a pipe and put it in. The advantage of that is you actually have a button, basically a remote control, where you can shut down the water if something were to happen. The other devices, they just monitor it. They may tell me something's going on, but if I'm not at home, I've got to find a neighbor, a friend, to go by my home and shut off the water in case of some kind of an emergency.
Jonathan Gleisch, a self-described technology nerd and conservationist, says a repair on his home's main water line led him to research technology that could help him monitor all the water it takes to shower, irrigate the landscape, and maintain a swimming pool. He was surprised to see the biggest water guzzler.
As far as just the home irrigation goes, I figured I'm using 20, 30 gallons of water in my irrigation. I was using over 100 gallons of water. It was shocking to see how much water I was wasting just in my irrigation system. And I'm not even talking about trips in the house or my pool or a hot tub. The biggest eater and waster of water was home irrigation. And it made me go and first of all get a Ranchio water irrigation system, and I've saved probably another couple of 100 gallons of water just from smart watering than just having a clock. But I went and pulled up all the tubing, replaced all the bubblers, realized that little stream of water from a broken bubbler was wasting so much water, and my water bill and expenses dropped dramatically on just that one thing alone.
Jonathan purchased his leak detection device and installed it with the help of a plumber. He then received a rebate from the SNWA. So the SNWA offers a rebate for leak detection devices. Tell us about the program.
Yeah, it's actually a rebate program that's combined with a research project. Because the devices are so new to the marketplace, we want to find out what happens. So we're providing consumers with a rebate up to $200 or 50% of the product cost for choosing to participate in our research study. And as a participant in that study, you're agreeing to allow the company that manufactures your device to share the data from the device back to the Water Authority so that we can see how customers respond to these. There may be potential that this becomes a long-term program because we are seeing water savings from it, and we've got to explore that potential.
Common sources of household leaks include irrigation leaks, worn toilet flappers, and dripping faucets. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, easy-to-fix water leaks account for nearly 1 trillion gallons of water wasted each year. A smart leak detection device can help you track down even the tiniest, unseen leak.
We think there's two different mechanisms that these devices may save water. Obviously, one is the leak prevention and the leak detection. So if somebody gets a message that there's something going on at their home, no matter where they are, in some cases they can either get an immediate message and have someone respond to it, but some of the devices even allow you to shut off the water if that's happening. So that's one mechanism, but the one we're really interested in is in between those catastrophic events, people can learn a lot about their water use. So many of these devices are giving you minute-by-minute information about how you use water in your home. It can tell you how long your shower was, how many gallons per minute your shower operated at. You can see things like toilet flushes, outdoor irrigation, and we're hoping that some of that information helps people make better decisions about how they can conserve water at home.
It's been fantastic. Beside the water saving, I probably cut my bill by $30 or $40 a month. During the summer, you really notice it. I've probably saved 100 to 200 gallons a month just in the savings and the irrigation stuff. So that really, of all of the things that use water in this house, irrigation is the #1 item. And so addressing that and adding a smart irrigation controller has really saved me both money and saved water.
Winter is a good time to test your home for leaks. If your water bill is high or your winter water use exceeds 12,000 gallons per month, it's likely you have a serious leak. Start by testing your faucets and toilets. Listen for running water and check your toilet flapper, a common culprit for leaks. Inspect pipe connections under sinks. If you see pooling water or rust around joints and edges, you have a leak. Outside, look for broken sprinklers and nozzles spraying in the wrong direction. Visit the Environmental Protection Agency's website to print a full checklist to find places leaks may be hiding in your home. The SNWA also offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit. With the kit, you can test the water efficiency of your home and upgrade some of your fixtures. Request the kit online or call SNWA's Conservation Helpline. Don't be a pain in the drain during the holidays. Whether you fry, saute, broast, or roast your fixings, dispose of grease and cooking oil properly. Never pour fat, oil, grease, and grit down the drain. Pour them into a can instead and toss into the garbage. Dumping cooking oils and grease down the drain can ruin your plumbing system and lead to blockages in the sewer system. Raw sewage can back into homes, spill out onto the street, and find its way into storm drains and eventually Lake Mead, our primary water supply. For a full list of items you should never dump in the drain, visit paininthedrain.com. There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out at a new start time for us, 7 p.m., so we appreciate you making it out here. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. On behalf of my colleagues, we're thrilled to have you here at Greenspun College. And as you can see, our colleagues in Greenspun College are recording the lecture, so it'll be up on YouTube in a few days. You can watch it on public television at 3 in the morning and a few other times. We wouldn't be here without our donors, so I always like to acknowledge the people who support us, including Barrick Gold Corporation, Wolfgang Puck Enterprises, and as well as the individual donors who support our efforts. We're here tonight to welcome Tamara Wittes to campus, her first visit with us as a Brookings Scholar. She'll be talking on the, I guess I could call it almost provocative title of Can the United States Escape the Middle East? She's a senior fellow in the Center for Middle East Policy. She's also has served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. That was from November 2009 to January 2012. Coordinating U.S. policy on democracy and human rights in the Middle East during the Arab uprisings. She also oversaw the Middle East Partnership Initiative and served as Deputy Special Coordinator for Middle East Transitions. She holds a bachelor's degree in Judaic and Near Eastern Studies from Oberlin College and a master's and doctorate in government from Georgetown University. So we could not have a more informed speaker to deliver another topical lecture that we've brought you. I think this is our 110th topical lecture in a row on public policy. The stage is yours.
Well, I want to start by thanking Bill and Caitlin and my wonderful hosts at Brookings Mountain West. I have been hearing from my colleagues at Brookings in Washington about Brookings Mountain West for years, and I've been at Brookings aside from that stint in the State Department, I've been at Brookings since 2003. So for me to finally have a chance to come out here and see it for myself is a real treat. I'm overwhelmed by the passion and engagement of the students I've met. It's been a wonderful week so far, and I'm so grateful that we have this partnership with UNLV. So we gathered tonight at what I see as an inflection point for American foreign policy and for America's role in the world more broadly. And I don't just mean the thing that makes tonight's lecture topical. I don't just mean President Trump's sudden decision to pull U.S. troops out of Syria. We'll come to that in a minute. What I mean is something a bit broader. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States enjoyed a unipolar moment. It turned out it really was only a moment in historical terms. About 20 years in which the United States was the unchallenged dominant power in world affairs, whether you measure it economically, militarily, or politically. And during this period, the institutions that the United States and its allies had set up after World War II achieved unprecedented goals, things we never dreamt were possible. The expansion of the European Union and NATO helped cement a Europe whole and free for the first time in modern history. The United Nations became a working forum for international engagement that advanced conflict resolution and genocide prevention and human development. Perpetrators of genocide in the Balkans were halted with collective international force and put on trial for war crimes in an international criminal court. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade became the World Trade Organization, setting new standards for fair market exchange and accelerating global economic interdependence. That helped lift millions of Chinese and Indians out of poverty, even as it left many Americans behind. And this period also turned out to be one in which the spread of democracy around the world reached new outer limits and then began to contract. And through all these developments, the United States, as Secretary of State Madeleine Albright termed it, was the indispensable nation. Where it led, others would follow, and if it didn't lead, others mostly did nothing. The Clinton administration ended the genocide in Bosnia, but failed to do so in Rwanda. And during this period, beginning in the 1990s, the United States also began to face a new and ultimately devastating threat from al-Qaeda and then from other violent Islamist groups. In 1998, they destroyed 2 of our embassies in Africa, and in 2001, they attacked New York and the Pentagon and nearly hit Washington with a plane that was forced down by heroes over Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Now, the 9/11 attacks led us into a war in Afghanistan, seeking to deny those terrorists a safe haven from which to plan to hit us again. And that war has now stretched on long enough that young men and women are being sent to fight it today who were just infants when it started. And this was a period as well in which the United States launched a war of choice in Iraq, a war that ended in a long drawn-out standoff. A war that ended a long drawn-off standoff
standoff with a ruler who threatened his neighbors, a war that toppled a brutal dictator, but also a war that launched a brutal civil conflict and that helped spawn a new kind of terrorist threat that we still confront today. Being an unrivaled superpower doesn't mean that everything goes your way. And now that unipolar moment has passed. With Putin's consolidation of power in Russia, with the financial crisis that swept the US and Europe in 2008, and finally with the rise of a more assertive China under President Xi, that unipolar moment is over. But the wars we launched are not over. The threat of terrorism has not vanished. And the pressure for democratic freedoms among citizens living under repressive regimes also has not vanished. Now, even as our position in the world began to change, even as our own relative capabilities changed and other nations rose in strength, our extension of our efforts, our political, economic, military engagement around the world hasn't diminished. And so it's not a surprise in some ways that at this moment, a lot of Americans are questioning why we keep acting like the indispensable nation. Whether we're really all that indispensable, or whether we're really all that special at all. And when it comes to that question of what the United States should and shouldn't be doing abroad, the Middle East comes up again and again. And right now, Syria is the topic at the top of the news. Now, back when I was in the government, in the State Department's Near East Bureau, back in August 2011, President Obama called for the ouster of Syria's President Bashar al-Assad. He said Bashar had lost the legitimacy to lead. His call came after Syrians had been peacefully protesting and getting shot at by their government for 6 months. But President Obama was not willing to commit many resources to achieve the objective that he articulated. When Bashar al-Assad repeatedly bombed his own civilians with chemical weapons, President Obama chose in September 2013 not to carry out his threat of a military strike in retaliation. But a year later, he did send American troops in small numbers into Syria. Why? In order to push back on the Islamic State, ISIS. That's why the United States, along with France, Britain, Australia, and a host of other countries, ended up in this alliance with the Syrian Kurdish-led militia called the Syrian Defense Forces. They were the ones who were willing to take the aid that we were willing to offer. They were willing to fight ISIS exclusively and not to fight Assad. And they fought and bled and died. And with our help, they won, achieving an end to ISIS rule on Syrian territory and winning effective autonomy for a large portion of northeast Syria and the people, both Kurdish and Arab, who lived there. Now, what we've seen over the last 10 days or so, we've seen President Trump's decision to withdraw American troops from Syria, to do it hastily, without consultation with allies who are fighting alongside us on the ground, without consultation with our Kurdish partners, without any plan to preserve the gains that we and they achieved there. As a result of his decision, Turkey has invaded Syria to create a security zone for itself by expelling Syrian Kurds from their homes. And the Kurds, in response, have cut a deal with Bashar al-Assad in Damascus and with his Russian backer, Vladimir Putin, allowing Syrian and Russian forces to overrun this autonomous zone and protect the Kurds from the Turks. And meanwhile, today, American forces bombed our own munitions depot in an abandoned cement factory in northeast Syria to keep it from falling into others' hands. That's what retreat looks like. And last night, we watched 12 Democratic presidential candidates agree that while Donald Trump's decision was disastrous for American interests, they all want to end endless wars. And not a single one of them was willing to say that they would like to keep American forces in Syria. Now, what's the common thread here between President Obama's narrow restriction of American engagement in Syria to an anti-ISIS fight, President Trump's impulsive withdrawal of American forces, and the Democratic candidates' reluctance to consider keeping U.S. forces in Syria despite the horrific consequences of their withdrawal? The common thread is a clear desire among American political leaders, Democratic and Republican, to do less in the Middle East. And what I want to suggest to you tonight is that this reduced appetite is not just about ideology. It's not just about an isolationist impulse. It's not even just about the so-called exhaustion of the American public with endless wars. Rather, this appetite to do less reflects a deeper change, both in the dynamics of the Middle East and in broader American interests. It's a change that should affect our policies. Although the Middle East still matters to the United States, it matters markedly less than it used to. Now, unfortunately for the Middle East, this change in American interests comes as the region itself is in the midst of its greatest upheaval in half a century, generating an all-out battle for power among its major players. The region's governments, worried about Washington's growing disregard and what it means for their own security, are working hard to draw us back in. And the result is that the United States exists in a kind of Middle Eastern purgatory. We're too distracted by the crises in the region to move and shift our attention to other global priorities, but we're not invested enough to move the region in a better direction. It's kind of the worst of both worlds, and it exacts a heavy price for us and for the region. It sows uncertainty among America's Middle Eastern partners, and that encourages them to act in risky and aggressive ways. Just think about Saudi Arabia's bloody campaign in Yemen. It deepens the American public's frustration with the region's endless turmoil, as well as with our efforts to address it. And it diverts resources that could otherwise be devoted to confront a rising China and a revanchist Russia. And all the while, because we are unclear about the limits of our own commitments in the Middle East, the United States risks getting dragged into yet another Middle Eastern conflict, as we almost were this summer with Iran. So it's time for policymakers and strategists in Washington to put an end to wishful thinking. Wishful thinking about our ability to establish order on our own terms. Wishful thinking about our ability to transform self-interested and short-sighted regional actors into reliable allies. If we don't adjust our goals and means to our new reality, we risk more of the chaos and calamity that we're seeing now. So we have to make some choices, and they are going to be ugly choices, to craft a strategy that will protect the most important American interests in the region without sending us back into purgatory. And that's what I want to try and outline for you tonight. How do we think about those tough choices? So I said that the Middle East matters less to the United States than it used to, and so the U.S. can do less if we do it wisely. Why do I think that's true? I think there are three factors that have made doing less in the Middle East both more alluring and more possible. And we can recognize them if we think about the reasons that drew the United States into the region in the middle of the last century. The first factor is that interstate conflicts, big wars between state armies, those directly threatened American interests in the past in the Middle East, and they've largely been replaced by sub-state security threats. During the Cold War, state-based threats pushed the U.S. to play a major role in the region, and that was a role that involved not only ensuring the stable supply of energy to Western markets, but also working to prevent the spread of communist influence, tamping down the Arab-Israeli conflict to help stabilize friendly states. And these efforts were largely successful. Beginning in the 1970s, the United States nudged Egypt out of the Soviet camp, oversaw the first Arab-Israeli peace treaty, and solidified American hegemony in this region. And despite challenges from Iran after the 1979 revolution and from Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 1990s, American dominance in the Middle East was never seriously in question after that Camp David treaty between Israel and Egypt. Thanks to all these efforts, the chances of deliberate interstate war in the Middle East are perhaps lower now than at any point in the last 50 years. Today, the chief threat in the Middle East is not a state-on-state conflict, but the growing sub-state violence that is spilling across borders. And that's a challenge that is much harder to solve from outside the region. The terrorism, the civil war plaguing the Middle East have spread easily in a permissive environment. The permissive environment is weak, repressive states. The United States, though, cannot fundamentally alter that environment without investing in state building, in post-conflict states, or in arm-wrestling autocratic states to open up. And that's a degree of investment that's far beyond what the American public or broader foreign policy considerations would allow. And so until regional governments are ready to change course, the U.S. really can't hope to do much to address the roots of regional instability. Now, some of this chaos directly threatens American partners, and that means we can't ignore it. Jordan's vulnerability skyrocketed in 2014 as hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees fled there. And that's why the United States has ramped up its economic assistance to Jordan. Saudi Arabia's critical energy infrastructure has proved dangerously exposed. And that's why the United States has deepened its support there as well. But today, the primary threats to these partner states are internal. The primary threats are dysfunctional state-led economic systems and unaccountable governments that are failing to meet the needs or aspirations of a large, young, reasonably healthy, globally connected generation. Change will have to come from the Arab states themselves. And although the United States can and should support reformers within Arab societies, something that I have been working on for nearly 20 years, I don't believe the U.S. can drive this kind of transformation from the outside. Now, even as the Middle East problems have become less susceptible to constructive outside influence, our global interests have changed, most of all when it comes to Asia. You know, for decades, U.S. policymakers debated whether China could rise peacefully, join a global order where the rules had been defined by the United States and other Western governments. But China's behavior, especially its insistence that its neighbors accept its territorial claims in the South China Sea or its control over Hong Kong, this has led many to worry that China cannot rise peacefully into the U.S.-led global order. Both President Obama and President Trump recognized that Asia has become more important to American grand strategy and that China has become more challenging and competitive. When President Obama announced what became known as his rebalance to Asia, he said, "After a decade in which we fought two wars that cost us dearly in blood and treasure, the United States is turning our attention to the vast potential of the Asia-Pacific region." And then in addition, Russia has generated growing concern ever since its invasion of Crimea in 2014. And fears about European security and stability have pushed the Middle East even further down the list of America's global priorities. So the region's problems have become less amenable to American fixes. The region itself is relatively less important and other regions are more important. And then we have the third factor, which is oil. Now, oil is the fuel that first drew the United States into the Middle East after World War II. Middle Eastern oil remains a crucial commodity in the global economy, but it is weakening as a driver of American policy. One reason is the more abundant global supply, and that includes domestic production here in the U.S. Another is a widely anticipated stall in global demand for fossil fuels. Technological advances, concerns about greenhouse gas emissions are leading many countries to shift away from fossil fuels and toward renewables. And the result of these trends is a Middle East that's just less central to global energy markets and less able to control global energy prices. And that means that the United States can afford to worry less. Doesn't mean it doesn't worry at all, but to worry less about protecting the flow of energy from this region to the world. Now, just because the Middle East matters less doesn't mean that it doesn't matter at all. Many of the things that are important to the United States, that were important when the U.S. first became involved in the Middle East, matter today. The U.S. should still care about protecting freedom of navigation in the region's strategic maritime passages. The U.S. should still care about preventing oil producers or troublemakers from suddenly turning off the tap. The U.S. should still care about containing regional bullies who want to redraw state borders or launch terrorist attacks. The question is, how crucial are these priorities relative to other priorities, and how much should the United States invest in them? And the problem is that in the face of these rising challenges from China, from Russia, the opportunity cost for the United States in keeping its military and economic and diplomatic energy focused on the Middle East, that opportunity cost is growing higher with every passing month. Now, the Defense Department has already scaled back U.S. military capabilities in the Middle East in order to redirect resources to the increasing threats in Europe and Asia. And that's in response to analysis undertaken by National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster and Defense Secretary Mattis in the first year of the Trump administration. How do we build a new strategy for American engagement in the Middle East, one that recognizes that its relative importance has declined, but that there are still things there that we should be prepared to invest in? Well, the first thing that is required of us is to recognize a painful reality. And as a Middle Eastern specialist, it's painful for me. But what is good for the United States in the Middle East now may not be what is best for the Middle East itself. Now, the current administration seems surprisingly comfortable watching repressive rulers consolidate power in certain countries, watching brutal armed forces and militias displace civilians and destroy cities in other countries. But how much is the United States willing to invest to push back against dictatorial repression or ethnic cleansing? In the 1990s and early 2000s, in a world of unchallenged American hegemony, we could do these things relatively cheaply because nobody was opposing us who could match our capabilities. Now we have other priorities. Now we have regional actors who are feeling intent on doing what they think best achieves their own security. And so we have to be disciplined and clear-eyed about what it would take to make change, and we have to weigh the trade-offs. We need to right-size our objectives to match the resources that we are able and willing to commit. And then once we've decided on the limits of those interests, we need to clearly communicate those limits to other countries. There was a summit at Camp David in 2015 between President Obama and the leaders of the governments in the Arab Gulf, the 6 Gulf Cooperation Council governments. And President Obama alarmed these regional leaders when he told them that the U.S. would protect them from external threats, but pointedly declined to mention protecting them against internal threats. I think President Obama was right to put the onus on Gulf states to address their own internal challenges and to make clear that the United States doesn't have a dog in most of their family fights, so to speak. But the fact is that some of our regional partners in this current uncertain environment are looking to try and draw us into advancing their own pet projects or extending their own influence. They're trying to convince the U.S. government that their priorities are really our priorities. But there's no reason why the United States should back some of these projects. Whether we're talking about the United Arab Emirates' support for the militia leader Khalifa Haftar in Libya, or the current Israeli ruling party's aspiration to annex territory in the West Bank, the region is in turmoil. And okay, we might not always choose to invest what it would take to make it better, but we can at least avoid contributing to what will make it worse. When President Obama and then President Trump chose to quietly back the Saudi Emirati intervention into the Yemeni civil war, for example, I think we made things worse. President Trump has done the same in Israel-Palestine and now in Syria as well. Taking responsibility for a new, more limited American strategy in the Middle East also means that we need clear guidelines about where the United States will and won't use military force. Now, I left the Obama administration in January of 2012. That was in the relatively early days of the Syrian civil war. So I watched from outside government as my former colleagues for 3 years seemed unable to decide whether American policy really backed the ouster of Bashar al-Assad, or whether the United States had any obligation in Syria, as they had decided it did in Libya, to protect civilians from armed assault by their own government. And while the Obama administration debated its role in Syria, money and weapons and ultimately fighters flowed in from all across the region to fund all kinds of militias with all kinds of competing goals. The region's governments lined up on various sides of the conflict, and it quickly became a proxy war. Half of Syria's population was displaced from their homes. Tens of thousands of refugees fled into Europe, causing upheaval in European politics. Millions of refugees fled into Turkey and Lebanon and Jordan. And finally, when it became clear beyond doubt that the United States was not going to put its thumb decisively on the scale against Assad, the Russians came in to support him and prevent him from being overthrown. The chemical attacks, the barrel bombings, the killing, the displacement all escalated. And it was only ISIS's emergence from Syria and its drive into central Iraq that roused President Obama to act. In all the back and forth during those 3 years over what U.S. policy aims in Syria should be, while the U.S. was backing UN calls for a negotiated solution, no one in the U.S. government was willing to say to the Syrian opposition that the cavalry was not going to come. It's imperative that we not repeat that mistake, that we not avoid the tough choices that we face in this region, and that we communicate those choices clearly to regional actors. Now, since a less engaged United States will leave more of the business of Middle Eastern security to partners in the region, it also has to rethink how it works with those partners. For example, when it comes to counterterrorism, the U.S. military is fond of talking about a by, with, and through approach. Have any of you heard that phrase? By, with, and through approach to working with local partners. General Joseph Votel, who until very recently was the commander-in-chief of U.S. Central Command, which includes the Middle East, explained that this means military operations are led by our partners, state or non-state, with enabling support from the United States or U.S.-led coalitions, and through U.S. authorities and partner agreements. So that basically is what we've done with the Iraqis in pushing back on ISIS. It's what we did with the Kurdish-led Syrian Defense Forces in northeast Syria. But that model only works if the partners on the ground share Washington's priorities, right? Consider the Defense Department's brief, doomed program to train and equip rebels in Syria earlier in the war. Now, President Obama was mistrustful of these partners, fearing that they might drag the United States into a war against Bashar al-Assad. So he was unwilling to provide sophisticated support to these fighters. He gave them light weapons and some basic training. The U.S. military instructed its partners to prioritize attacking ISIS over attacking regime forces that were shelling their hometowns. And they eventually changed course. And that stalled the campaign against ISIS. That's why the U.S. ended up sending in its own special forces to work alongside the Syrian Kurds. Now, the Kurdish leadership always knew that the United States wouldn't stay in Syria forever, that we were only there to defeat ISIS. That much, at least, we did make clear. So they knew that ultimately they would probably have to cut a deal with Damascus. Now, had the American withdrawal decision been made in an organized manner, the U.S. might have been able to support Kurdish leaders in negotiating an autonomy deal with Bashar al-Assad. That would be messy, it would be unsatisfying, but it would be a decent effort to preserve stability in northeast Syria, to preserve lives, and to prevent a power vacuum that would allow ISIS to rebuild. And instead, we're getting the opposite of all those things. It's also important that the United States see our partners in the Middle East for who they truly are, and to understand their interests, not just ours. To understand that while our interests and theirs may overlap, they're not identical. To take an example, over the past years, in its hope of finding a capable Gulf Arab security partner, the U.S. has worked with the United Arab Emirates to help build their own expeditionary and special forces, modeled on ours. Secretary Mattis was so proud of the Emiratis' willingness to pick up these capabilities that he called the UAE the Little Sparta. More recently, Little Sparta has used that expeditionary capability in Yemen to occupy a strategic island called Socotra. It's used that expeditionary capability in Libya to carry out air operations on behalf of General Haftar at the same time that Washington was trying to halt his offensive. So we need to be careful about what weapons we're selling, what training we're providing, what signals we are sending in these relationships. Now, a clear-eyed approach also requires accepting that China or Russia or both will likely gain more of a footing in the Middle East as the U.S. pulls back. Should we worry about that? I think that's a big question. Right now, based on what I see, I would say neither power is likely to make a real bid for hegemony in this region, to try and replace the United States. So far, China's established itself by stepping gingerly around regional conflicts, keeping very balanced relationships, seeking trade and friendship, and avoiding taking any sides. And if you look at Russia's involvement in Syria, you see, yes, a ruthless willingness to back Bashar al-Assad, but also a very crass view of power and money, where Kremlin-linked mercenaries have fought for Assad and in return gained lucrative oil profits. And that suggests that regional governments who make friends with Moscow will face a very strict quid pro quo, not the kind of partnership that the U.S. has traditionally provided. So I do think it's possible to do less in the Middle East and see Russia and China making friends there without worrying too much about their intentions. I also think it comes down to trade-offs. If the United States can't compete effectively with Russia in Europe or with China in the Pacific, then it doesn't matter if we compete with them in the Middle East. Okay, all of the recommendations I just discussed were about what the U.S. should do less of. But there are issues in the region that still greatly concern the U.S. Those who prefer that Washington just withdraw from the region and walk away, as President Trump said the other day, let them fight it out, I think that view entirely underestimates how dangerous the resulting power vacuum would be. The United States does have important interests in this region to protect. So what are those? Well, one of them is sustaining freedom of navigation for the U.S. Navy and for global commercial traffic through passages like the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Suez Canal. Now, fortunately, keeping these maritime passages open isn't just an American priority, it's a global priority because a huge proportion of global trade goes through these waterways. Outside the Persian Gulf, there are parties across Asia and Europe that share our objective there. And we have help in fighting piracy and securing these waterways. Fighting terrorism also remains a priority for the United States. To secure the American people, to secure American forces stationed abroad, to secure American partners. The U.S. needs to prevent new threats from emerging in the Middle East. And I think it's quite clear 10 days in that the most dangerous consequence of the way in which President Trump is withdrawing American forces from northeast Syria is that it provides a golden opportunity for ISIS to regroup, rebuild, and start carrying out attacks again. Finally, I think the United States still has an interest in seeing its main partners, even the imperfect ones, stable and secure. And it needs to weigh investments in security cooperation and economic aid accordingly. And we also need to be sure that problems in the Middle East, even when they are confined within a single state's borders for a time, don't spill over to neighbors or to neighboring regions. That, to me, is a lesson of the wars of the 1990s. It's the lesson of Yugoslavia. And it's a lesson that President Obama failed to apply to the Syrian civil war. Preventing conflicts from spreading doesn't mean launching all-out military intervention, but it does sometimes require the U.S. to actively contain the fighting, and sometimes, like we did in Bosnia, to use force in coercive diplomacy designed to bring a civil war to a swifter end. Now, ultimately, lasting stability in the Middle East, as I said, will only come when there's a change in the relationship between the rulers and the ruled. That will require governments that give citizens a reason to buy into the system instead of encouraging them to work around it through corruption or leave it behind through emigration, or to try and tear it down through violence. But as I said before, that's a change that can't be driven by the United States without far more carrots and sticks than we're prepared to deploy. U.S. policymakers should support those in the region who are proposing constructive solutions. It should work to shape the environment in which governments make their choices about how to govern. And it can work with others who have a stake in addressing the roots of Middle Eastern instability, like our allies in Europe. I think there are some other goals that, at least for now, the United States will have to give up on. I think for now, we have to abandon the prospect of a negotiated settlement to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I don't say that happily. I've spent a lot of years on that issue. I think that we do need to keep working to constrain the worst impulses of both the Israelis and the Palestinians as they deal with their ongoing conflict and as they deal with very difficult domestic politics on both sides. But I don't think we're going to get that peace deal we've been hoping for, not anytime soon. I think we still need to care about Iran's nuclear program. The nuclear deal negotiated by President Obama didn't put an end to Iran's destabilizing behavior. It didn't permanently end its nuclear ambitions. But it did offer meaningful, verifiable constraints on Iranian nuclear activity. And it did that better than the Trump administration's bluster backed by so-called maximum pressure. I think the United States needs to continue efforts to roll back Iran's bad behavior, both alone and with partners, and hopefully negotiate a return to the constraints on Iran's nuclear activity. Now, the American dominance of the Middle East hasn't always been about having a heavy military footprint. That's something we've gotten used to since the 1991 Gulf War. But, you know, the United States negotiated Israeli-Egyptian peace without having hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground. Influence doesn't always come from the threat or use of force. Still, there's no question that American involvement in the Middle East during this period of heavy military engagement over the last 2 decades has been painful. It's been ugly for the United States and for the region. Still, it has become the devil we know. The region continues to generate risks and things that matter to us. And the result is that many American policymakers have grown accustomed to the costs associated with this heavy emphasis on military force and very reluctant to change course. And that's why you hear, in addition to alarm about the consequences of our precipitous withdrawal from Syria, you also hear some folks in Washington saying, no, we need to stay there. We have to, you know, if we're there, we can push back on Iran. If we're there, we can solve the Arab-Israeli conflict, and so on and so forth. It's the devil they know. Now, I understand the calls to pull back, and indeed, as I've said to you tonight, there are reasons for the United States to do less in the Middle East. But we have to build a strategy that matches our aspirations. Pulling out our troops, as we have in Syria, or pulling out our aid, as we did with the Palestinian Authority, or pulling out our political support, as we have with the idea of a two-state solution, that's a recipe for chaos and unpleasant consequences. And if ISIS rebuilds, and again targets American cities or European cities, this kind of sudden withdrawal is also a recipe for sending us right back into the Middle East. And that, I think, is a future that we all want to avoid. So I'm not leaving you with any easy answers. The choices are ugly, they're uncomfortable, they're unsatisfying. But that's what real-world foreign policy often leaves us with. And it's time for the United States to begin the difficult work of getting out of purgatory. So with that, let me end and look forward to your questions. Thank you. Sir, and if you wouldn't mind, just please introduce yourself.
Yes. I'm Eric Young, and let me see, actually, and Turkey probably represents a good example within this, but ISIS and actually Al-Qaeda too, year after year, have said that their biggest fear is essentially Thomas Jefferson. That is, their biggest fear is a secular state with human rights for all. They understand how to fight, you know, a Shia state or a Christian state, or, you know, but they're most threatened by that. And it was really a shame when Turkey went from a secular state to this kind of dictatorial state and push it. Well, anyway, so
the
my question basically is that wouldn't that be the most effective way actually to fight ISIS and many of these smaller wars is through finding ways to encourage that within the different countries, like allowing Christians and Kurds and
Understand. Yes.
Wouldn't that be?
Thank you. So, you know, this idea that democracy is an antidote to terrorism is something that's pretty powerful for Americans. Right? Because although we have our own challenges and cynicism about our democracy, we do know that it allows us to solve our conflicts peacefully rather than violently when we do it right, right? And that's why we need to preserve our democracy and preserve our ability to disagree with each other peacefully and not have a zero-sum game. So in principle, this makes all the sense in the world, right? In practice, historically, you have terrorism in democratic societies as well as in non-democratic societies. Some of the worst terrorism of the 1970s came from German radicals and Japanese radicals, and by the way, some American radicals too, for those of you who remember the 60s and 70s. And so it doesn't seem to bear out in practice that democratic societies have some kind of vaccine against generating terrorism. So that's the first part of the trouble. The second part of the trouble is that when the United States goes into the Middle East the way President George W. Bush did in 2004 and says, well, we think that the reason that you're generating all this violent extremism is because you have autocratic governments, and therefore, if you change your way of doing business at home, you know, that'll be better for us. That doesn't tend to be a very persuasive argument for them, right? Please put yourselves out of a job in order to deal with our security threat, right? And Bush ultimately, although, you know, I do think he pushed in certain ways for positive change, he did not manage to persuade any of those dictators to put themselves out of a job, and ultimately he decided he was happier with them. That drive of his for democracy in the Middle East lasted about 2 years. The final problem is that if we look at what does give terrorists that safe haven, it's less about autocracy than it is about vacuums. Vacuums of authority, vacuums of economic, effective, you know, economic activity where people don't have livelihoods. Yes, I mean, vacuums of autonomy. I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I'm saying it's part of a broader set of issues. And so, yes, we do need to look at rights and freedoms, but we also need to look at economic development. We need to look at social structures. We need to look at the role of women. There's a lot of evidence that societies where women are less equal also have more violence, including more terrorism. And so we have to see it as part of a constellation, I guess, of political and social factors. And these are things that, you know, all around the world, we try to promote economic development, we try to promote gender equality, we try to promote political freedom, but it's a game of millimeters, right? Yes, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Carmen. I'm a Berkeley student here at UNLV.
Great.
It's a bit of a multi-pronged question, but yes or no. Would you confidently say we're in a multipolar world now?
Ooh, what a challenging question.
Or approaching one?
I think we are approaching one, yes.
With Russia, primarily, I'm not going to bring China into that, but if Russia is funding proxy groups in the Middle East and elsewhere, you talked about Obama's position on defending them against external threats, not internal ones. Would you consider Russia's funding of proxy groups present within those geographic locations external threats?
Oh, that's an excellent question. So we don't have any evidence that the Russians are funding local militias against our partner governments, like against the Saudis or against the Israelis. What Russia has done is it has backed the Assad government and the Assad government's core allies, which are both a state, Iran, and a non-state Iranian partner, Hezbollah, right? So the Russians are indirectly supporting Hezbollah. They're not providing it with weapons or money. It doesn't need their weapons or money. But they provide it with cover, air cover, mostly, to fight on behalf of Assad in Syria. And, you know, so from that perspective, the United States, as part of its commitment to Israel's security, is committed to combat Hezbollah activity. Okay, so where is the United States not withdrawing from in Syria? It's a very interesting point. The United States had presence in Syria in two places. In the northeast, where it was fighting with this Kurdish-led militia against ISIS, and down on the Jordanian, Iraqi, Syrian border, we have a base with a couple hundred special forces in it called Atanf. in a town called Atanf. Why are we there? Because it's on a major highway between Baghdad and Damascus that is a road that the Iranians and Hezbollahis have been trying to use as a supply route to bring weapons to Hezbollah. So we're there basically to stop Hezbollah from getting more sophisticated missile technology in particular, and that's the place I think we're not going to withdraw from.
Because they're here.
Because?
They're here and elsewhere in the world.
Yeah.
Follow up.
Okay, very quickly, because other folks have their hands
sure.
up. Yeah.
Afghanistan and the Taliban.
Yeah.
And the government and lack of communication between them. Would you say that that's part of, that's an area we would continue to retract from?
We are there, and that's because our NATO allies invoked Article 5 to support our self-defense after 9/11, right? So they all went to Afghanistan with us. They've been there with us, and others as well. And so I don't think that we face the same kind of, well, God, if we don't do it, you know, nobody's going to do it kind of dynamic that we face in the Middle East. And when the Afghan government says, you know, we need you to do X, Y, and Z, they're not only saying it to us. They're saying it to 50-odd countries. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
You mentioned allies as well as Kurds. Now, are the French, Germans, Italians, anyone else involved in Syria? And aren't their interests greater than ours in terms of the whole refugee issue and the involvement of Turkey, which, you know, is right part of their environment directly?
Right, so why shouldn't they do it without us?
Are they? Are they doing anything?
Well, they have been with us. In fact, when President Trump made his dramatic announcement a week ago Sunday, we had UK forces on the ground patrolling with our guys in the zone where the Turks were about to begin their incursion. And they didn't know. The UK did not know that we were doing this. Okay, so yes, they've been there with us. They've been fighting alongside us, the Brits and the Australians in particular, but others mainly with air power as part of the broader fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And then in addition to that, you know, we and the Brits and some others have been funding civilian assistance to these populations in northeast Syria. And so they've had civilian personnel on the ground as well, and so did we.
Evacuated?
Yes, all of them have been evacuated. And not only the sort of economic and governance assistance, but all of the humanitarian assistance, medical, refugee support, tents, food, water, everything. All of the international organizations that were providing that assistance in northeast Syria have evacuated, including, you know, Doctors Without Borders who go everywhere. Why? Because there's shelling and aerial assaults. And they can't keep their people safe. So it is not a situation in which anyone who was not already there would contemplate going in, right? And it's also a situation where, because the United States that leverage away, basically.
Thank you so much for your perspective on this complicated issue. We may have to have you back very soon for Chapter 2.
It would be my pleasure.
Thank all of you for joining us tonight and for your great questions. I hope you can come back in 2 weeks on the 30th, same time, exact same place. We'll keep up a foreign policy theme. Our colleague Danny Bahar will be back out from Brookings, And Danny's giving a lecture on migrants and refugees. Are they holding us back or pushing us forward? And that will be with a global perspective, not just a U.S. question. So promises to be another timely and informative lecture. So please join us if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, student gardeners share their cash crops with eager buyers at the Clark County Government Center. An innovative gunfire detection program will continue to assist Metro and protect the community. And attorney Darren Imlay tells us about his team's work in his first year as Clark County's public defender. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
As the days are growing shorter and we're spending more time outside in the dark, did you know a car traveling at 40 miles per hour needs an entire football field's length to see someone react and stop? Drivers, obeying posted speed limits saves lives. Pedestrians, do everything you can to make sure drivers can see you when you're crossing the street. Obey the rules of the road, and together we can make Southern Nevada roadways safer. Alert today, alive tomorrow. And remember, your life counts. Visit zerofatalities.com for more safety tips. Learn more at zerofataliesnv.com.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Amatakiapi.
Anin.
Manahu.
Halito. Yate.
Tatsmewi. Happy Native American Heritage Month.
For thousands of years, the Paiute people had inhabited their ancestral lands alongside neighboring Washoe and Shoshone tribes. The Southern Utes, Tudinu or desert people, made their home in what is now southern Nevada and the valley that would become Las Vegas. After over a century of European settlement, the displacement of Native American tribes, open warfare and cultural assimilation, the Paiute people would finally regain some of their tribal possessions, the Snow Mountain Reservation near Mount Charleston, and a city within a city, the Las Vegas Indian Colony. This is the story of the Native Americans of Nevada.
Tawo muan, amaki chitivi pu maroko wepagand, amekai pagand, nek mumi ibe wuchip pagand, nek mumi uningubanam pagarwada, amek ichu ibe kanige band, urusam.
But who were these tribes making the unforgiving Mojave Desert their home for thousands of years before European settlement? Where had they come from in their long trek across the Americas?
There's two geographical regions of Paiutes in the Great Basin. So we have the northern Paiutes and the southern Paiutes. And obviously down in the Las Vegas region is where the southern Paiutes live. They've probably been in this region for about 1,000 years. It's probably 1,000 AD. And where they came from was from the south. They're Uto-Aztecan speakers, and so they have relations that will go down into where Tenochtitlan, which is now Mexico City, is. There was a very wet period during the first maybe 600 years, and there was a lot of people who migrated to where Phoenix is today. And so where the two rivers, the Gila and the Salt River, where those two came together, there was a lot of water, and so you had a massive civilization that was founded by the Hohokams developed there. And so there was a very large population. When you get to about 800 or 900 AD, the region goes into a severe drought period like we're experiencing now. And because the rivers were not able to sustain that very large population, you really have the people moving outward. And so they start spreading out so that there's less people per square mile so that the resources that were there could sustain them. And as the population starts to do concentric circles outward, that's when you're going to have some of the people going up into what is now the Las Vegas Valley. And so when you're looking at the southern Paiutes, that's where they can trace their lineage back to.
But the Paiutes would say that they're the original, they're the indigenous peoples here. They were created here. Their creation story states that that the people leapt out of a sack who was carried here by wolf, and so that they were created literally in this place. That they weren't Paiute until they had come here. The Paiute creation story holds that a figure called Ocean Grandmother instructed Wolf to take a sack full of something, he didn't know what it was, north. Wolf at this time did not feel like making this trip, and so he gave the sack to his brother Coyote. Coyote, the mischievous kind of trickster figure in a lot of American Indian and indigenous systems of knowledge, traveled north, and he was traveling up a hill, and the sack became heavy, and so he decided to open up the sack and look what was inside. And as he opened up the sack, people jumped out and ran away. Coyote recognized the mistake that he had made. He closed the sack rather quickly and continued on his trip. His brother Wolf finally walks up, sees what Coyote has done, and he takes the sack and he takes it north of the Colorado River. And Wolf then comes here to the Las Vegas Valley, and he opens up the sack, and a very small number of people jump out. And the Paiutes are the people who leapt out of that sack the last time. They are a chosen people since they were created here in this place. They're a hardy people who know how to live on the land. Wolf then gave them deer to hunt, rabbits to hunt, pine nuts to gather.
The Paiute people, later divided into northern and southern populations, spread out over the generations into California, Oregon, Utah and Nevada, each tribe identified generally by their particular dietary mainstay or inherent lifestyle.
Southern Nevada is a harsh land to other people, but to us Southern Paiutes, the Creator placed us here, and He said He would provide for us, which He did. So we know what to gather as food, as medicine, and we still gather those today. We know what the plants are, what is food, what is medicine, and we still use them today.
That's the understanding I would think how people think about Native people. You know, they're savages, how could they live? We knew about things, you know, how to grow things. We knew astrology, we knew stuff about plant, all these things we used and lived. That's why we're still here. You know, and it's not like we were just wandering around the desert. We had places to go and things to do, and so that's just the way it was, you know.
And so Utes coming out of southern Utah would sometimes also attack and take Paiute women and children as captives, and they would take them down to Santa Fe or to other places in New Mexico, and they would sell them there, also often in exchange for horses and so forth. So the Paiutes very often had a very kind of difficult relationship with some of their native neighbors, mostly the Utes. And so one of the things that I think that this did, at least in terms of, or at least for the Paiutes, is sometimes when many people would pass through through southern Nevada, they wouldn't see any native people. They would sometimes say, we saw signs of native peoples around, but physically no native people around. And so what happened is that Paiutes often understood that that the best thing to do was to stay away from people coming through their territories. Oh. And so they would, if they knew that Utes were coming through, or even some of the Mexican and American traders, they would stay away from them.
Living in relative peace with neighbouring tribes like the Shoshone, and only occasional tension with the Washoe and some other Utes, their lives were tough, but otherwise idyllic. However, their civilization would change forever with the arrival of the first European settlers. The first permanent Anglophone settlement was made by members of the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, known popularly now as the Mormons. They built the first non-native community in the Las Vegas Valley, known as the Mormon Fort.
When the Mormons decided that they were going to come out and colonize the Great Basin, they did so very purposefully. Up until the 1840s, the Mormons had been in conflict with what they call the Gentiles or non-Mormons since the beginning of their religion. And they had been pushed steadily west. And so by the time they get to St. Louis, so they're in Missouri and they're in Iowa, Brigham Young, this was after the assassination of Joseph Smith, Brigham Young then takes over the leadership of the church, and he purposely decides that he is going to take the Mormons and go outside of the country, that he's going to go to non-American held territory. Now, there were a lot of Americans by the 1840s that were in California because of the gold rush. Brigham Young decides purposefully not to go there because he doesn't want to run into the same problems. And so he picks the Great Basin specifically because of its low carrying capacity and because it was a very harsh environment. Nobody else wanted to go there. It was kind of a no man's land that just the Indians were living with. And so when you're looking at the Great Basin, what's now Nevada and Utah, there weren't very many white people here, and it was mostly the Utes, the Paiutes, and the Shoshone that were living in a very kind of peaceful existence. So he came to the Great Basin specifically because there weren't other white people here. When he's thinking about the new country that he's going to found, which he's going to call Deseret, he needs to make sure that he's not going to be trade dependent on the American government or on American capitalists. And so when he starts to do surveys of the Great Basin, he realizes that he's landlocked, that there is no, this was when there was some speculation that there might be a river that connected where Reno is today over to the Pacific Ocean. When that is debunked and we discover that there is no river, that's when he starts to expand out the boundaries of Deseret and wants to get a port down in California, where is Southern California right now. And so what he does is he sends Mormons out from what we would consider the I-15 corridor right now. So they would go from Salt Lake to where St. George is, that there would be a way station where Las Vegas is, and then there would be a road that would go down to San Bernardino. And so the reason that the Mormon fort was established when it was to provide supplies, was to provide a resting place for Mormons who would then travel between Utah and Southern California. And he tells them that their main mission is to go and to provide water and food and care for travelers who are going to be coming through there. But he says secondarily that while they're there, that they should make contact with the Southern Paiutes who are going to be in the region, that they should not do anything to harm them, and they should bring the teachings of Mormonism and Jesus to the Paiutes. So when the Mormons arrive in the Las Vegas Valley, they're going to start building their fort, and they're going to try and do things to encourage the Indians to come to the fort and trade. The Paiutes will come, ask them, what they're doing, talk to them, don't really see them as being a threat, because up until that point, there had not been any conflict between the Mormons and the Indians anywhere within the Great Basin. And there was actually stories that were circulating around that the Mormons were providing trade goods to the Indians, that if the Indians came and listened to their story about Jesus, that they were getting food and that they were getting gifts. And so the Indians were attracted to the fort. In other areas and later in time, there will be conflict over water. There'll be conflict over water that can have crops grown on it. But at this point, it's still kind of a new contact era, and the Mormons don't do anything that seems overtly aggressive towards the Indians. What's kind of interesting is the Mormons try to convince the Indians, who are at this point up in where Red Rock is, where the Spring Mountains are, because there's water there and it's cooler there. And so when the Indians come down to talk to the Mormons try to convince them to come settle around the fort and to learn about farming and to learn about agricultural techniques. And there's kind of a funny story where one of the headmen is talking to the head of the fort, and they're trying to convince the Indians to come down. And eventually this Indian gentleman looks at the Mormon man and says, "Do you not realize it's hot here?" And they're like, "Yes, but we can do farming and we have technology." And he's like, "But it's cool in the mountains. Why don't you just move over to the mountains with us?" And so in a way, the Indians kind of thought that the whites might be a little crazy because they didn't understand it was hot, and that if you just went to the mountains and practiced what the Indians were doing, which is called vertical transhumance, where you just go up and down depending on the weather, and that's how you deal with the heat and that's how you deal with the snow, that they couldn't understand why the Mormons didn't understand that and weren't smart enough to understand that. And one of the things the Mormons do is, as they're trying to figure out how to adapt to the Great Basin environment, that they do adapt in a lot of the things that the Indians were doing, and they do start to understand that they can learn from the Indians that when it's hot, you can just go to the mountains and live there for a while, or you can't depend on just having agriculture, because if there's a drought, then what are you going to do? And so Native Americans who are from the Great Basin are extremely adaptable. If you talk about in evolutionary terms, they're on pretty much on a moment's notice able to abandon one resource and switch over to something else and not skip a heartbeat.
This period of peaceful, if rapid change, would not last long. Escalating political and religious tensions between the Salt Lake-based Mormon Church and the United States government would result in the Utah Campaign. The conflict led to the abandonment of the Mormon fort and the dominance of southern Nevada by American settlers.
Because of conflicts with the American government later on in 1857, when the so-called Mormon War breaks out, Brigham Young sends a message out to everybody who's living along this trail that he needs them to come to Salt Lake City in case the military invades. And so that's when the fort is going to be abandoned. So before there's any real population pressure in the Las Vegas region, the Mormons actually are going to leave.
The Mormons had actually left in 1857 prior to the Civil War. And at the time the U.S. Army was here from 1867 to 1869, it was simply a rundown cattle corral. And the walls of the fort were actually about chest high. And Odie Gass was here at the time. And his goal was to sell fresh fruit to the Army. And the conduit for that was through the troops stationed here. Indians did come inside and they would trade with Mr. Gass, with Odie Gass, and then as far as the Army is concerned, there was some trading as well. Most of that, of course, was done in town outside of the eyes of the sergeant.
10 years later, the Mormon fort was renamed the Las Vegas Ranch, and railroads came to dominate the landscape and nascent Las Vegas economy, a city rising from the dust of the Mojave. The famous Montana statesman and entrepreneur William A. Clark built the maintenance stop for his San Pedro, Los Angeles and Salt Lake Railroad by purchasing most of the Paiutes' land, including their primary source of water.
Paiutes were invaded by a variety of kind of different economic activities. So especially in southern Nevada, mining became one of the big industries. More so in northern Nevada, the railroad began to cross the state. And connected with mining and the railroad, we see the development of ranching and agricultural economies. These three economic activities, mining, ranching, and the railroad, harmed Paiute ways of life, specifically economic practices. They cut down forests where Paiutes harvested crops. They muddied streams that Paiutes relied on for a variety of activities, and they killed overhunted game, deer and rabbits and so forth. And so many Paiutes then were placed in a very difficult economic situation. Paiutes then kind of tended to move to some of these to mining communities and ranching communities in order to find work and jobs, and so they supplemented the loss of their older economic practices with wage labor in the late 19th century.
The then owner of the Las Vegas Ranch, Helen J. Stewart, pioneer, educator, and at one time the largest landowner in Las Vegas, witnessed the loss of Paiute territory, and in 1911 donated 10 acres of spring-fed land to the tribe. Known as the Las Vegas Indian Colony, this area was located in what would become the downtown of the modern metropolis, a city within a city.
To understand the Paiutes who live in and around the Las Vegas region, you have to also talk about Helen Stewart. Her husband Archibald and Helen created a ranch, which is now where the Springs Preserve is, and they did a lot of the same things that the Mormon fort was established. They helped travelers that were coming through. They had a vineyard. They sold wine to the miners who were down in El Dorado County. And she had a lot of contact with the Paiutes, and it was very amiable contact because she wasn't really doing anything to threaten them. So they would come and visit her. She would go visit them.
On her ranch, Helen Stewart hired and employed many Paiute men, women, and sometimes children. Men often did much of the cowboy work on the ranch. Women performed some of the domestic labor, and Helen Stewart also purchased a large number of baskets from Paiute basket makers.
She was very lonely, especially after Archibald was killed, and the only female companionship she had was with female Southern Paiutes, and so she learned a lot about basketry, and she really had this is kind of the difference between the white guilt love of Indians and just a very true appreciation for Native American culture that Helen Stewart had. And so when she decided to sell the ranch and to deed it over to Senator Stewart, who was going to bring the railroad through here, she specifically wrote into the contract that there would be a small plot of land that would be set aside for the Paiutes. It would be private property. It would not be a government reservation. She would be giving it to them. And so if you go to the Southern Paiute Smoke Shop, which is now down off of Main Street, that's the land that she gave to them. And because it's considered, it was recognized as a reservation, it is not subjected to state law and to state taxes. And so the main business that's there is a smoke shop, because you can go on to their smoke shop and you can buy cigarettes and cigars and tobacco, and the state taxes are not on it. And so they are still adapting and finding a niche and surviving, because people will go there to buy their cigarettes.
Helen J. Stewart also helped to found the Las Vegas Grammar School in 1923, the first educational facility in the state to accept Native American students. As Las Vegas and Clark County developed, the Southern Paiutes found themselves affected by the legacies of two prominent Northern tribal members, Sarah Winnemucca, the controversial but passionate activist and educator, and the prophet Wovoka, whose words inspired a movement which would spread throughout most Indian tribes in the territorial and United States. Wovoka, also known as Jack Wilson among Europeans, was a Northern Paiute, raised partly by his father, a medicine man, and by a Christian missionary family. On the solar eclipse of January the 1st, 1889, he experienced a vision in which he saw the Paiutes regain their ancestral lands, the resurrection of their dead, and the removal of Europeans and their civilization from Native American territory. This was to be accomplished through 5-day rituals known as circle dances, later translated from Sioux sources as ghost dance.
What's interesting about the ghost dance in relationship to the Paiutes is if you're aware of the ghost dance, most people associate it with Wounded Knee, they associate it with Plains culture, and they associate it with the pretty much the denouement of Indian culture in America. But if you look at it, it's very Great Basin associated, and it's associated with Jack Wilson up in the Northern Paiute region. Within Northern Paiute culture, there is a very strong tradition of what an anthropologist would call revitalization movements. So you would have people who would have visions, who would go on spirit quests, and would have some type of experience that would make them feel like they were being communicated to by somebody on the other side. And so when Jack Wilson, or Wovoka is his name in Paiute, which means the cutter, when he came out with his vision and his prophecy that the whites would be removed from the face of the earth, that the buffalo would come back, and that there would be a revitalization, it was not something that was completely new to Northern Paiutes, because they had seen, just within even in their lifetime, other people who had come forward saying that they had had these kind of spiritual experiences. What ended up being different about Wovoka and his ghost dance is that it spread so far. And so when Northern Paiute, Southern Paiute, Shoshones came and talked with him about the vision that he had experienced and the prophecy that he had for Native Americans, that was something that was usual. That was something that they had experienced before. But when you had the Plains Indians, and it's interesting that a lot of the Plains Indians who came and visited him came on the train. And so you have this kind of revitalization movement that was very focused on going back to the way things had been before whites had come to the continent, and yet you have Native Americans from the Plains coming to visit with Wovoka, traveling on the train. And so when the Lakota Indians, and there was other Indians who came, when the Lakotas came and spoke to Wovoka, they were really hearing him from within the context of what was happening to them. And so the fighting that they were having with the U.S. military, being forced onto reservations, having problems that were associated with reservations, so lack of food, disease spreading among Native Americans, high infant mortality, they were hearing what he was saying from within their own culture. And so when they went back, it became very militarized among the Sioux Indians, the Lakota, and ended up being the thing that sparked probably the massacre that happened at Wounded Knee. When Wovoka heard about this, he was kind of disturbed because he really didn't see that as being the message that he was trying to portray. He felt that he was really talking about that there would be this revitalization and whites would disappear but not necessarily be killed or driven out, and the Indians would go back to the way things had been, to a less violent time, to a time where people got along and were not suffering from starvation or having their children die.
The Indian Wars during the Western expansion carried a high price for the Las Vegas natives. They had largely lost their tribal lifestyle. Their population had been decimated, and their only territory in southern Nevada until 1983 was the Las Vegas colony.
You know, they play such an important role in the settling of this area. And, you know, when you think about it, this was their land. And through political means and through agreements and treaties and things like that, you know, decisions were made, and that, you know, with reservations and things like that. I think that we need to step back and appreciate them more for the parts that they play in settling this area.
The Las Vegas Band of the Southern Paiutes were terminated when we went through termination after World War II, when a lot of Native Americans were integrated into mainstream society either by enlisting in the military or going to work in the war industries. After the war, the government said, well, they're pretty much assimilated in. We don't need reservations and we don't need to have tribes anymore. And so any tribe that was deemed to be doing financially well was cut off, that they were no longer a recognized tribe. And the Southern Paiutes were actually doing quite well after World War II because Las Vegas was booming. We had the dam being built, and so we had a kind of a boom during the 1930s. But then we had Basic Magnesium, Nellis Air Force Base, the troop trains were coming through here, and so Las Vegas was doing very well. And it seemed like the Southern Paiutes were going to do very well. Unfortunately, you have predatory Anglos, predatory whites, come in and take away private property that the Indians have, kind of trick them into giving up some of the rights that they have, so that by the 1980s, they were not doing as well.
But after decades of American settlement, after countless agreements signed and broken between the federal government and the Native American tribes, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1983 restored 3,800 acres of land in the Spring Mountain Range to the Southern Paiute people. In 1970, the federal government recognized the Las Vegas Paiute tribe as a sovereign nation. With their reacquired Snow Mountain Range territory in 1983, they built a golf course resort, smoke shops, and have endeavored to improve the lives of their people and maintain their traditions, most notably the circle dance, here practiced at the tribe's Memorial Day powwow.
The reservations in southern Nevada are actually quite unique in the United States. The reservations here in southern Nevada have never been established, but were never established by treaty. A lot of other reservations are the product of treaty negotiations between the United States and indigenous nations. Most of these reservations in southern Nevada are what are called executive order reservations, meaning that the President of the United States issued an executive order creating the reservation lands. And it does not mean that they have lost or have less status or clout than treaty-based reservations, except that they're quite unique, and many of them are newer. The Las Vegas colony, for instance, or the Las Vegas reservation was created in 1910, 1911. So it's in terms of reservations, it's quite new. In the 20th century, in the late 20th century, though, the Paiutes have been able to take advantage of new opportunities on their small land bases. In the 1970s, the Paiutes began to sell cigarettes on the reservation.
And so the federal government comes back in and re-recognizes them as a federally protected tribe. And gave them money to reestablish a reservation outside of the bounds of Las Vegas Valley so that they could take care of themselves. Because the federal government recognizes that they were very adaptable, that when they were treated fairly and had control over their resources in a way that they couldn't be abused, that they were able to take care of themselves. And so the Southern Paiutes here in Las Vegas were allowed to buy some property with that federal funds, which is now called the Snow Mountain Reservation. And it has water because it's at the base of the Sheep Mountains, and so that the water percolates down in there. But the state of Nevada said, okay, we're okay with that, but they can't have gaming because we don't want the competition. And so I always find it interesting when capitalists say, oh, competition, no, we're afraid of that. And so what the Southern Paiutes said, well, we need to be able to do something that fits in with the resort economy that we have. And so the state of Nevada said, well, there's water there. If you guys would like to do something related to a golf course or some type of spa, we would be okay with that. And so the Southern Paiutes ended up hiring a world-renowned architect who was famous for doing a lot of the very fancy golf courses in other states. He came out, did the golf course. And so it's interesting when you go out to the Snow Mountain Ranch, it's desert everywhere, but there's this very nice reservoir and a beautiful, beautiful golf course and kind of a spa or a club where you can go and you can have a massage or you can have a very nice meal. But a lot of people are not even aware that it's an Indian reservation because it looks like all the other resorts that you could go to in Nevada. So to me, it's just the Southern Paiutes doing what they've always done. They're just adapting to the circumstances, and they're being quite successful with it.
But as the tribe rebuilds, facing new economic opportunity and uncertainty in their future development, nagging legacies from decades of warfare, neglect, prejudice and exploitation linger. Unemployment, crime, addiction, and other social ills affect this community as they do any other reservation, any other tribe, native or otherwise, in our American nation.
I was born just about 20 miles away from here inside of the Muddy River in Little Wickiup. So I can actually say true native.
I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Southern Nevada Memorial Hospital. That's where most of us, that was the only hospital back in the day. And I lived most of my life here on the reservation. I wanted to be white. Really. I remember telling my kids that, and they were like, what? I said, because I didn't like being Indian, because I didn't like how we were treated, even as kids. Everybody can understand how you're being treated. You know, we're not that ignorant to the fact that we do have feelings that we have, that we feel, get the vibes from other kids and all this kind of stuff, and it was hurtful. You know, the things that they said and did, and even, I remember hearing a story from somebody that they would move their skirt like, oh my gosh, you're going to sit by me, oh, don't touch me, you know, like we were some kind of a disease, that they might turn our color or might, we might do something to them. And I was like, I didn't like that.
I was raised with Mormons, white folks, from 5 years till I was about 13 years old. And the people that I was raised with saw that I was seeking my identity of who I am. And when you're 13 years old, you're all searching, who am I? What am I doing here? What's happening, right? So, right, and she saw that in me because I was relating to people, because she wanted to raise me white because she was LDS. So when I came back when I was 13, my family was living in Logandale, which is about 30 miles away, 40. And I remember coming home, and they had told my mother I was coming home. They were bringing me home. And I remember seeing my brother running to, saying, there she is, she's home, right? Big deal, I'm home. And when I got home, it was like I never even left. Everything, with my family, the language, everything was the same. But I experienced prejudice from my own people because it was like, she's not acting like an Indian, like a reservation Indian, whatever that was supposed to be at that time. And so the Indian people treated me with prejudice.
I grew up in Las Vegas,
on the Indian colony in Las Vegas. I was pretty much born and raised there, but I'm registered in Moapa. It was a big change for me to move out there because I grew up with hearing ambulances, sirens called night long, trains going by, shooting, screaming, yelling, crashing. And I move out here and I hear nothing but coyotes. So it was a big change. I find myself now not liking to go to this city because it's more quiet out here.
When I was growing up, I didn't have electricity. Even when I left here about 15 years old, we still didn't have power. Now, I still remember one of my classmates, I shan't mention her name, she was non-native, and she said, "Oh, Iris, I love your skirt. It's so pressed so nicely." And I knew she had electricity, and we didn't. We had the wooden stove with those metal irons that you put on the stove to get heated, then you ironed with that. And I thought that was so facetious of her. I just was like, every time I see her, I'd have my hair standing on end because I knew that she was just trying to put me down, but I didn't care. Just like Eunice said, I think I was a very strong person too because I didn't like how our kids were being treated, and they would all come tell me, and I would have to go take care of the business for them, and tell them to knock it off, or hey, do you want to mess with me? And I hear stories about it from our old classmates and the year older than me. They'd tell me that, tell my husband, your wife, she was really mean, you know. But I told him, I said, I wasn't mean. I had to protect our people. I didn't like them to be treated badly and, you know, fighting with them or hurting them or saying things to them or stupid Indian or dirty Indian or whatever. No, I didn't tolerate that. Even as a young age, I don't know why I had that, but that's who I had to be. Not because I wanted to, but because I wanted to help our kids and our people not to be treated in a bad way.
And the difference in what it looked like before as a child and now, it's really, I like what it looked like in the beginning. We all lived separately and away from each other, but we still were connected and close together. But families lived in clans. Iris was just 2 blocks away from me, and we were raised right down here, just down the road a little bit. And the changes that have come, and being older, I was a city person and then had to come back because I wanted my son to experience this, living here, and then meet his grandmother, his great-grandmother. And so I came back in the 70s, and because of the connection, I was in California, and I went to Berkeley during the 60s, and that's where, born and raised here in the Indian, and my mom says, you guys think you're Indian just because you're brown, but you don't even speak the language. She kind of kicked us out of the nest, so I left when I was about 21. And then when I was down in California, I became actually Indianized. I could actually say, when you live here, sure, you're Indian, big deal, right? But I was raised around a lot of prejudice around religious people.
And the community that surrounds us.
Really. And so I did an about face and appreciated who I was and understand I need to make that connection with the land. And I did.
Now the membership is about 60, 65, 60 members. So probably a little bit more.
So at its strength, it was probably back in the 60s and 50s?
Yeah, but they were just living there.
Well, are the Paiutes today, are they a forgotten people? Are they starting to marry other, let's say, races and cultures, which is kind of disintegrating the Paiutes?
Well, at the time, the Paiute tribe is, it's kind of small. It's probably the smallest in the state. Las Vegas Paiute tribe is a small tribe, but eventually, people have to marry out because we're sort of like closely related to a lot of different people. But myself, I'm married to a Mojave, but other people marry the non-natives, all races.
We're out here in right here where we live on this reservation, we have about 350 or so enrolled members. You have to be an enrolled member of the Wapaganda Paiutes, which is a quarter. You have to have a quarter blood quantum of Paiute blood, Southern Paiute blood, to be eligible to be enrolled here. And so approximately 300 plus that are enrolled. We're a very small tribe.
But I knew that they, Moapa and Las Vegas, were like sister tribes, because my mom used to tell us that they would start out from Moapa going to Las Vegas and end up at Dry Lake for lunch. And it all depended on the families that, were traveling, if they wanted to continue on into Las Vegas after lunch. But a lot of them would stay overnight there and then start out in the mornings.
And we went to different schools. And we had sessions with the elementary, junior high, and high schools. The first question they would always ask, do you guys live in teepees? I said, no, we stay in home just like you and your parents do. Do you ride horses? I said, no, we have our own vehicles also. That's why they were taught by their parents. And plus that, our history books only had a paragraph about the Paiute people. And you can't learn nothing from that, so that's why how the young kids generation are looking. Oh, the Indians, they probably do all, they see too much of a stereotype in the movies. That's what really threw them all, because they thought we lived in teepees. The reason I joined the Army was because I wanted to defend my land, not just the land of the United States of America, but the land that we live on here in the colony. It's just to be there when needed. I mean, I didn't have to go, but I did. I volunteered. And it was an experience for me to meet different cultures out there. Not just one culture that is a Paiute, but different cultures from different places in the United States.
I know you were telling me earlier that while you were in the service that you usually galvanated around other Native Americans. Can you talk about that? And some of the tribes?
When I was stationed in Germany, we used to call ourselves skins, Native Americans. We used to all come together, no matter where, but we always ventured out together with each other because we felt secure around each other. I mean, well, we had other nationalities there, but still, we outnumbered them as a group. But we felt like we were in like a safe hand because we were in like a band, people circled, and we was always protected with each other. We always covered each other's back, and we felt safe that way.
Was there any competition between the different tribes or anything?
We were all one. I mean, we had Sioux, Navajo, Cherokee. We had them all, but we were always the same. We didn't try to compete with each other. But we were in different units, whereas I was in the 1st 32nd Artillery. I was a wheel mechanic, and we went to our duties, but when our shift ended, we'd all end up together, doing different things, just to be, talking about our own home, what we did at our own home place back in the States.
Basically, back when they had the draft, they had to go. And they didn't run off and, they didn't say we're not going, but they did go. My uncles and cousins, they all went, Vietnam, World War II, World War I. They all went, and some of them never came back, and some did come back, and they were all messed up. And it's just what we had to do. But basically, too, I'm in the U.S. Navy. I was back in the 70s, and I volunteered to go. But my brother, like I said, my uncles, Dad, all those people.
I see that in 20 years, I see the Paiutes much as I see them now, a vibrant tribal nation within the boundaries of Las Vegas. Whenever I teach classes, even here at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, I'm always surprised to find out that very few students know that there's a reservation within the city's boundaries. And so one of the efforts that I make in my class is to make sure that students leaving here from UNLV know the fact that Las Vegas is Indian country, and Las Vegas will remain Indian country for the next 20 years and for eons. I mean, since the Paiutes were created here, they'll remain here and have an important role in the city's development.
I don't know if pride is the right word, but I do feel proud to be Native American. I like being Paiute. I like being Southern Paiute, you know. And I just want other people younger than me and even older than me, I want everyone who's Paiute to feel the way I do about it, you know, to be proud of it, to take an interest in their culture, even other cultures, you know, just general.
I would like to want my younger generation, the younger children, to know that we are strong people. You can knock us down, and we're going to get right back up. You just dust yourself off, start all over again if you have to, but you know, you just keep at it, and eventually you will achieve whatever it is you want.
Like I was joking around with my sister saying that, you know, I owe it to my culture to have a child because they would be, you know, a Native American and they would be, you know, part of my tribe. I would have enough blood on my own to do that. But as for marrying another Paiute, I suppose, I don't know. I don't like to just feel like I have to be in that little bubble when, sorry, I just don't feel like I have to be in that little bubble, like thinking about a partner. I don't know.
As I'm getting older, I used to resist trying to be Native. Remember I said I didn't want to be one. As I've gotten older, I know Eunice is a traditional singer, so she sings in our ceremonies and stuff, and I wanted to do that myself, and so I'm starting to do those things, and I like that. And I don't like why we're doing it, because it's mostly because of death, but it helps you to, you know, to feel like you're part of what the old people were about, you know, and also in knowing, being wise, I guess, wisdom as part of when you're getting older, you grasp, or you're more spiritual, in tune with the Creator, that you develop over a period of time. If you're really sincere and have faith in all that you do, you know, feel connectedness to the old people. And like I said earlier, I marvel at how they survived and what they did and what they had to go through, especially in extreme cold and extreme heat where we live.
Iris is a dancer. She
forgot that.
She's a dancer, so she can't say she's not a traditional person, and she wasn't saying that, don't get me wrong. And what I do is so personal, but it is a calling of what I do, and mostly it's a gift from Creator. But mostly I like to sing. So, and once you do those things, as far as traditional things, I feel I'm on the Red Road path. I know I'm on the Red Road path.
Recently, somebody passed away, and I noticed there's a lot more youth that take a part of our funeral rites, and you know, that's very strong in our culture. Like maybe the other people told you about it that were interviewed, like the bird songs and the salt songs. I've seen like a lot of young people, younger than me, you know, who like take an interest in, you know, take part of it and learn all those songs, you know. So I think it's there. People are interested.
Yeah, I enjoy coming here. The Paiute people are very welcoming, they're very open, and it's just a good feeling being here every single year, getting to know different people from the tribe as well. I've been coming here for 5 years, and I keep coming back just because I enjoy the atmosphere and I enjoy their welcoming and the way they care about the people. I would just encourage the youth to continue their native ways, and you know, they shouldn't be afraid to ask, you know, their elders or talk to their parents, and because it is important, because our culture really is dying out, and our language as well, and not just here in the Paiute Reservation, but other tribes.
What has happened to the Paiute people? Well, they got the education through our education system, and a lot of young kids, they like to go out, to venture out. They forgot about their heritage, their culture. So like, you know, the older people, the elders, they would always say, you need to know your culture. But the younger generation, like I said, they went to school, they figured, oh, they're going to go off on their own to see what they can do. And a lot of them made it to on the outside, but the culture is always there within our soul. We'll never lose that, no matter what they do.
You know, I'm one of those ones that believe that, you know, as long as you've got your health, a place to rest, that's really all you need. You don't need any of these fine things, you know, in these department stores that you see. You know, you could be happy. I'm happy with what I have. I don't.
Do you think we as Americans have consumed that so much that?
Yes.
That, I mean, we have to go to this place and that place and have expensive taste, and can we ever go back to living off the land and living as indigenous again? Can we as human beings?
As long as you have that mindset, you can do anything. Is my belief. You know, as long, you know, if you want to go back to, you know, hunting and gathering, you can do it. You can do it, but you know, you also need to know that, you know, with the seasons, things change. You don't hunt, you don't gather out of these seasons.
For me, like I learned through my grandparents that basically to be a native is just to be a good person, just to be decent to one another. And maybe we're losing that because I don't really see that as much anymore.
We're on the map again. We hitched our star and it's going. We're going to be well known because we're the first Indian reservation to do a solar project, and it's really big news for us. And we're not really going to be disturbing the land that much, but it's the ink's dried already. It's a go.
Does that mean more jobs here for the people and more revenue coming in? Tell us what that means.
Well, it's just the idea of having a project that's bringing in money for the tribe and the community, plus not really disturbing the land is what I like about it. It'll be helpful, but it's not gonna tear up the land. The income that will come in, hopefully we could seek it into the community to upgrade the homes, our entities that we do have right now, to make them better and have the best.
When you hear white people claim to be Cherokee and want to be Indian, how do you feel about that? Not only white people, but all people.
Well, it's kind of hard when you have a last name like Miller, because of course that, you know, is a German last name. And, you know, I do have that, unfortunately, in, you know, my grandfather, you know, actually came from Germany. So it's kind of hard for me to really, you know, point fingers or say anything, because, you know, I've been, you know, I know that I am what you would call a half-breed. So there are times I do find myself, you know, in a conversation where somebody has brought up, you know, white people, and you know, it stumps me sometimes, because, you know, I'm like, hey, I forget, you know, I half agree with you and I'm half offended. So, yeah.
Isn't that a bad word to say half-breed, though?
Well, I mean, you don't.
Or are we being too PC again today?
Being a little too, you know, that's one thing that, you know, a lot of people don't understand. Natives like to have humor. You know, we are portrayed as these, you know, stoic, you know, Indians. You know, we have this like solemn look, or I wouldn't say solemn, but, you know, we have this like look. But, you know, what a lot of people really don't know is that, you know, Native Americans love to laugh. You know, make jokes, play tricks, and that, you know, it's, so, you know, that's why I, you know, will bring up to my friends about that, you know, being a half-breed, because, you know, it's always good, like my mom says, it's always good to have a little humor to, you know, lessen the load or lighten your load, so.
As we come to the end of the story of the Las Vegas Paiutes, we find we have moved in a circle dance as practiced by the Paiutes and Native American tribes throughout our nation. A circle whose end is really just another beginning in a history that is still being written. It is perhaps in this ageless ritual that the future of native Nevada reveals itself. A mixture of ancient and modern, of the spiritual and the temporal, but always one people, powerfully, inherently American.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
If it wasn't for the Homeless Youth Foundation taking me off the streets, I probably would have lost all hope a long time ago. My mom was a meth addict, and I became homeless at the age of 14. What turned my life around was the foundation. You know, basically showed me how to live your everyday life and try to put that past behind you. I have a lot of goals and dreams and desires. They help show me the way to better your life. I will never take having a roof over my head for granted.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood.
For the
the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District G issues with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Jim Gibson. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
How are you?
Excellent.
Good to be here.
All right. We're here at the Clark County Museum on Boulder Highway in Henderson in District G. This vast district stretches from the central part of the valley through the south part of Las Vegas Boulevard all the way east to Henderson and Boulder City. Here's a quick look at your neighborhood, District G. McCarran International Airport is usually the first and last location most people visit during a trip to Clark County. And the brand new Terminal 3 is the hub for international travel with an expanded Custom and Border Patrol zone. Other features include 15 new gates and some awesome Las Vegas-inspired art. Sunset Park is a 320-acre gem, truly the original regional park in Clark County. The County Museum on Boulder Highway is the place for history and heritage in Clark County. The main museum offers permanent and special collections recounting our rich past. And Heritage Street is a stroll that contains a number of painstakingly restored homes and businesses. With facilities both old and new, District G is a place that truly reflects Clark County. Commissioner, we're here at the Clark County Museum, a place I'm sure you're very familiar with. Obviously, the Gibson family has for many generations contributed very much to the history of Southern Nevada. This really is a fantastic place.
It is, and it's becoming less and less a secret. We're doing some things now that have needed to be done, but the October 1 event was something that drove us to make a decision. We're going to be building an artifact storage facility here. We have artifacts, thousands of artifacts that really need proper storage. They've done a wonderful job of cataloging and ensuring that we're preserving what we have, but we need now a special place for that that is environmentally controlled and gives us the ability to really do honor to the things from the past.
And this building we're in was the old Grand Canyon Airline ticket office out in Boulder City. Tell me what you know about this place.
Well, it was one of those things where it was not a part of a great big airport facility. This was really it. And the commerce that was done here was really fun. By the name, we got an opportunity to get up in the air and see some incredible nature, as well as the dam and other parts of the lake and the areas that were around the Grand Canyon. And it was just an exciting place to go. If you ever got an opportunity, you really wanted to do it. And when we had the opportunity to get a hold of this historic building, we snatched it up. It was the right thing to do. There are homes that belong to many of the pioneer families that lived in the very downtown area or even the townside area of Henderson. This is a really important spot. If you really want to get a sense of what Las Vegas was like or what Henderson was like 50, 60, 70, and 80 years ago, come here, because we have buildings that were built and operating back then.
And just before you got here, there were 70 school kids out here, which Markel Patton tells me that's repeated many, many times throughout the school year. This is truly still a place where kids come on field trips and really learn things.
Well, kids love Mark. He's so full of information. He's devoted himself to our history here in this county, and he's an educator. He really knows how to help these kids quench their appetite for something that they can only imagine, and he helps their imagination really run wild with them after he helps them understand what the history is that is represented here.
And Mark, of course, if people don't know who we're talking about, if they don't watch the Pawn Stars, they would know that Mark Hall Patton is an amazing historian and a great asset to the community and to this museum.
That's exactly right.
Commissioner, let's talk a little bit about the street that fronts us out here, Boulder Highway. That's one of the oldest. The Boulder Highway was built in 1931, which I'm sure you knew that already. 36,000 vehicles travel along Boulder Highway every single day. You're on the RTC, and the RTC is reimagining Boulder Highway. Talk to me about that.
Well, Boulder Highway doesn't operate any longer like a highway. We have intersections, signalized intersections all along the highway now. When I was a kid, I remember my dad putting a water bottle on the hood ornament of our car so that we could make it into Las Vegas from Henderson. And that seemed, well, it was a long time ago. So what we've got to do is we've got to really look seriously at what is happening here. The bus route extends all along Boulder Highway into Boulder City and back. It serves the general commercial areas that it passes through. Water Street is served in the old part of Henderson by the bus route. The College of Southern Nevada, the community college, is served. We have students at Nevada State College. Those two institutions have growing student populations. It's really important for us to offer people from across the valley the opportunity to get to the classes, the programs, and the experiences that they need in higher education. So all of that becomes really critical when you start looking at Boulder Highway. And Boulder Highway, unfortunately, is the place where a lot of pedestrian lives are lost and have been lost over the years. And so we've looked at the bus rapid transit and how we might reposition it and serve in a different way what's happening along Boulder Highway. We're looking to get design, business, enterprises active along the Boulder Highway, maybe repurpose some of what is there and bring new industry and new commercial opportunities to the area. It will always be kind of a spinal roadway. It's a backbone roadway and an important arterial, but it is no longer a highway. And as a result, we really need to reimagine it as something that its name doesn't suggest. So we're working on that at RTC, and each of the agencies. The City of Henderson is working hard on a redesign to accommodate our transit. In Clark County, we're working with the City of Henderson and the City of Las Vegas on the other end of us to do something that makes a lot of sense all the way up to Fremont Street.
I know you've had a number of public meetings and taken much public input on everything we've just talked about. What types of things have the public come up to you with that maybe you didn't think about, or that now you really are getting serious with?
Well, there's a lot of dependency on transit. You go to the larger cities in the country and in the world, and buses are running on regular routes that serve large segments of the population. We can't really say that we serve large segments of the population, but the people that need the bus are large in number. So we've got to work harder to make bus transit an option for people who really don't have other alternatives. And so we have heard from them that many of them wish they could live closer to Boulder Highway. But they need to be able to get to work. They need to be able to get to the stores, to the doctors, and to the other places that families and individuals need to get. And so it has become interesting to us that more and more input is coming to us in our public outreach experiences about the personal lives that people live kind of in this corridor or wish to be able to live in this corridor. We didn't used to receive that much kind of a residential perspective. We mostly heard from the business community that borders the Boulder Highway, really from one end to the other. And now you can add to that those who are really dependent, who live in the area but who are dependent upon a transit option to move them around the valley.
Commissioner, let's shift gears a little bit. Job fairs, gosh, that is something you have been all over it. I think I've been to all 4 of your job fairs. Thankfully, we're still employed by the county, but I know you had a pretty small one at Whitney, a bigger one out of the convention center across the street from where you used to work on Water Street, then on the Enclave, and the last one was amazing at the government center, 1,200 job seekers, 90 employers.
Absolutely incredible turnout. I kind of start with the employers, and the reason I do is that we have plenty of people who are searching for an upgrade to their employment or who are searching for work. But what you need is a group of employers who are really satisfied that they're getting prospects that could fill their needs at these job fairs. And we heard that over and over and over again. The people who showed up were qualified for work, they were anxious to work, they knew how to sit down and be interviewed, their resumes were helpful. And now with technology, we have many of the employers show up with the ability to do a background check on the spot over their telephone. And we're hoping for more of that over time. this job fair distinguished itself in that it had, as you say, close to 90 employers who were searching for people. 1,200 plus people showed up looking for work. But we were able to do it all inside. It was a massive undertaking. We used the rotunda at the government center, the hallway that connects the rotunda to the pyramid portion of the building, which is our cafeteria, and we used every square inch of all of that space to accommodate people. We've heard now from many employers who've indicated to us that they made job offers, that in some cases people have started to work already. And I think that's the thing that technology ought to allow us. And so our focus has been not just recruiting the very best, both private and public sector employers, and we had both in this last experience. But we've got to get them interested in and doing what they can do to take advantage of the technology that's available so that people who are able to figure out how to get there are able to find real employment that day. And we have follow-up interviews already scheduled. We have, as I said, we have people that are at work. I wouldn't be surprised to know that hundreds of people actually found employment a couple of weeks ago. And that is really exciting. And it's what we've got to commit ourselves to. And remember, this isn't just people who are unemployed. This is people who need an upgrade in their employment, or they need to change the environment in which they work. And I think we're beginning to meet that need. There's a lot more need out there on the employer side and on the employee side, but the things that I was told by the folks who showed up looking for work was really gratifying. They're finding opportunity, and in some cases I received an email from a fellow who had said, I've just dropped out. It just didn't seem worth it anymore. Then I got into this experience and, oh my goodness, looks like I might have an opportunity. And that's what we need to provide for people. And that hope that they have from an experience like this changes the way they interact in the community. So it strengthens the entire community to give people hope who have lost it.
And is that something you're going to try and do more in 2020?
So we try to do 2 a year. We try to do a spring and a fall. We partnered with Commissioner Segerblum, who has an adjoining district, and we intend to reach out across the community and continue to do what we do. We need to find places that will accommodate large groups, and the government center works. I mean, the acoustics are not the best in the rotunda. We know that not every one of the job fairs is going to be of the same attendance that we had here this past couple of weeks, or 2 weeks ago, but we know also that we can begin to, or we have been very selective about the employers, and Job Connect and Workforce Connections have helped us get the right employers in place. So we need to continue, and they're asking for us to continue to do the 2 a year. So we'll do something in the spring, and next fall we'll do another one. We hope both of them will be really equally successful.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We must take a short break. We continue in your neighborhood with District G Commissioner Jim Gibson. Stay tuned.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
District G is home to the Clark County Museum. This place provides a comprehensive look back at our rich history, with buildings and homes painstakingly restored to their original splendor. The main museum facility offers permanent and ever-changing exhibits and is open nearly every day of the year. It's the best bargain in the valley, just $1 for teens and seniors and $2 for adults. The County Museum is located at 1830 South Boulder Highway, and that's where we are. We're talking District G issues with your Commissioner, Jim Gibson. Commissioner, we've seen you out also doing a different outreach approach with your coffee chats. You've gone into coffee houses and, you know, met people, which that happens quite often, but you sit down with them one-on-one, give them schedule appointments, all your assistants are there, give them 5 or 10 minutes to chat down and get their issues face to face. How is that approach working?
Well, it's really worked well for us. We have a coffee with the Commissioner and Mayor McManus from Boulder City on December 11th from 9 to 11, I think, at the Coffee Cup. A world-renowned restaurant. It's been on television, and they have terrific food over there. Fortunately, we're not going there to eat, although I probably will figure out a way to eat before I leave there. What we've done that's a little different is instead of just addressing a group of constituents and taking a few questions in front of the group, we schedule them. So when a constituent shows up and they want to talk about a specific project, in this case, whether it's with the mayor or with the commissioner or both, we ask them to sign up, and then we schedule them in, and we sit at a table with the liaison from my office, Blanca Vasquez, and we hear their concerns and we try to respond to them, but we make a note of whatever it is we need to do in the way of research, or if there are things jobs that we need to undertake or work that we need to undertake to meet a need, we make a note of that, and then we report back to them on the progress that we've made, or we get them answers to questions that they ask. And we found that this is a really effective way to get to the bottom of things. We can spend a few minutes with people, learn what their real concerns are, and then go back and have a real focused approach to getting to the bottom of things that are on people's minds.
Commissioner, I don't know if this is something that has come up during your coffee chats, but I know it's an issue in District G and across the valley are party houses, illegal party houses, short-term rentals, which are implicitly illegal in Clark County. Maybe it's a little bit different of a situation in your District G because part of your district is, of course, Henderson, where, given the right circumstances, they're legal in the city of Henderson. Talk to me about how big of a problem it is in District G, or if it is.
Well, it's a problem in every district. Not nearly as large, as you suggest, in the unincorporated part of Clark County that lies in District G. Henderson has the issue, it's facing them, they're dealing with it by ordinance. In Clark County, we have neighborhoods where it is reported to us in testimony that came before us at the County Commission meeting, 4 or 5 houses in a neighborhood that have been purchased by people who are in the business of operating party houses. Then they've been modified without building permits and without safety inspections or code inspections to go from a 4 or 5 bedroom home to, say, a 10 bedroom home so that they can accommodate party groups. And when they have the parties, it's not just like a few more people next door to you if you're a neighbor, but the noise, the loud music, the commotion. We even have had violence at some of those parties, and we can't tolerate that. In the past, we've fined the owner of the home, but if they don't pay, then we lien the house, and eventually, if it sells or when it sells, we collect the fee, the fine that was assessed but unpaid. We changed the law so that we can add it to the tax bill, so that if there is a delinquency on the tax piece of what the homeowner owes, we also have a delinquency on the fine, and we can collect it at a tax lien, as a tax lien would be collected. So the same processes and procedures and timing are in place, and we're imagining that that will get us a lot further, because it no longer would someone who is operating these illegal activities in Clark County have the luxury of just waiting till they sell the house. So we're aggressively moving on it. It's a big concern to us. And Las Vegas Valley is a very different place from so many communities around the country. We have more hotel rooms at each of the intersections on Las Vegas Boulevard, Spring Mountain and Flamingo and Tropicana, than they have in major cities around the country. And soon we'll have close to 170,000 rooms. The investment in the bricks and mortar of these hotel rooms is especially important to this region and this area. The tax revenues that come and help lift some of the tax burden from our local residents is something that is met in part by the tourist that comes to Las Vegas. So we have a we have to be very careful about how we proceed down this road. There is continued discussion about how we might, what we might do to our code, but it's premature to say how that's going to work out. The cities seem to have been focused similarly, but they've moved ahead. We'll see how all that goes. I think there are some adjustments to what's been presented to them that will be coming forward in the next month or two. Meanwhile, we continue to study the issue and we're going to act on it. But this is a major concern to us. The health, the survivability, the sustainability of our neighborhoods is at risk to the extent that the experience in the neighborhood undermines quality of life for people who purposefully bought in an area that they deemed to be quiet enough for their needs and situated in a place and in a condition that would help them raise their families or live their lives the way they wish to. That's all being interrupted without any legality around it. And so we're serious about this. We're going to enforce our law, and we're going to impose fines, and we're going to collect them.
So let's shift gears again a little bit and talk about one of your favorite neighborhoods, I'm sure, Whitney, just a few miles up Boulder Highway from here. Great community center. You're making it even better. Aquatic center and a splash pad being built there. That's right. Going to be a well-utilized in that community.
We've had a swimming pool there, but over the course of time, the people's interests have changed, and it has occurred to us that rather than just maintaining a swimming pool for a relatively few number of people who visit us each day in the months when an outdoor pool works, it might make better sense to try and upgrade the aquatics offering. And so we're doing a splash pad. The splash pads that we did when I was in Henderson were very, very popular. The ones that we have in the county are popular today. The aquatics facility that we're going to do will bring us the opportunity to have a pool that is configured with the tubes and the slides and all the rest of it. It'll be enormous fun for the kids and the families and the people who live in District G over in the Whitney area and from other parts of the valley. We're really excited to be able to upgrade what we have over there. It is one of the very, very busiest community centers. And the team that works over there is an incredible team, Al Martinez and his entire group. We've done everything, as I say, from recreational things to job fairs in the area. We always have a turnout. People know that the community center is there. It really is, in so many ways, the heartbeat of the community in that area. And so come out and enjoy the movie in the park, come to our trunk or treat, and plan to be using our aquatic center when we get it up.
Commissioner, you talked about parks and how they've evolved, and you built many, many parks here in Henderson when you were the mayor here for 12 years. And then take even our oldest park, or one of our oldest parks, Sunset Park, pickleball. I mean, who would have thought a few years ago pickleball wasn't on anybody's radar? 24-court pickleball facility coming to Sunset Park.
Well, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country. The facility we're building will be available for recreational use, but it will also be configured and equipped in a way that it'll meet the needs for tournament play. And we're excited to be able to get that up and operating. We've been studying it and designing it and working with the pickleball community and with other interested people for over a year now. We expect that facility will be commenced and completed next year. And we're very excited to get it online. There will be shade structures and 24 courts, as you say. We'll reserve 4 of the courts for special play. The lighting and the shade structures that will serve they'll be there over the bleachers and things. All of that will be the exact kind of experience that we think we need to have here. We've looked at successful pickleball complexes around the country. We think we've taken the very best from them. So we're really excited to do that. And this really updates Sunset Park. I mean, beautiful park, beautiful facilities. But this is something brand new. The disc golf course is right next door to it. On the other side of the park, we have the sand volleyball courts. We've done a lot of work there, and we continue to do more work to upgrade those facilities. We've resurfaced tennis and basketball courts in the area. So this is a very important park. It's maybe the most important regional park that we have in the valley. And we're committed to keeping it up, keeping it clean, and making certain that the family experience continues to reside there.
I think we should do our next In Your Neighborhood there next year, and you and I will play a little pickleball. How's that?
That'd be good.
All right. We must take another short break. We'll continue In Your Neighborhood with District G Commissioner Jim Gibson. Stay tuned.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
District G is home to our most popular regional park, Sunset Park. For more than 60 years, this place has been the hub of all types of athletic activity, from baseball and basketball to volleyball and disc golf. The most recent expansion helped preserve the last sand dunes in the valley, with a network of trails for walkers, runners, and bikers. Dozens of large-scale events such as the Renaissance Fair are annual staples, and Sunset Lake provides a habitat for birds and fish and a relaxing place for visitors. Sunset is located on Sunset and Eastern in District G, and speaking of District G, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Jim Gibson. Commissioner, there's been a number of roadway improvements in your district along Eastern, along Maryland Parkway, and something that's coming up very soon is the renaming and reconfiguring a bit of Swenson, University Center Drive. This is going to help traffic in that area and in and around that area very much.
It really will. When you consider that we have 25,000 visitors on that campus, it is an important diamond in our valley, and the county and the university are working very hard to do what we can do to support the surrounding areas, to enhance the university experience for the student, and it was appropriate to name a street that runs right next to and really into the University Drive, so it gives us the ability to really point out to everyone that that's where our university is. And so we're excited to be able to work with UNLV. They've spent a lot of time reimagining their own drive there and how maybe it ought to be configured differently so that it'll really help them move people in and out of the university the way it ought to, but recognize them as much as anything else. As a county, we've always tried to keep Tropicana, Maryland Parkway, and Swenson up and accommodating the needs of the university, but this will give us more ability to do that as we work through the future issues that will come up.
And that'll just be one part of the improvements along Maryland Parkway all the way from McCarran to downtown?
Yeah, we've already reimagined Maryland Parkway over a couple of years of work. And as we work on bus rapid transit and as we work on the neighboring development there, we get more of a university/transit-oriented kind of experience along Maryland Parkway. That'll change the nature of the community there. We think it'll make it safer. It will make it more complementary to the university and to the other things that are there among themselves. We've worked to improve the roadways there, and we're doing that really year after year after year. So our commitment remains firm there, and we're excited for the university.
All right. I know we could talk for another half hour or so, but it's always a pleasure catching up with you, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to our friends at the County Museum and to Commissioner Jim Gibson for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District G. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Think one piece of litter doesn't matter. Think again. When it rains, trash in our streets and sidewalks goes somewhere, like down our washes and through our flood channels, polluting our prettiest places. Worse yet, it all ends up in Lake Mead, the source of the water we drink. Do your part. Keep Clark County clean.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, from the UMC Trauma Center, meet a woman who was shot 14 times and lived to tell her story. Plus, this woman tried dying multiple times, but the team here at the UMC Trauma Center had better ideas. Her story and more as the UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to this edition of UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen. On today's show, we're bringing you the unforgettable stories of 3 of our patients who have come to the UMC Trauma Center with horrendous injuries. And not only did they live to tell their story, they're now thriving after those injuries because of the care they received here at UMC. We'll start with a young woman named Desiree, who was transported to us with what could have been deadly injuries. Here's her story.
I was with some friends. We were driving down a dirt road, and the driver was going 70 and, is it fishtailing? He was fishtailing, and he went over the side of the dirt, and I just remember just closing my eyes and holding onto the door.
Desiree wasn't wearing her seatbelt when the driver lost control of the car, flipping it 3 times, with Desiree from the back seat flying out of the window.
Because I was telling them, I can't breathe, I'm afraid I'm gonna die, I don't wanna die.
I think she was flown to Sunrise originally, which another hospital across the way, and then they realized how injured she was and then sent her right over to UMC.
UMC is home to Nevada's only Level 1 trauma center, providing the most advanced critical care in the state, with specialists standing by around the clock to care for injuries like Desiree's. Her most critical injury was a tear in her bronchus.
It's your breathing windpipe, and then it goes to your right and left, and her left one just was not connected to the main portion anymore. And majority of these people that have that injury are not surviving, and that usually gets torn with other important things like your heart or your aorta, the big blood vessel out of your heart. And so oftentimes that's what we find on a coroner report, not really on a live patient.
It's called the quiet room. And that's where they, tell you that things aren't looking good, and your daughter's not probably going to make it.
I talked to multiple specialists. I talked to Dr. Robert Winsek, who is one of the best surgeons I've ever met. We ended up having to place the stents that we had tried. That was still not working for her. And then we had the discussion of if this lung is not functioning at all, then we would possibly have to remove it. So when you remove a lung in the trauma setting, if we had done that the first night when she arrived, it carries a very high mortality rate, a death rate. So majority of times if you take a lung out right away, if somebody's not compensated, they usually will die.
You have the shock. No, you're kidding. It didn't happen. Then the second one is you have switch, what I call switch, where you pray to switch places. Can it be me? And you go through those emotions. And then third, you develop anger. Whoever did this needs to pay. You want retribution, and you're just so mad. And then you go through the guilt. Why did we let her go? It was a school night. How dare her try to go out at 6 p.m. with friends to a football game. After the guilt, then you start seeing the love and support of your family.
That surgery was a success, and Desiree recovered at UMC and was eventually able to go home. But soon after, things took another turn for the worse.
And that's when she told me, Mom,
I'm scared. It's hard to breathe.
When she arrived here the second time, my another colleague, Dr. Jamie Rand, was on and pulled every possible resource in the world to save her life that night. She was actively trying to die. She was the sickest person in the hospital by far. She was on very specialized ventilators that we reserve for people that are almost needing to have cardiac bypass machine, heart-lung machine to oxygenate because of such a poor ability of her lung to function. She was essentially living on one lung. Her right lung was the only one that was working, at which point then that also got pneumonia and sick, and so now she was kind of running on almost no lungs.
Desiree would need another complicated surgery at the hands of Dr. Winsek and Dr. Fraser. It was her only option.
It's the worst and the scariest thing I had ever gone through in my entire life. So I was trying to get outside, and I'm bawling, I'm shaking, I'm uncontrollably crying. And I'm reached out by a very beautiful woman. She's my angel. She always will be. She asked me if I was okay. I said no.
Crystal's angel is Jennifer, a member of the UMC Experience team.
I went in to get a coffee after I left her office, and I ran into Gloria at the Starbucks area. Ordered my coffee. She wouldn't let me pay. She insisted on having another employee ring it up and take the money out of her pocket and pay for my coffee that day. Not only did she give me a coffee, she came around the side, gave me a hug that I needed, and didn't ask any questions, just said, "We're family, we're here for you. You need anything, you let me know."
I think there is a reason why every individual was put in the place to take care of her. From the guard up front, not allowing the weirdos in the back, to the nurses who were so attentive to Desiree's every need and care. You know, she was constantly monitored by two, you know, to even the janitorial staff. I mean, there's not one person who didn't make a difference. You know.
Back in the operating room, another difference was being made.
So when she required that additional surgery, after we had discussed, Dr. Winsek was there and discussed with the family about the possibility of needing to remove that lung. Once we did go to the operating room, we opened her chest to see that her lung was not functioning, and it was actually filled with infection and just was not inflating like a normal lung. So we opted to remove the entire lung. Once we did that, she miraculously, on her blood gases and all this stuff, just turned around. So she was basically living with, kind of rolling around on a flat tire that was just not functioning at all. And once we, got rid of that, she was, her oxygen levels and all that stuff turned around. We were able to get her off the ventilator, and then eventually get her out of the hospital.
Once that lung was out, Desiree slowly began to recover again.
She had a really rough road, as you can imagine, the intensity of what her body went through, and infections and skin changes, and urine infections and colon infections, and every possible thing that a patient can have to get faced with, she got faced with, and she overcame it. So that's hats off to her for just being such a fighter, and then knowing that her parents were right behind her the whole way. You could just tell it's just palpable in the room, and I truly believe that definitely helped her.
Dr. Fraser was here every day, and if he wasn't, he checked on Desiree every day. He took her case very personal.
I think he's amazing for being able to do what he can, and I've researched him, so I know more of the stuff he does, and it's just kind of crazy. He put because my scar is not that big, he just put his big hand in there, and it's just that long.
Desiree recently walked back into UMC Trauma to thank her life-saving team.
Hi, how are you? Here. I took care of you and room. I was there when you first got out of bed.
Thank you for helping save my life, because I shouldn't have made it multiple times.
Well, like I said, we deal with a lot of sick patients and a lot of people that are on that cliff ready to fall off and die, and we kind of grab them and pull them back, and she had all hands on deck holding her to pull her back from that.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to Cheyenne, a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home. She's now back home thanks to the care she received here at the UMC Trauma Center. Her story on the other side of this break.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Today we're sharing stories of survival, hope, and healing from the UMC Trauma Center. Our next story is about a woman who was shot 14 times in her own home while her children were inside. Here's what happened, and here's how well she's doing now.
Squeeze hard.
Cheyenne Briggs lives a lot more peaceful life now than the one she was unfortunately getting used to. She admits she had been a victim of domestic violence for years. The screaming, yelling, and bruises culminated in one horrible night and injuries that would change her life, yet also put her on a safer and more joyful path.
I was in the living room watching, I was actually watching Chicago Med, one of my favorite shows. I was watching that. I started doing laundry. So I, yelled down the hallway, hey, can you make the bed, to my boyfriend at the time so that we can go to bed. And he just starts going off, cursing me out. Why are you always bothering me? You were up there the whole time.
Cheyenne was unfortunately numb to the ongoing emotional abuse, but this time things escalated and she decided to leave the house to let things cool down.
And I was only gone for maybe 10 minutes at the most, I think. So I came back home and I noticed his motorcycle was gone. We both rode motorcycles, so mine was left out, so I figured he was gone.
But he wasn't, and all of the doors and windows had been shut in the house while she was gone.
There's a bathroom and hallway. Straight across the hallway were my children's rooms, and straight back was the master, so all the doors were closed. I went in the bathroom. I'm using the restroom.
That's when he came in.
Oh, you think it's sweet how you talk to me, and just rambling on. And I started explaining, it's messed up. I work all these hours, you're here doing nothing. I did everything. You do absolutely nothing. And I come home and you start fussing at me because I asked you to make the bed. And in the middle of me saying that, he had his arms across the door, so I didn't see anything in his hands. He had on sweats. I didn't see anything in his pockets. So he had his, spread across the door, and he comes out and he shoots.
He didn't shoot just once.
I fell off the toilet, and I'm just down there, he's still talking. I'm just down there oh my God, he shot me. What the heck? What is going on? Why is this happening? And I'm just ooh, ah, not crying, not screaming, just kind of in shock.
But there was more to come. In total, he shot her 14 times.
He goes to the living room, he gets a chair from the kitchen table, and he sits in the middle of the hallway. And he starts calling people. He's like, I just messed up. You guys aren't going to see me for a while.
Cheyenne's children were in the house watching and hearing everything happen.
I was trying to get my daughter to climb out of her window to go get help and to get, take her and herself and her little brother, get out of here.
I didn't know, I knew he had a whole nother clip. I didn't know if he had it in his pocket or what, but I knew there was another one, so I suspected, I really expected to die. Like, I thought that was over. So I just, like, started praying to God, like, just, if I'm gonna go, like, please let me at least say goodbye to all my kids. Just don't let them see me die like this. Like, at least let me make it to the hospital where I could probably say goodbye. And my daughter comes out, my 10-year-old, well, she was 10 at the time. She comes out and she's like, please don't kill her, please don't kill her. And he's like, I'm not gonna kill her, go back in the room, close the door.
Cheyenne could hear sirens in the distance coming her way.
My daughter, she tried to bring me a pillow to lift my head up, but it was just too painful.
EMS arrived and transported her to the UMC Trauma Center.
By the time I got to the hospital, I want to say it was a case manager or something, I can't remember her title, but she gave me a cell phone, like, you need to call someone, we can't find anyone to call. And I ended up calling my grandmother, and she answered, and I was like, he shot me.
And we noticed that she had multiple gunshot wounds in her abdomen and her leg, among other places. And once we were able to get her stabilized, we very quickly rushed her to the operating room.
Cheyenne was in intensive care for 6 weeks, and during that time had to have her leg amputated because she had irreparable vascular injuries.
At least, even though we had to amputate her leg, at least she's alive and able to be here, be with her kids, and be motivated to be the best person she can be.
It's a berry medley to go on top. Hey, where's the sugar? Awesome, good.
She's had a very, very positive attitude in life. I can't even begin to imagine what I would feel if I got shot at 14 times and had to be in the ICU 6 weeks and have the litany of problems related to this. The fact that this has not kept her down, this has not discouraged her, she has not felt sorry for herself, is something that's truly inspirational, and regardless of who you are. Just to see her not back down from a challenge, to use this as motivation to be the best person she can be and be there for her kids is something to marvel at.
When we come back, we'll meet this young cowboy. Wait until you hear his story. That's on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. You're about to meet one of country music's biggest and youngest fans who survived a terrible accident because of the care he received here at the UMC Trauma Center and UMC's Children's Hospital. Here's his story. Tyler is back to his ranch life now, following a near-fatal accident.
I was in Utah on my uncle's ranch, and then on the last night I was supposed to be there, my cousins told me that they were going to go out and get a few extra dollars delivering phone books, which at my point I thought, why can't the mailman do it?
Tyler eventually agreed to pitch in and help, and along with his cousins, they loaded up a truck with phone books.
We weren't going very fast at all, so I hopped in the trunk. The trunk was open, full of phone books in it. I just sat on there, and then the phone book slipped. I slipped when we were turning the corner, and an Ford Expedition,
was speeding through the stop sign and ran me over both axles.
Within those quick seconds, Tyler's injuries were near fatal.
I remember a huge, almost like looking at the sun now, and then I saw a hand, and there was a cross dangling from it, and then it gave it to me, and then I woke up, and I looked around, and somebody had put a phone book underneath my head, and I woke up and there was a lady standing at my feet telling me not to move, everything's gonna be okay, don't move. And then I looked around and I saw my two cousins laying over there, or sitting over there crying. And then I heard sirens and I looked over there and there was the ambulance coming in.
We was a part of 2 baby colts being born earlier that morning. And so he's having the time of his life. I was excited to get the phone call. And I kind of hear a very calm, very detailed voice tell me, "This is Mike, Dwayne. Tyler was in an accident. He was hit by a car." And I said, "Okay, stop right there. Don't give me details." You know, he said he's on his way to the hospital. So I said, "Okay, don't call your sister. I'm going to pick her up. My goal is just to get them there safe. We'll deal with it when we get there."
While his family was driving from Las Vegas to St. George, the doctors in St. George decided Tyler needed to be flown to UMC, the only designated pediatric trauma center in Nevada.
It wasn't till probably about 45 minutes into our drive to St. George that we were just about to hit Mesquite when the surgeons called me on my cell phone, and they told me that if our son made the flight, we would have seconds to say goodbye with him. That his injuries were so severe they didn't think that he was going to make it.
Mom and Dad made it back to Las Vegas and to the UMC Trauma Center before Tyler's helicopter landed.
We were able to see him for just a split second off the elevator before he went into the trauma unit.
What I like about that part of the story is nothing was stopping his mother and I from being right there at the elevator when he was coming off. You know, we knew which elevator he was coming in from. The doctors gave us permission. Usually they don't allow that, maybe because they knew how severe it was. You know, they knew how important it was to us. The rest of the family stayed very closer to the security guard booth. And when Tyler, the door dinged, the door opened up, and Tyler's in full C-spine, you know, backboard, neck brace, IVs hanging, you know, he can barely move. And as he's passing us, he lifts up his hand, gives us a thumbs up.
Tyler presented with polytrauma with 3 solid organ injuries. He had liver laceration, kidney laceration, and a spleen laceration as well.
He also had pulmonary contusions and was in respiratory failure.
I had a grade 5 liver, a grade 4 kidney, and a grade 5 spleen, or a grade 3 spleen, and the highest they can go is 5. And then I broke C7 and T1 in my neck, which is the big bump and the one below the big bump, or above the big bump, sorry. And then I broke 22 ribs. Just to clarify, you have 24.
The first week and a half was the most critical, where his lung bruising had gotten worse, and he eventually ended up on a breathing machine with a ventilator attached to him.
Dr. Benari, she took care of him so well, and she took care of us too. She made sure we were sleeping, and when Tyler was coming off his intubation, I remember she hugged us, and when he was going on, she hugged us. She told, I thought it was going to be the end of the world, you know, when he was going to be intubated, and she assured me that it's really the beginning, that he needed it to feel better and to get the rest that he needed. I remember Dr. Dugan's patience and his bedside manner. He sat on Tyler's bed and would just touch him and just smile.
Tyler was in the pediatric ICU at UMC for 22 days, many of them in a medically induced coma.
He's intubated for like 10?
For the first 5 days, he was begging to just stop everything. He doesn't, you know, he did not want to keep going. He tried to pull out his tubes once he was intubated.
During that time, prayers and support poured in from all over the country, empowering Tyler to stay cowboy strong.
Hey Tyler, hey, it's your friend George Strait here. Hope you can hear me. Even better, I hope you can see me. But anyway, just wanted to let you know that we're all thinking about you and praying for you. And we want you to wake up and start getting better. I hear you're a good singer and a good team roper. Well, I want to see all that. So fight hard, man.
Hey Tyler, this is Trevor Brazil. I just wanted to shoot you a quick video and let you know that we're thinking about you, and I'm going to be praying for you, and everybody I know is going to be praying for you, because I serve a God that answers prayers, and I know you're going to get through this, not only because of that, but because you're cowboy strong.
Hey bud, this is Daniela. I heard about your story and I'm truly sorry about that. But there's one thing I need to tell you, is that you need to keep on fighting. Fight hard. I know it's a tough battle that you're fighting, but you have to keep trying and don't give up. You have your family there by your side. I know they're having a tough time with this, but they're there to help you, support you, and love you through this horrible tragedy that one day will just be a memory. You got this.
The doctors told me if I was out of, if I survived, I was going to be in a wheelchair the rest of my life. And I told them, you can watch me walk out of here backwards.
And because of that determination, Tyler's recovery continued.
I came back and he was gone. All his leads were there, his blood pressure cuff, but Tyler was not there. And so I turn around and I look, and there he is standing with Dr. Dugan. And I walked up and he says to Dr. Dugan, I'm getting out of this hospital today and you're going to check me out. And Dr. Dugan says, well, I can't do that. We got to set up in home care, and he says, well, who does that? And I remember Dr. Dugan pointing at a lady standing at the counter, and he says, she's the one. And Tyler walked over to her and says, you need to get my home care set up because I'm out of here.
He was discharged within the hour.
Is that in, Mama? Is that in your mouth?
Tyler continues to heal, although you'd never know all that has happened to him while watching him on the ranch.
I'm back to riding him. I'm back to riding that one. I'm back to doing a bunch of other things. I'm back to roping, I did an archery tournament at school. I'm back to playing with the goat, building houses in the backyard. I'd like to say two things. I'd like to say sorry for being so sassy. And I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for fighting with me.
For more information on any of the stories you've seen or on our first and only services, please log on to our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on social media. Thank you for watching this edition of UMC Digest. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Ready?
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Can't move. Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. quick. UMC Quick Care has locations all across the valley, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Take the weapon out of their hands. Take the criminals off the streets. Make them pay for their crimes. Graffiti is a crime, and you're paying for it. With lower home values, up to $30 million in cleanup costs, and neighborhood blight. It's time to hold these criminals accountable. Call 385-5555 and turn in a tagger. You may get a $500 reward from Crime Stoppers and help prevent other crimes. Together, we are targeting area graffiti.
Happy Native American Heritage Month!
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, student gardeners share their cash crops with eager buyers at the Clark County Government Center. An innovative gunfire detection program will continue to assist Metro and protect the community. And attorney Darren Imlay tells us about his team's work in his first year as Clark County's public defender. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. The Clark County Government Center Amphitheater is usually tranquil or hosting events such as the Jazz in the Park concert series. But one day in October, thousands of people showed up with open wallets to purchase produce during the country's largest student-run farmers market.
We're so excited to have you trying out your new business skills. Don't give away too many bargains. Make sure you make lots of money. That's my advice.
Sierra Byrne from Green Our Planet urged the eager young farmpreneurs to make lots of green with their harvests at the latest student farmers market held at the Clark County Government Center.
This is the largest student-run farmers market in North America, so it's never been done like this. We have 52 schools today, and we're super excited for the kids.
The amphitheater resembled the produce department at your local Trader Joe's market, with dozens of booths brimming with bountiful baskets of nearly every type of fruit, vegetable, herb, flower, and gourd.
Mostly watermelon, pumpkins, pomegranates, apples, pears. $3.
With professional banking supervision, the young growers sold their cash crops to savvy shoppers.
I got some spaghetti squash, some basil, fresh basil, some butternut squash, all from an organic garden, which you can't find here in Las Vegas.
This program began several years ago when students and volunteers planted seeds in a handful of on-campus school gardens. The district-wide classroom concept grew through a partnership between the Clark County School District and Green Our Planet and has blossomed into a hands-on learning and earning experience.
The curriculum really does allow the kids to focus on the very beginning, where you nurture your plants, you monitor your soil. Some kids get to monitor the bugs that come in and out of their garden. Other kids market. And then today what you have here are all the 5th graders who now are going to sell based on what the 4th graders said their market would produce.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Commission Vice Chair Lawrence Weekley hosted his annual Hispanic Youth Leadership Summit here at the West Las Vegas Library.
We have some amazing speakers.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekley is a champion of education, and one of his favorite yearly events is bringing together a couple hundred of the best and brightest Latin high school students for a relaxed and informative day of celebrating culture, community, and education.
Nuestra gente, nuestra familia, nuestra raza.
Motivational speaker Ovi Vasquez told the students his remarkable life story, from being raised in a poor town in Guatemala to a scholarship at Harvard Business School, and then working for Silicon Valley giants Uber, Apple, Tesla, and Salesforce. Ovi connects with his teenage audience by encouraging them to use their bilingual skills and how to advance their lives through higher education.
You can get that certain scholarship, and you can stay in Nevada and go to Nevada State College and go to Rio.
And then the students split off into smaller workshops with other influential Latin leaders talking about leadership, future goal setting, and the importance of body and mind for teen health. This piece of desert will soon become Betty's Village, a welcoming, inclusive community for people of diverse abilities. The latest life-changing addition to the incredible Opportunity Village campus. The Opportunity Village Choir delivered sweet sounds, much to the delight of former Governor Brian Sandoval, past and present OV board members, and many more.
Opportunity Village is an organization that cares for others. They care for people that need care. They care for people that deserve care. And they care for people in our community that have needs beyond what most people can handle.
Bob Brown, the CEO of Opportunity Village, is a dedicated devotee to helping others, and he praised all involved in this amazing development. Betty's Village is named after one of our city's most iconic philanthropists, Betty Engelstad. This project will provide 82 people with 1- and 2-bedroom apartments in a smart living, state-of-the-art residential gated community designed specifically for individuals with or without disabilities. The $35 million community includes a 16,000-square-foot clubhouse, a swimming pool, green space, and round-the-clock personal support, allowing the residents to live full and complete lives.
On behalf of my colleagues on the Clark County Commission,
Commissioner Michael Knapp presented a proclamation on behalf of the board and told the audience about the special relationship that helps Opportunity Village grow.
Clark County gladly supported this project by providing the land that Betty's Village will be built on as part of a long-term lease, a perfect demonstration of how government, philanthropic organizations, community activists, and contributors, private donors, can come together for great things.
Betty's Village is expected to open in mid-2021. A recent groundbreaking here at the Martin Luther King Senior Center will more than double the size of this wildly popular facility in District D. The shiny shovel ceremony matched the dazzling sunshine and smiling faces at the groundbreaking project at the Martin Luther King Senior Center in District D.
Man, this ain't your typical groundbreaking over here.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly recognized many members of the community, and uplifting hymns provided sweet, soulful sounds that filled the ears and hearts of the visitors.
It's all a mystery.
The ceremony marked the start of construction, a 7,500 square foot expansion that will more than double the size of the well-utilized senior center. The center is a neighborhood hub and a popular lunchtime destination for the residents.
Man, this means the world to me. This is everything. But once again, it goes to show our seniors still have a voice. They still can be proactive, and that's why we're here today. These seniors came before the Board of County Commissioners to say, we need some more space, and if you all can help us out, man, we sure could use it. And lo and behold, the county manager and the Board of County Commissioners heard their cry, and we're breaking ground today.
The MLK Senior Center caters to citizens age 55 and over, and the day-to-day operations are handled by the Economic Opportunity Board. The Senior Center is just one component of this municipal complex, a true community facility that is anchored by the imposing statue of the civil rights giant. The North Las Vegas Justice Court is the location of the annual Kids in Court program, and of course Judge Natalie Terrell and her colleagues preside over more serious legal proceedings year-round.
She's so nice we had to name something twice after her. How about that?
On this day, the audience paid tribute to a true community giant in the neighborhood, Hazel Guerin. Miss Hazel worked with the Economic Opportunity Board for more than 3 decades. And the 93-year-old icon was honored in 2008 with the dedication of the multi-purpose room in her name. The legendary woman is still a consistent visitor several times a week. The singing and fellowship will continue at the MLK Senior Center, even as construction efforts take place. Expect this expansion project to be completed by next summer.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, boy. Man, does anybody have anything to be thankful for?
We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you about ShotSpotter, and we'll introduce Clark County's public defender, Darren Imlay. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Hello, I'm Clark County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. The Department of Family Services works tirelessly to ensure every child thrives in a safe, loving, and supportive home. But we cannot do it alone. We need the entire community to come together to support our children and their families as they work towards becoming whole again. To learn more on how you can support our children in need, call 702-455-0181 or visit countmein.vegas.
Your car weighs thousands of pounds. It's no match for someone crossing the street. Whether you have the right of way or not, you have the responsibility behind the wheel. Last year, almost 700 people were hit by cars in Clark County. 172 of those accidents involved a child. In 42 cases, pedestrians died. Slow down and watch out for pedestrians around our schools, playgrounds, and intersections. Don't add to our statistics. Give pedestrians a break.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and link, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
In his role for nearly a year, Public Defender Darren Imlay leads a staff of a couple hundred people. Attorneys, caseworkers, investigators. They provide criminal defense to people who can't afford lawyers. Mr. Imlay, thank you so much for joining us. And I think most people have, probably a pretty good idea of what the public defender's role is in the legal system. But just tell me, what does the PD's office do? Who do you represent?
Well, each year we handle about 25,000 cases. And so we have a huge caseload. But we handle everything from, we have a juvenile division. And so we handle kids that are 10 years old up to capital murder cases and everything in between. And so we have multiple offices that handle a variety of cases.
How many attorneys, how many staff, how many clients do you have a year?
Well, like I said, we have about 25,000 cases that we handle each year. We have 120 attorneys and a staff of about 210, which includes investigators and social workers, mitigation specialists, as well as legal secretaries, paralegals, everything.
Obviously, I think any PD's office across the country, probably around the world, getting the indigents access to your office is one of your biggest goals. How do you accomplish that?
Well, we're appointed cases by the judges, but one of the things that we've started doing, one of the things that was important to me as the public defender was to get out into the community that we serve. And so we've been doing a lot of outreach. We go to places like FIT, Foundation for Independent Tomorrow. We use some of the different social services that are out there, nonprofit organizations that serve the indigent community. We go to their facilities. We invite them to events that we hold, just so that they can come out, they can provide services to our clients, because they need things like housing, they need job opportunities, things like that. And so we'd like to partner with a lot of the outside organizations to come and help with our clients.
I think if you talk to anybody in the justice system or law enforcement, whether it's a social worker, an officer, an attorney, a prosecutor, a defender, mental illness obviously is a common thread amongst many of the people in the system.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Absolutely. And that's one of the biggest challenges that we face is how do you represent, how do you handle a client that has mental health issues. And so we have a variety of specialty courts, mental health court, civil commitment court. These are places that our attorneys represent the indigent in Las Vegas. But just finding services for them is a huge battle that we face. In the juvenile division, there's also a specialty court that we go to that also represents kids that have autism. And just a variety of mental health issues that we have to address. Because if not, it just creates a revolving door. They're coming in, they're going, we come into jail, they'll be there for a couple days, because most of the offenses that they commit are related to the mental health issue that they have. And so trying to provide services to them is really one of the biggest challenges that we have, including in Las Vegas.
And what about diversion programs? I know the Harbor has been a very successful one, just as an example, as far as juvenile justice, but there's many others there for adults and veterans or in different things. Talk a little bit about diversion programs.
Well, as you mentioned, the Harbor has been a tremendous success in the juvenile system. It allows kids to access resources before they're even charged with a petition or before they even have to go to court. It allows them to receive those services, so hopefully they never end up in the justice system at all. We also have some of those services in the adult system. You mentioned Veterans Court for those that served in the military. We have Veterans Court. Some of the other specialty courts, Drug Court, Serious Offender Program, Moderate Offender Program for those that have alcohol-related charges. And we're trying to increase diversion opportunities. And so right now one of the things that we are working on is a pre-complaint diversion program, because if we can keep them out of the system to start and provide them with services, the chances of them coming back into the system is reduced dramatically. Especially when you're talking about the kids. Studies have shown that if you just leave them alone, that chances are they're going to be just fine. I think about myself and a lot of the other people that I talk to. Some of the things that we did as kids, weren't the smartest things, but we turned out okay without going into the system. And adults, if they receive some of those services, whether it's substance abuse counseling, whether it's mental health counseling, impulse control counseling, if they can receive some of those services, it will keep them out of the system.
And I know you deploy in a number of teams, such as juvenile court, homicide, sexual assault. How does this team effort help you tackle the problem from your end of things?
Well, one of the hardest things is to obtain, a specialty. And so what we have is the attorneys that are on the homicide team, the attorneys that are on the sex assault team or the DUI team, the mental health court team. They've become specialists in those areas. They're some of they receive additional training that our office provides and that we look for on the outside as well, so that they can receive specialized training that helps them handle the type of cases that they handle. So they're receiving some of the best representation regardless of resources. They're receiving some of the best representation in Las Vegas.
I know before you became the top public defender, you were on the juvenile team and appeared on a number of committees, including this one, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission, convened by Governor Sandoval. How did your work on that committee help you and help the office?
Well, it's looking at risk assessment tools. It's looking at needs assessment tools. What it's trying to do is provide the services that the kids need as early as possible, because you receive those services early and they're going to stay out of the system. And so it promoted those avenues, and we're trying to do similar things in the adult system. Some of the committees that I'm on, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, is looking at needs assessment, risk assessment tools to try to fashion resources that directly applies to that individual. More of a holistic approach so that they can receive the services that will help them not come back into the system. Because if we just put them in jail for 30 days, something like that, it's not going to address the underlying problem. If we can address the underlying problem that brought them there in the first place, chances are we're not going to see them again.
What's been the biggest changes that you've seen personally in your office in the tenure you've been there?
One of the things that we've been trying to do a variety of things. One is, as I mentioned, the community outreach. And so in May we had a bench warrant quashing event. It's the first time that our office sponsored a bench warrant quashing event, and it was for all residents of Clark County. And so we had well over 1,000 people show up. We were able to quash over 3,000 bench warrants. That one day we had about 75 volunteers, most from my office, but from other organizations as well. We've been trying to work closely with Boyd Law School, and so we had some law students come out. As I mentioned, we work with a lot of the groups out in the community that provide resources and assistance to the indigent. And so we had about 13 social organizations that came, set up their booths to provide information, direction for those clients as well. We just had the first ever voter registration. The legislation passed this past session that allowed for someone that has a prior felony conviction to register to vote. And so our office sponsored the very first one in Nevada. And so we've also been trying to provide more opportunities for training. We've expanded our training program for the newer attorneys within our office, and also additional resources for the investigators and social workers, so that, again, so that we can represent our clients to the very best of our abilities.
And what about the future? What do you plan? How can you take the office even further and serve the community even in a higher level?
Well, I think some of the things that we're doing now, we're reaching out to some other organizations to address things, criminal justice reform. We're looking at bail reform, detention reform, and we're doing that with outside organizations that are helping us as well. We're also doing that through litigation, both federally as well as within the state. We're trying to address that as well through legislation, and so we're working with different groups to try to bring that about. We're also trying to create a more holistic approach for our clients, so that they can, again, receive the services that they need to address the underlying issue. And we're doing that by reaching out to the community, providing education, providing opportunities so that people know what our office actually does. And so we've done a lot of presentations to different groups and different organizations. We've been going to high schools and legal leadership programs. As I mentioned, Boyd, we're working closely with Boyd to try to get some of their students involved through internships, externships. We have interns and externs coming from throughout the country, interning in our office for a semester. They're providing valuable help to us, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn about the system, learn about our office. And so we're trying to continue to provide educational opportunities so that the training for our attorneys, from when they first come into the office through those first 3 years, they're in a training program so that they know how to best represent clients, and so that they're prepared to handle any type of case that comes. And trying to provide resources for the investigators, again, and the social workers, so that they can assist our clients outside of the courtroom.
All right, we sure appreciate you spending time with us. And
my pleasure.
Telling us what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Our most famous sign was given a purple light bulb change recently to mark Domestic Violence Awareness Month in our community.
In recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, a proclamation on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners.
Commissioner Michael Knapp presented a proclamation to Safe Nest Director Liz Ortenberger, a small token for their enormous efforts in combating domestic violence.
Nationwide, about 1.3 million women and more than 800,000 men are victims of domestic violence every year. For many victims, taking that first step to get help is the hardest step. But today we all stand here together to say you are not alone.
In Clark County, there are many groups that assist victims, but Safe Nest and the Shade Tree Emergency Shelter are two of the most prominent nonprofit organizations that help people trapped in domestic violence crises.
What I can tell you is over the last year, 734 victims and children escaping lethal situations have found safety and refuge with Safe Nest. And we're proud to add a transitional housing program this year, so more and more women and victims of domestic violence are becoming independent and living in households that are peaceful, calm, and loving.
2, 1.
A group of purple-clad people joined Commissioners Jones and Naft, a show of solidarity, and to inform the public about the services, shelters, and support available to all victims. If you suspect someone close to you is a victim of domestic violence, or you are a victim yourself, call the Safe Nest hotline at 702-646-4646 4981. The hotline is accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. ShotSpotter is an innovative crime-fighting tool for Metro that started out as a pilot project. This has proven to be so successful that it will be expanded to all 7 districts in Clark County.
This is real gunshots that occurred.
An advanced gunshot detection system called ShotSpotter has helped identify hundreds of illegal gunshot incidents in our valley. A network of audio sensors captures the sound, determines if it's gunfire, and then triangulates the location. A human technician evaluates the sound, and if it is gunfire, alerts Metro with a shots fired call. ShotSpotter is used by police departments in more than 100 cities, from San Francisco to Miami to Boston.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick was one of the original visionaries of the development of this program.
It was 2 years ago when Clark County first implemented the ShotSpotter program in the northeast part of the valley, and since that time the technology has proven to be effective in identifying gunshot events, many of which were unreported to police.
It's my honor to represent the County Commission, to having the vision to move forward to expand this program. We'll have 23 and a half miles total, and what I can tell you is ShotSpotter has made a difference. It's made a difference for our officers. It's made a difference for the kids in the area who would say that, you know, they don't want to go out and get their laundry from the washing machine because they hear gunfire, and so now we've been able to change that message.
Clark County is committed to funding ShotSpotter, which will expand to a handful of areas in the valley with persistent episodes of gunshot and crime.
These general areas is where we intend to focus not only the gunshot detection technology, but also our efforts in reducing gun violence within those areas.
Clark County, with assist from Metro and the Friends of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Foundation, will contribute to fund ShotSpotter for the next 3 years. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton. I want to invite you to our Heritage Street Holidays. This year's celebration is going to be December 13th and 14th out here at the Clark County Museum. We will be free for those hours. We will have strolling carolers. All the homes will be open. They'll be decorated. There'll be crafts for the kids, free hot chocolate. We'll even have Santa here, so please come and join us.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
I'm a census taker. Good pay, flexible hours. Help shape your community's future. Be a census taker. Apply today.
See what you can discover at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Visit Treasures of Egypt, a trip to King Tut's tomb and recreations of some of Egypt's best-known artifacts.
Explore it for yourself.
Finding quality health insurance can be challenging. Discovering that you aren't covered for essentials like prescriptions, mental health, or maternity costs could be devastating. That's why Nevada Health Link exists. It's a place for Nevadans to shop for and enroll in quality health insurance that fits your needs and your budget. And many Nevadans are eligible for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st to December 15th. For coverage should begin January 2020. Visit NevadaHealthLink.com to learn more.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. After Terminal 3 opened in 2012, plans to upgrade Terminal 1 soon followed. Let's take a look at some of the latest renovations.
Since its opening in 1963, McCarran's Terminal 1 has grown and changed with the Las Vegas community. The facility's recent evolution has included a new, modern look and state-of-the-art technology. To keep up with the ever-increasing passenger volume, crews have been hard at work replacing carpet with sparkling terrazzo flooring, installing new wall coverings and charging stations, and renovating restrooms.
When we built T3, of course, the airlines had to approve that project, and one of the conditions was that we were going to go ahead and improve Terminal 1 afterwards. So that's what we've been doing ever since T3 opened. We started with ticketing, and we're improving not only the looks of it, but also the operational part of it. And we redid just about everything. Of course, we started with the terrazzo floors, put a little bit of Las Vegas sparkle in them, but we really opened it up with natural light, a lot of window walls, a lot more efficient, compact check-in units, and brightened up SkyCap as well.
Digital signage, upgraded flight information displays, self-service bag tagging kiosks, and new gate podiums all contribute to a seamless airport experience for travelers and employees alike. The floor surfaces are easier to clean, easier on the eyes, and easier for passengers to roll suitcases on. Significant improvements to the AB security checkpoint will offer a more spacious area for travelers, as well as interlocking tile flooring designed to withstand heavy traffic. Expansion of the checkpoint will allow for a dedicated TSA pre-check lane and installation of automated screening lanes, or ASLs.
The AB checkpoint is the last one that we're finally getting to modernize with all new equipment from TSA. The lanes will become automatic screening lanes. That helps the passenger flow more than anything. As our traffic's been growing, we're going to be able to have dedicated lanes for pre-check, for first class, for special needs, done in a proper manner. That helps the efficiency of the flow.
Also on the horizon in Terminal 1 are exciting new restaurants, including Shake Shack and Jamba Juice in the AB gates and Jimmy John's in the public shopping area. New retail will bring Califano, which sells crystals, gemstones, and art, as well as a third Express Spa location.
What we're most excited about with the renovations is that we're upgrading all of our food, beverage, and retail opportunities. You know, that's part of the experience. The customer wants a smooth, seamless experience and have some of the national brands that they're used to.
With an eye toward future growth, the Department of Aviation will continue to plan and execute projects to efficiently operate McCarran's facilities and offer visitors a phenomenal first and last look at Las Vegas.
Beverages are not allowed through airport security checkpoints, but thanks to conveniently located water bottle filling stations, passengers in McCarran can travel with a reusable bottle and stay hydrated on the go.
Located throughout McCarran's terminals, these popular stations dispense cold water over a small sink, allowing passengers to fill a reusable bottle before or after a flight.
The stations have multiplied in number as travelers have called for a more economical and environmentally friendly alternative to single-use water bottles for purchase.
The Department of Aviation started installing water bottle fill stations in 2015. Since then, we've installed a total of 50 stations throughout our airport facilities. It also includes our general aviation facilities as well as our consolidated car rental center.
The airport embraces its role in social responsibility and strives to be sustainable. By offering an alternative to single-use water bottles, McCarran helps cut down on plastic waste in the environment.
Water bottle filling stations are a definite benefit to our passengers. They provide a fast and efficient way for them to fill up an empty bottle of water that they take through security before they get on a flight. Using water bottle fill stations reduces environmental impact to airport operations.
Placement of these stations around the airport means customers have easy access to inexpensive, clean water.
The water comes from Southern Nevada's municipal water supply. It's the same supply that reaches our homes, and it also meets or surpasses all federal Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
To cater to the taste of international passengers, McCarran offers another unique amenity for its thirsty travelers in Terminal 3.
In addition to the water bottle fill stations we installed at Terminal 1, we also installed 2 hot water stations at Terminal 3. They are equipped with a special handle so our passengers can fill the water safely.
The airport installed the stations to encourage passengers to rehydrate by refilling their bottles and reducing waste. That saves passengers money and is good for the environment.
At a busy airport like McCarran, keeping vehicles moving on the arrivals and departures curbs is a big job. Here's a look at the team of transportation specialists who manage the traffic flow.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of travelers arriving and departing each day.
Hi, number 17. You're welcome.
To assist passengers and drivers, McCarran has a team of more than 60 transportation specialists who oversee the airport curbs and roadways. From directing traffic to overseeing taxi lines, these hardworking employees keep traffic moving safely and efficiently.
Go to number 4.
When they're on the departure curb, our employees are making sure that the cars that are waiting at the curb are not waiting for too long. We're making sure that the traffic flow is going as smooth as possible for all the other passengers that are being dropped off at the curb.
Left-hand lane right over there where the green open sign is. Have a good week.
The team of transportation specialists give directions and assist with the interterminal shuttle service, which transports customers between Terminals 1 and 3. They also manage the airport's busy taxi operation.
We make it very, very swift and effortless for the passengers to come out of the terminal and use the taxi service.
Hello. 2 people? Number 7.
While the line of passengers waiting for taxis at times looks daunting, McCarran's ground transportation team keeps it moving by adjusting the queue as needed and directing cabs and travelers to the appropriate loading spaces. Transportation specialists also monitor the passenger pickup and departure curbs. They respond to vehicle accidents and medical emergencies and oversee the towing of unattended vehicles. These employees must have great communication skills and the ability to listen to travelers' needs.
I like dealing with people, so at McCarran it's more, we're going to see 95% of the folks, so I love the customer service aspect. I love that it's a different pace.
To give good customer service, you have to realize you might hear the same question 1,000 times, but it's from a different person each time. So it's like really hearing the same question only once.
It's up on the 2nd floor, so once you spin around, go up to valet, I'll take you right up there. Yes, I'm a people person. Bringing customer service to the airport, it's a good job.
McCarran's friendly transportation specialists and supervisors play a vital role in airport operations. As vehicles and passengers come and go, they're also key to maintaining safety and security at McCarran.
Airport lounges offer passengers comforts beyond what's generally available in the terminal. Here's a look at a brand new high-end lounge located in the D Concourse.
Hello, morning.
The Club at LAS, a 7,000 square foot shared use lounge, is an ideal place to relax, unwind, or get some work done before a flight. The spacious lounge, located near gate D33, is open to McCarran customers through the purchase of a $40 day pass. A second Club at LAS location in Terminal 3 is also available.
If you have a Priority Pass membership, then we welcome you. Complimentary. We also contract with several of our airline partners as well. We have many airline relationships in place. Or you can simply purchase a day pass and you get, once inside, everything's complimentary.
The space is divided into distinct zones for visitors to enjoy. Featuring ergonomic task chairs, a desk height counter, and an abundance of electrical outlets, the Productivity Zone serves as a dedicated space for business travelers. A Relax Zone offers comfortable seating where guests can enjoy sweeping views of the airport and Las Vegas. A Resting Zone features recliners and ottomans with convenient reading lamps and electrical outlets.
Yeah, we're comfortable. That's the best part. It's since we have a long layover, we're very happy to be here. I've always been very well received at the front door, and then the variety is always really good. They have good food and snacks, and they've got pretty much everything, and of course a good cold beer, so it's a good spot.
In the Replenish Zone, guests can enjoy a selection of food and beverages from a hot and cold buffet and a variety of all-day snack items. A separate bar with dedicated seating allows guests to enjoy complimentary cocktails and premium spirits. A hydration station offers fruit and herb-infused waters. A Refresh Zone provides private restrooms and shower suites, offering spa-quality soaps and lotions to help travelers feel at home.
One of the unique features of this lounge is we actually have a couple of shower suites that we modeled on spa-like quality. So if you've been out and it's hot and you just want to refresh before your flight, we're delighted to provide that amenity for our customers.
The atmosphere at the club at LAS is enhanced with images by local photographer Jeff Green, who has lived in Las Vegas for more than 30 years. The photos in the lounge capture a variety of subject matter, ranging from Las Vegas landmarks and iconic locations to the natural beauty surrounding the city. Providing a world-class customer experience is central to the mission at McCarran. The addition of this new club greatly enhances the level of services and amenities available to Las Vegas travelers.
As part of our ongoing efforts to reach out to the community, 2 groups of students interested in aviation careers recently had the unique opportunity to take the behind-the-scenes tour of the airport. McCarran was proud to host these young men and women from the Civil Air Patrol and the Aviation Career Education Academy.
So this whole area is run by East Ramp Control.
This group of future aviation professionals from Nevada Civil Air Patrol 802nd Squadron are on an airfield tour of McCarran International Airport.
This is an outstanding opportunity for our cadets to see what opportunities they have in the future once they get out of our cadet program. They have opportunities in the Air Force, they have opportunities in the civil airline industry, and other aerospace careers.
The enthusiastic group saw firsthand how a busy ramp operates and how planes are taxied to their gates. It's all made possible with careful coordination and planning between the Federal Aviation Administration and the Department of Aviation. The agencies work together to make one of the nation's busiest airports operate smoothly. The cadets toured the airfield's fire station, where they got to see specialized firefighting equipment in action during a routine training exercise. The Civil Air Patrol Cadet Program focuses on leadership while promoting education in aerospace and aviation with engaging hands-on curriculum and activities. For these cadets, the tour helped inspire them to pursue their goals in the military, aerospace, and civil aviation careers.
I found it fun because we actually got to be inside the airport. I've always seen the airport from outside the fence or from an airplane, but actually seeing all the private jets and hangars like these up close was definitely a new experience for me.
I want to be a commercial airline pilot for Southwest, and this helps me because I kind of get to see it more. It's better than it just being on a video screen.
This is Flight 1920 coming in, and we're taking it back to Chicago as Flight 1396. We call it a swap.
During another recent tour for young people interested in aviation, a stop by Southwest Airlines Operations Center provided insight into how McCarran's largest carrier manages its daily flights. The group from the Aviation Career Education, or ACE Academy, were taking part in a summer program that exposes middle and high school students to careers in the aerospace industry through hands-on experiences. Activities feature science, technology, and engineering, as well as field trips such as this one to McCarran.
So go ahead and pull down real hard.
During one stop on the tour, students learned how flight attendants are trained in all aspects of aircraft safety. The demonstration included climbing into a flotation raft to see how the devices work in the event of a water evacuation.
The behind-the-scenes tour is amazing. I get to see all these different things that you would never even know go into how the planes work, how they're getting to different gates, the safety aspect behind it. All of the different things are very fascinating to learn about.
Students also saw the airline's maintenance base, where the airline stores thousands of parts. Students learned how the airport uses technology to keep track of luggage and toured portions of the airfield with an airport operations coordinator.
FAA Tower controls the surface, we own it.
The goal of the summer program is to expose students to the wide variety of career opportunities in the aviation industry.
When I was a kid, there weren't a lot of opportunities available to learn about aviation, so once I became a pilot, I decided that I wanted to go ahead and try and give something back and expose the next generation of youth to careers in aviation.
The tours offered to the Las Vegas ACE Academy and Nevada Civil Air Patrol enable the Department of Aviation to give back to the community by working with airport partners and local young people to inspire the next generation of aviation professionals.
Take one world-class destination, add millions of monthly travelers, and you get the nation's 9th busiest airport. Here are some other fun facts about McCarran, by the numbers.
Aircraft movements in the desert sun take their toll on McCarran's runway and taxiway markings, but the airport's airfield maintenance team is on the job, using more than 7,000 gallons of paint per year to keep the airfield up to date. That much paint would fill a large above-ground swimming pool. Bar patrons at McCarran enjoy raising a glass before boarding a flight. In 2018, they consumed nearly 3 million fluid ounces of draft beer and more than 25,000 Bloody Marys. Keeping such a large airport at a comfortable temperature is a big job. In fact, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system at McCarran consists of more than 25 miles of pipe running throughout roughly 4.7 million square feet of climate-controlled space. The airport's HVAC central plants have the capacity to cool or heat approximately 4,688 residential homes. McCarran uses radio frequency identification, or RFID, technology in the tags on checked bags. The technology ensures bags get from the check-in counter to the correct aircraft. Since implementing the system in 2005, nearly 210 million bags have been tagged. That's enough tags to circle the Earth almost 3 times. Seek. If there's trouble in the airport, McCarran's K-9 team is there to sniff it out.
All right, good boy.
The officers and their 4-legged partners responded to 2,026 reports of unattended items in 2018. Last year, they also screened 3,692,000 pounds of mail and cleared 673,920 pounds of domestic cargo. For more fun facts about McCarran, check us out on Twitter and Facebook and tune in to future episodes of Flight Path.
2 of Clark County's general aviation facilities recently received high honors, inclusion in the Air Elite network of airports. Here's a look at celebrations marking this milestone and what these airports mean to the Las Vegas community.
Here's to Clark County Airports and Air Elite.
With a toast to the future, Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas Airports rolled out the red carpet celebrating their entrance into an exclusive club. Air Elite is a global system of airports dedicated to delivering diamond-level customer service. By joining this preeminent group of fixed-base operators, or FBOs, Clark County Airports in Henderson and North Las Vegas gain global recognition among the best of the best.
So it really is a network of mostly independent FBOs from around the world that like to collaborate and network with each other. They want to exemplify a service level that's recognized by the aircraft operators around the world. So when the pilots and the flight department see Air Elite, they know that there's a facility there with all the amenities, that there's a customer service level there that they need to take care of their passengers.
With more than 70 FBOs around the world, Air Elite airports offer top-notch service. Each location is dedicated to providing an exceptional experience. Delivering consistently on the Air Elite Diamond Service promise across the network is accomplished through a customer service culture, with training to create engaged members. Every Air Elite member completes this training to ensure the customer experience is memorable.
A lot of it comes down to training, engage with our employees, so we give them intense training provided by the Ritz-Carlton. And with that training, they're able to service the customer. And with the upgraded facilities and amenities we have here, we are becoming a world-class FBO, which will attract customers from around the world.
The airports have access to clientele from Air Elite, customers who fly exclusively to facilities within the network. Those customers expect and receive first-class treatment each time they fly. Henderson Executive Airport has been part of the Clark County Department of Aviation since 1996. Its convenient location offers easy access to freeways, hotels, convention spaces, and the world-famous Las Vegas Strip. It also serves as a reliever to busy McCarran International Airport.
The entire aviation industry is so vital to Southern Nevada. They worked so hard to achieve this status. It's not something that just happened overnight. It's something they worked hard to achieve. It's the quality and the service that we provide to those coming and going through this airport that helped earn that status.
Congratulations.
Thank
you so much, everybody.
After a $2 million renovation, North Las Vegas Airport was primed for Air Elite status. It's the second busiest airport in Nevada and is the gateway to downtown Las Vegas. It offers the services and amenities most requested by pilots and their passengers and is a vital part of the community, serving as host for support services such as a Civil Air Patrol Squadron, air ambulance flights, police search and rescue, and the Bureau of Land Management.
We appreciate all of our community partners. To the sponsors that have helped make this possible, thank you all so very much. On behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, we are extremely grateful for the partnership as well as the sponsorship.
Air Elite locations have strict service expectations and are audited to assure that the service dedication remains at the highest level. This means that at any time airport customers are in Henderson or North Las Vegas, they can expect only the best.
McCarran offers a unique opportunity for business owners who want to showcase their products and services to a diverse selection of travelers. Here's a look at one of our many outreach programs that help educate entrepreneurs who want to do business at the airport.
Business opportunities at the airport are abundant, from concessions and advertising to construction and engineering. Working with McCarran is an ideal way to partner with local government.
When you start to know all of the resource partners and everyone who's available to you, you can really start getting a wealth of information to help you grow.
Outreach events like this one are hosted by the Department of Aviation to give entrepreneurs information on how to do business at the airport.
I came here to the workshop because I need information on all the different resources that they offer for people who are starting a new business at the airport level. I do know that selling retail or import in a brick and mortar is much different than the airport concessions, so that's why I want to get here and get all the resources that you have.
How many of you have a written business plan?
In addition to giving small business owners important information about partnering with the airport, community resource partners offered their assistance to small and startup businesses. From the IRS to the Nevada Department of Business and Industries, the seminar covered a wide range of business management tips for those who attended. The event outlined useful information to prospective entrepreneurs, and for those who already have a business at the airport, it was a chance to network.
For me, it's finding the right talent, making sure to increase my network a little bit so I'm able to find people. After working here for a while, getting to know the people that work here that are in the different departments, different organizations, that's been helpful as well.
During this outreach seminar, airport staff provided information regarding how McCarran's request for proposals, or RFP, process works and how proposals are evaluated.
One thing about the DBE certification, it creates a level playing field for all DBEs and ACDBEs so they can fairly compete.
The Department of Aviation has established a Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program and an Airport Concession Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program to ensure that small, disadvantaged minority and women-owned business enterprises can compete fairly for federally funded transportation-related projects. The airport has a dedicated business section on its website packed with helpful information. Visit mccarran.com/business to learn about concession, construction, and purchasing opportunities. In addition, the website also lists upcoming business outreach events, public notices, and meetings that current and future business owners will find informative.
Las Vegas is a must-visit destination known throughout the world. With the start of new nonstop flights from 2 additional airlines this summer, travelers from even more cities can experience what the U.S. Southwest has to offer.
McCarran recently celebrated the arrival of 2 new airline partners in true Las Vegas fashion. First up was KLM's nonstop service from Amsterdam, the airline's first scheduled flights to Las Vegas. With an estimated annual economic impact of $65 million, the flights operate on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays on a Boeing Dreamliner.
This is a key extension of our network on the West Coast, and it will allow our customers to have additional connection between the West Coast and Europe.
KLM's flight connects passengers to Las Vegas via a major aviation hub, Amsterdam, which has connecting flights to Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. This new service took a lot of planning and research.
The teams from McCarran and the LVCVA as well as KLM have been working for 6 years to make this flight a reality, to make sure that it made sense for KLM, that the demand was there.
McCarran International Airport is now also the gateway to the U.S. Southwest for travelers from Israel. El Al launched weekly nonstop service from Tel Aviv June 14th. The flight, operated on a Dreamliner, arrives on Friday mornings and departs Las Vegas on Saturday nights. El Al's arrival marked the first scheduled nonstop service from Israel.
It was a dream of us to come to Las Vegas. We are operating today from Los Angeles and San Francisco, and it's just so natural to put Las Vegas as a destination from Tel Aviv today. So we have the gold triangle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas.
International travelers are desirable for Las Vegas because they tend to stay longer and spend more. A win-win for our tourism-driven economy.
Certainly the strength of the destination of Las Vegas is what attracts everyone. What we, the airport, try to do is not make it difficult for a new entrant to come on in. So I think Terminal 3 is still a phenomenal terminal, very efficient, very smooth for an airline to come in and operate.
Non-stop flights on KLM and El Al also offer locals new ways to see the world, connecting Las Vegas with yet another city in Europe and the history and excitement of Tel Aviv.
As more airlines expand their service offerings to include Las Vegas, McCarran will continue to do its part to provide a warm welcome to travelers from around the globe.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Amatak Yapi.
Harin.
Manahu.
Halitel.
Yate. Tatsmewi.
Happy Native American Heritage Month.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intrastate airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the poor sailors' airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
Wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, our health and wellness expert says the holiday season is a great time to join a fitness class. The Clark County Museum hosts their annual holiday party on Heritage Street, and the Vegas Golden Knights viewing parties are a hit at Mountain Crest. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Where Fun Happens!
Go Knights, go! England, long wrist shot. Save Elliott.
Hi, my name is Missy Clippert, Recreation Cultural Specialist 2 over here at Mountain Crest Park with Clark County Parks and Recreation. We are here at Mountain Crest Park today doing our VGK viewing parties to help celebrate our team and start promoting our new team and get some fun and excitement and community going on.
And the Golden Knights back to center.
We do a potluck style VGK party. It's free for everybody. There's no age limit. And we have four or five scheduled for the remainder of the year. I hope to see you at some of our future viewing parties.
Check as Smith's getting ready to fire that puck. Took a little bit off.
There's so much action. It's really a lot of fun to watch. I've been to live games and I love watching it on TV, and it's a challenge just to keep your eye on the puck, actually. It's good for the brain, I think.
Well, everybody likes to watch VGK. I'll support our Golden Knights, and one of our seniors had asked about it, if we could go ahead and do a viewing party one day, and we said, sure, why not? It was a huge success, and with the season break, it was definitely wanted again, so we just went and scheduled one a month for the rest of the year.
They play hard all the time. They play for us, so it's always inspiring to watch them because we know we're there with them because they're doing it for us.
There's a play that's deflected. It goes off Merrill's stick.
So we have several viewing party games that we're going to watch. Our next one is going to be November 25th, and we are playing the Dallas Stars. The doors open here at 5 p.m. and the puck drop is at 5:30. Our next one will be December 2nd. We are playing the New York Rangers, and puck drop will be at 4 p.m. and we're going to open our doors a half hour earlier than that. And then our last one that we have planned is on New Year's Eve. It is an early game. Puck drop is at 12 noon and we'll open our doors at 11:30. Again, it is potluck style, so we ask everybody to bring a dish to share and watch the game and have a good spirit. And for more information, please give us a call here at Mountain Crest Park. Our phone number is 702-455-1905. We are located on the northwest end of the valley at 4701 North Durango Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different health and fitness programs, and today here we're at the Cora Coleman Senior Center, which is located on Lake Mead between Nellis and Hollywood, focusing on their chair yoga class.
All right, let's begin. Take your arms out into a T. Take the right arm under the left as you reach around, giving yourself...
Now, yoga essentially means union or community, and you're never going to find a better community than the one here at Cora Coleman Senior Center. They offer chair yoga classes, which are great for those who are just beginning their yoga practice, or for those who may need assistance with balance. And even if you're an intermediate or advanced practitioner, it's always good to kind of focus on the basics, because again, they call it a yoga practice, not a yoga perfect.
My name is Candy with a K, Whitehead, and I teach the chair yoga class at Cora Coleman Senior Center. This is a great class. It's chair yoga, and I really believe that yoga is for everyone. I would say everyone in our class, including myself, deals with some kind of physical challenges or limitations, and we just work through it. Yoga is for everybody, and when we come to class, we make modifications. Even if you didn't do anything except sit there, you're still getting the benefit of the deep breathing, you're getting the benefit of the social aspect of it, and you just feel good after you leave the class knowing that you did something and you made yourself better. Inhale, circle sweep the arms, bring your gaze up. Exhale, swan dive to a forward fold over your thighs.
It really has helped my back out a lot. I have 5 compression fractures in my spine. So this class has really helped me do a lot of stretching. There were times that I couldn't even lay in bed properly and get a good night's sleep. Once I started taking this class, and some of the maneuvers that I've learned in this class has helped me greatly.
I've been here for 7 years. I've been coming to Cora Coleman for 7 years. I've been doing the yoga class for approximately a year, and I love it. I love the stretching and the flexing. When I'm done here, I feel like a noodle. I'm so relaxed, I could fall right to sleep.
Cow looks just almost like Cobra, so you're going to lift the chin up towards the...
And Candy, who's the teacher, has the best voice. She soothes you. She puts you in a state of zen like nobody I've ever known. She makes the class all worthwhile, and the people too.
And now release coming up. Hugging that left knee in towards you. Little counter move, extend the leg out.
Yoga means community in the sense of coming together, so we highly recommend you check out our yoga classes at all of our different county facilities and locations. Feel free to visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. You can also call our main hotline number at 702-455-8200. We hope to see you at one of our many parks and recreation facilities really soon. Namaste.
And namaste.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the program supervisor at Winchester Cultural Center, and I'm here to tell you what's coming up for November 15 through December 15. We're very excited with the programs that are happening right now. Our theater is still under construction. It's almost finished. There's a few details we have to go over, but we hope to have the theater open again starting in January, and we will give you more information soon. So we hope to see you at Winchester Cultural Center, and we want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Hey guys, this is Adam from Winchester Cultural Center. I want to talk to you about some of the goings-on that we have with our classes right now. First up, I want to talk about our Zumba class. Our Zumba class is back, and it will be a monthly class. That class is normally $18, and it will run on Fridays from 6:30 to 7:30. Come down, do a little exercise, and learn to dance at the same time. Second up, I want to talk to you about our brand new yoga class we are doing. It is called Yoga 101. The idea is to have yoga for people who are brand new. They've never done it before, and so they get this introductory course to yoga. That class is going to run from Tuesdays and Thursdays from 12 to 1 p.m. It's a 6-week class, and it will cost $37. Finally, I want to talk about our performance for the Winchester Star Catchers Dance Program. That is going to be on a Saturday this year. It's going to be a Saturday, December 14th. We're doing it at 2 p.m. at K.O. Knudsen Middle School. That class is, or that performance is going to be $7. Please make sure you buy your tickets here. There will be very limited tickets there at K.O. Knudsen. So come down, buy the tickets, and watch your kids dance. Thank you. I appreciate you guys, and I hope to see you here.
Hello, my name is Enma Alfaro Amaya, and I'm a cultural specialist here at Winchester Cultural Center. Today I would like to share with you some of our senior programming for the next few months. Our most popular program has become our social hour. That is going to be on Friday, December 13th at 1 p.m., where you can come, enjoy hot cocoa, some cookies, and play games with other seniors. We will also be offering a holiday sock hop. Dennis Kolb and friends will be playing tunes from the 50s and 60s, as well as host some contests for you. This will be on Friday, December 15th at 12 p.m. So remember to register for these events.
Greetings, I'm Heather Lane Casera. I'm Clark County, Nevada's Poet Laureate, and I'm thrilled to be here today to tell you about a few of the many upcoming poetry events in our community. First, I would like to invite you to Answering Art, a poetry workshop that will be taking place at the UNLV Barrick Museum of Art. That'll be on Saturday, December 7th at 2 p.m. We'll be reading poems that respond to art, and we'll be writing poems responding to art. So whether you're a seasoned poet or you're new to poetry, this event is for you. We'd love to see you there. Next, I'd like to remind you about a monthly open mic that happens every first Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m. at the West Charleston Library. So next, I'd like to invite you to a poetry reading. I will be reading with two other local poets, award-winning poet Samuel Pacone, as well as Angela M. Brommel. Angela was recently, for example, Red Rocks Artist in Residence, so that's pretty awesome. On Friday, December 13th at 5:30 p.m., we are going to be celebrating her new book, Mojave in July. That'll be at the Writer's Block. So that should be a lot of fun. We'd love to see you there. Again, free, open to the public. Fun fact, Samuel, Angela, and I, each of us has some sort of roots in the Midwest, so you might hear that come out in the reading, a thread throughout some of our poems, so that can be kind of neat. Finally, on December 24th at 2 p.m., we will be having a poetry and hot cocoa event. We're pretty excited about it. That'll be happening here at the Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. So if you'd like to bring a couple poems to read to us, or if you just like to bring yourself, it's going to be a really casual event. There's going to be a hot cocoa bar, pretty exciting, and there'll be some crafts for the kiddos and for the young at heart.
Hi, I'm Erin Marie Estes here at the Winchester Cultural Center, and I'd like to invite you to some fabulous dance classes that I'm teaching every Thursday night. First of all, I have Creative Movement. That's for children 5 and under, and we're going to learn, you know, dance basics, just playing music and dance rhythm games. Also, I have for ages 5 to 18, it's called Pom Squad. And Pom Squad is for the youth of Las Vegas to pump up the positivity in the community. And we're going to be doing some basic tumbling along with pom-pom dance routines. And finally, for the teens and adults, I have a free lip sync and dance club. And it's also every Thursday night, 7 to 8 p.m. We're going to be doing the dance choreography, the original choreography from your favorite pop culture icons from their music videos. That's it. I hope to see you guys there.
Hi, I'm Steve Carmichael, Senior Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. I want to talk to everybody about an event we're going to have coming up on November 23rd. Maybe it'll help you with your Thanksgiving planning. We're going to be giving away 16 Butterball turkeys during our sporting clay shoot on November 23rd. That's going to be from about 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're going to be giving turkeys away in different classes, different categories, different age groups. Good chance for everybody to come out and have some fun on our sporting clay course. If you've never shot sporting clays before, I think you'll enjoy just riding around on the course in the carts. There's 30 different stations out there that give you 60 different target presentations. I think most new shooters probably enjoy sporting clays more than any other venue that we have out here. While you're out here, you can have a great breakfast or lunch with the Roadkill Grill, located in our Shotgun Center. So come out and see us real soon. We're Nevada's only 5-star rated facility, so come out and see us, see what we have to offer. Hope you'll come out real soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex to give you an update on some of the things we have going out here for this month. First of all, we still are running all of our hunter ed courses out here. If anyone born after January 1st, 1960 would like to purchase a hunting license and does not have a hunter education card, you can take a class right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex and receive that card. Once you get that card, you can purchase a hunting license. And while big game season is going on right now, we still have waterfowl and upland game season that will go on well into the new year. So if you don't have that card, sign up for a class here at the Shooting Complex and come out and get your hunting license and get out into the outdoors. Another thing you can do out here at the Shooting Complex is we have special rifle, muzzleloader, and shotgun classes. So these classes are geared toward a first-time shooter, but anybody is welcome to take them. You'll learn the basic principles of shooting, and for muzzleloading, you get to shoot a percussion cap and even try one of these flintlock old-time muzzleloaders. So you get a couple chances to do that and learn how to load and unload those. Now, it's not required to have your hunter education card, but we do recommend that you do have that card just for safety reasons. So if you'd like to join any of these classes, you'll need to go online to register-ed.com and sign up for them. I hope to see you out here, and come try one of our rifle or shotgun or muzzleloader classes. They're a lot of fun. Have a good holiday and see you next month.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. And today I want to take a quick look back. It's been a decade since we dedicated the Candlelight Wedding Chapel out here at the museum. We want to take a look back at moving the building out here and restoring it and opening it up to the public, and of course inviting you out here to the museum. So let's take a look inside. Now when you come out to the chapel, you'll see it as it's completely restored, of course, but when we got it out here, we had to pick it up off of its foundation. It had been basically closed for a number of years at that point. It had closed in 2004. It wasn't moved out here until 2007. There'd been a lot of damage done to the building. So what you see here has undergone a lot of changes. All of the windows down on this level, all the sides, all of this had to be redone. There were holes cut in the sides so that beams could be brought in here. All of the interior had to be redone here. Pews in here actually did not come from this chapel. These actually came out of the old county courthouse and were repurposed in here. They're the same type that were used in here, but these were actually out of the old county courthouse. We redid the podium area up there. A lot of this had to be completely redone in order for it to be brought back to what it looked like in its heyday. But one interesting area, straight up here, there is an entire wall of glass. And that entire wall of glass moved intact. It did not break, it did not crack. And we were able to maintain that. So that is all original to the building. Now we have a panel here that shows some of the history of it as it was being restored out here. So when you come out and see the building, you can see the steps that it went through. We even had to take the spire off. As you can imagine, if you're going to pick up an entire building that is all the way down on the strip, and you are going to move it all the way across the valley and bring it out here on the Boulder Highway in Henderson, which is where the museum is, you've got to move it a long distance, and you can't have a spire that is going to be up so tall that it can't make it under wires and things like that. So we had to remove that. And in fact, we had to completely rebuild it. It had been so badly damaged over the years. It had termites and rot and that sort of thing. So that had to actually be rebuilt. So there's a lot of things that had to be done to the building in order to bring it back so that it could be preserved out here at the museum and be presented to the public. But it is a wonderful building for us to use to be able to talk about the wedding industry as part of the industrial base of the community. We don't think of it as an industry. When you get married, that's a wonderful thing. But in the Southern Nevada area, it really is an industry. It is part of what we do here. And so that's part of what we talk about here with this building as part of the museum complex. Well, now that you've seen what it took to move the building out here, get it restored and open so that you can come out and take a look at it, we hope that you'll visit the museum. Remember, we are only open 7 days a week, 9 to 4:30. And remember, we are here for you. We hope that you'll come out and visit us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. This is the time of year when our lives get busier and holiday foods abound. If you've already started thinking about that holiday weight gain, but have been hesitant to work out because you don't know where to begin, why not try a group fitness class? Group settings provide a wonderful opportunity to meet new people and potential lifelong friends. Fellow participants help keep each other accountable, but best of all, group fitness classes give you a chance to have fun while getting fit. The best time to try group fitness classes is now, during the holidays. Here to tell us more is my fellow fitness instructor, Kathy, who's done a bit of research on this topic.
That's right. So for beginners, this is the best time to start your fitness regime during the holidays because there's less people, which means less intimidating for beginners. The holidays may mean weight gain due to delicious treats like turkey, pumpkin pie, making exercising more important than ever. Group fitness classes also provide a great way to beat holiday stress, an escape if you will. Group fitness classes are for all shapes, sizes, ages, genders, and fitness levels. There are many different classes and gyms to choose from. Enjoy learning and being active in a judgment-free zone. We all had a first day, and the instructor and other members can help you out. So the best part is there's no experience necessary. Just show up and come.
Thanks, Kathy. Those are great reasons to help us understand why now during the holidays is the perfect time to try a group fitness class. Clark County Parks and Recreation Centers offer a wide variety of classes to help you improve your fitness levels and live an active lifestyle. Class offerings include things like step aerobics, strength and conditioning, fit camp, yoga, youth fitness, senior classes, Zumba, dance, and so much more. So don't wait until the new year. Try a group fitness class today at a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility near you, where fitness happens.
Greetings, I'm Heather Lancasera, Clark County, Nevada's Poet Laureate, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today with a local Nevadan who lives here in Henderson and an incredible poet. Her name is Elizabeth Quinones Saldana. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
It's such an honor to have you. So, could you tell us a little bit about how you got started as a poet?
Well, I began writing poetry. It just happened in a very unexpected way. I was in high school, and it was a terrible time in my life. But as a way to cope, I kept a journal with me, and I would write all my persistent thoughts. And I just carried it with me. And after a while, I stopped using it for just writing, journaling, and I started to listen to things people were saying, and interesting turns of phrase, and pithy comments, and quotations. I would collect them and write them, and images. I created collages, and I guess just by accident, I started to write poems that way. I started transcribing people's poetry into this little book that I would carry with me, and it was a comfort to me. And then I guess that's where it began. So.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us. So, do you have any advice for folks who might be a little bit nervous about poetry? Maybe they're a little tentative about reading it or writing it?
Well, I think if you're anything like me, sometimes these giant volumes, they can be a little intimidating.
I agree.
So I would say if you pick up an anthology of any kind that seems of interest, just flip through it and just read a poem. And if it's striking to you in some way, put a post-it note in it and move on. I tend to like having small collections of poetry to read. I feel like it's more cohesive as a whole, and that I can really kind of get to know the poet better, and then I'm not so I guess overwhelmed by the number of remaining pages. I can just linger, and I tend to read things over and over again, which I think is something that really lends itself to poetry. Actually, there's a first reading, but then there's layers and layers of meaning and metaphoric significance that I think we can pick up on. So I would say just don't hold yourself to some strange standard. I think with novels you might feel a little bit more committed to having to read through, although maybe not, but with poetry it doesn't have to be that way. A piece can be like a standalone thing, and so that's how I would approach it personally.
Yeah, I love that. That's part of what I love about poetry too, is I can open a book, flip through it, find something bite-sized. So if I even only have 5 minutes, I can spend a little time with it, close it, and I've read some poems and read a poem and enjoyed it. So
yeah, I think that's how it works for me.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And I know that we're both huge advocates of going to the library, so definitely, go to the library, check out some poetry, flip
Sit
through.
in the aisle and
Yes.
just kind of pull things off.
I'm with you. Yes, absolutely. So, thanks for the advice. Thanks for sharing that. So today we are here at the River Mountain Trail in Henderson.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you could let us know, so you're going to read a poem for us today. Really excited about that. Could you talk a little bit about how this place relates to your poem?
Well, the poem that I'm going to read is called The Visitor, and it has to do with the nature of suffering, and also it has to do with the nature of consciousness, and also the divine. And so I guess I'm inspired by this place because a few years ago I lived in this area within walking distance, and my family and I would walk up here and see the sunset, or if we wanted to in the mornings before the heat really started bearing down, we'd come up while it was still a little bit cool. And it's a really beautiful place. The desert is a place of juxtaposition, I think. The severity and the beauty. And so I took a lot of inspiration from that in writing the poem. There is a scorpion in it, and I think that I used it as a metaphor, but just the beauty and the severity, I think that it really carries in a place like this. I love the desert, and I love that I've brought my children here, even though it wasn't something of my own choosing. It's just the life that has kind of found me, and so that's why I chose this spot. And you should come up here, it's really nice.
Well, would you be willing to read your poem for us?
Sure, yes, I'll
Thank you
read it.
so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks a lot. Okay, this is called The Visitor. I do not invite you, and yet you come. I have not prayed for you, still you appear, like the scorpion in the pot, full of potential. The visitor playing dead an inch from my bare foot, pressed between gaps in mortar, hidden in the palms that grew massive. The outer fronds make their bow, but it's the warm air that draws you. You with your reasons, left unexplained. Let others extol your virtue in the kingdom of earth. I concede we are both creatures brought into being, and so I scan the sky for one reason, the ground for another. My children fly beyond grasp. Undeterred, they climb the retaining wall to swing from the smooth limbs of the olive tree, and I am left to reckon with your existence alongside my own. Agent of suffering, you do exist, don't you? Or if you do not, let me lie beside the open door, indifferent as a number, motionless unless moved. But you will not play dead forever, no, but take the chance given to strike or flee, contingents running a course. Where we converge, we are found out. And yes, I pray, past venom and withdrawal, to see which branch may bear both our weight.
Elizabeth, that was stunning. Thank you so much. So gorgeous. So thank you for being here today, and thank you folks for joining us for poetry. If you're looking for more ways to find poems and poetry, there's a couple of resources I'd like to share. One is Poetry Promise. The executive director is my predecessor, Vogue Robinson, incredible advocate for the literary arts. So Poetry Promise, they have a calendar on their website. Also, Eat More Art Vegas is a great way to find some spoken word poetry, all sorts of poetry actually. So thanks again for joining us, and take care.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department. I'm your host, Scotty Allen. Now, those of you that remember, we did this program some years ago, and we're back on Channel 4 once again, and it's so nice to be back. On this program, we take an inside look at the Clark County Fire Department, the past, the present, and the future. And to sort it all out for me is my very first guest and a very dear friend. He's the 10th Fire Chief of the Clark County Fire Department, my friend, Fire Chief Greg Castle.
Scotty, how are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well.
Nice to see you. Thanks for doing this.
Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to this, coming back to our community and reaching out.
You know, and actually it was your idea to bring the show back. So did you just miss me or what?
Of course I miss you, obviously. But, you know, I remember back when the show was running all the time, and we would have people in the grocery stores or out in public talk to us about what they saw on the show. And it's just a great way to us to inform our constituents and our customers and our residents of what we do as a fire department.
Yeah, so, and when we used to do the show, that's what I loved about it, was the fact that we kind of put a face to the fire department. We let our taxpayers know where maybe some of their tax dollars were going in supporting of the fire department. So it was a big undertaking, but I'm glad we're back here on Channel 4.
And so am I.
And, of course, I want to thank Eric Papa and Skip Kelly here at Channel 4, too, for making this happen. So here we are. You and I, we go back to the Mercy Ambulance days. We've known each other a long time, and I don't even want to count the years, but we've known each other a long time. And a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then. And those of you, if you remember, a long time ago, back in the day, there was actually two ambulance companies here in town that ran the calls. It was American Ambulance and Mercy Ambulance. And I was working at Mercy Ambulance at the time, and you were working there as well. You were how old at the time?
I was 16 when I started working at the ambulance company for the mechanic, doing odds and ends around the mechanic shop for him, and then started in the streets as a medic in the summer of '87.
Wow. And did you ever at that time ever think about it or have aspirations of being the fire chief one day?
No, I really wanted to be a firefighter paramedic. That was pretty much where my goals were, but that's obviously played out plus some for me, so I've been lucky.
Well, you're a Las Vegas native. You were born and raised here. You're from a pretty large family, but most of your family members actually worked at Metro or were police officers.
Yes, I'm the one oddball in the family, so to speak, that didn't go to the law enforcement route one way or another, either from communications or actual street police work. So I like the fire service, always did. My dad kind of brainwashed me early by making me watch Emergency back in the day with Johnny and Roy. It came on after Adam 12, but he made me watch that show and just hook, line, and sinker. I was all in.
Yeah, I remember watching that show as well, and I remember, wow, this is the coolest show, Emergency, you know, and showing what these guys do and everything. I watch it now. It's pretty cheesy.
The acting's a little subpar in the backgrounds and
A little
stuff.
bit, yeah.
But in the 70s, for a little kid, man, it was very appetizing.
Sure. Speaking of your father, something I know that you're proud of, he just had a local ballpark that was dedicated in his name. Talk about that a little
He
bit.
did. So when my father retired from the police department, he was a professional baseball scout
Mhm.
for 20 plus years after that. And him and his good friend Manny Guerra, who worked for the Cardinals, my dad worked most of his time with the Texas Rangers, passed away, over a couple years span. And through some conversation, it was decided that they would, how nice it would be to have a baseball field named after them. And it just so happens down the southwest part of the district in Mountain's Edge, some really, really high-end baseball fields were being built. And I spoke with then Commissioner Brager from that district, and we got it on. So there's the Manny Guerra Field and Carl Castle Field right next to each other, just like they were for so many years.
That's amazing. Your dad was a wonderful man, and was sorry to hear that he had passed. But your whole family is pretty great.
Yeah, I'm very lucky, very blessed.
Okay, so you were hired by the Clark County Fire Department in 1989. My career began with the Clark County Fire Department the same year. You were in one academy or rookie class before me. You were in 89-1. I was 89-2. Yes. If you remember those days.
Yep. 7 weeks apart.
7 weeks apart. Yeah, exactly. Let's just talk about you a little bit, if you don't mind. So I mentioned that you were born here. You hold 2 associate degrees and 2 bachelor degrees. Yes. Right. May 1989, you graduated from UMC's paramedic program, and you were a paramedic for a long time.
Yeah, about 17 years.
Nice. You've been an EMS instructor for the department as well as the community college.
Yes.
Yes.
Teaching.
Okay. 1990, you married your lovely wife Gina, who her and I have been friends for many, many years as well. And you have 2 kids?
2 kids, Dylan and Madeline. Both are teenagers and doing very well. They're great kids. Gina's done a wonderful job.
Sure. Yeah. And God bless Gina. I just love your wife. It's not easy. I would imagine being the wife of a fire chief of the largest fire department in the state of Nevada, but she's a trooper.
She is. She's put up with a lot over the years, especially, specifically dating back even to the early 90s with the FEMA program, putting together the Urban Search and Rescue program. There was a lot of unpaid time spent away from home for decades getting that program up and running, plus being a battalion chief when we were short-staffed. And so she's managed to steer that ship quite well.
So speaking of that, the year that you got married, 1990, you also joined the Clark County Fire Department Technical Rescue Team, which we affectionately called the Heavy Rescue.
Yes, yep. That was the year I got into ropes and technical search and rescue, and it's been a passion of mine ever since.
Yeah, and I know that you really enjoyed that. You enjoyed your time there.
I did. I mean, there was nothing better than, as we just mentioned, I was a paramedic.
Yeah.
I was for a long time a captain in that program, doing rope rescues and confined space rescues and still fighting fire. So it was like a dream come true for an action-oriented kid to have all those things available to go to work every day.
Yeah. You also helped out with Metro Search and Rescue program, right, as a paramedic?
Through the department, yes. Yeah, we had old days, Rescue 12 and Rescue 22.
Oh, yeah, right.
We would provide the paramedic coverage back in the 90s for all the responses up in Red Rock and so forth.
Yeah. So just talking about the Heavy Rescue a little bit for the people watching at home, the Heavy Rescue, it's a little different than just your firefighters that go out and will knock down a fire in a home or an apartment. You guys are called out on the hairy calls, the ones that, boy, you're just not sure how you're going to get a person out of a trench or some sort of crazy life-threatening situation.
Yeah, occasionally there's specialty calls that require extra skill sets that you can't train the whole 700 people on the fire department for. So we've trained specialty teams, and when we have those calls, those personnel go, and if they need assistance, then the other fire departments in town have similar teams, and we'll amass all those specialty resources together to handle things like trench calls. Those are very, very challenging and very long-term events. It can take 6, 7, 8 hours sometimes to successfully extract somebody that's trapped below grade in a trench or some sort of a hole. Mine shafts is another one, really bad car accidents, airplane wrecks, things like that. Things that don't happen on a routine basis, but require some specialty tools, and specialty training to help mitigate.
Okay, so speaking of the Heavy Rescue, it was shut down for a period of years, out of service, and under your watch you were able to get it back up. So you breathed life back into the Heavy Rescue program. So did you see a need for it?
Without a doubt, having been on that team during the build out of the early 2000s on the Las Vegas Strip, City Center and all those properties, I knew what was coming. We've got a lot of projects on the books. There's going to be a lot of high-rise construction rescue operations, a lot of underground rescue operations going to be going on. And we need the extra personnel, we need the extra specialty within our fire department to do that. And so I mean, obviously a passion of mine, but I can't take all that credit. You know, there was, I had to work that out with the Firefighters Union on changing some language within the contract to allow us to get to that point, and of course the support of the county commissioners and my boss, Yolanda King, the county manager, to make that a reality and bring this program back to the Valley.
Nice. You were also a founding member of the Southern Nevada Unified Command Type 3 Incident Management Team. That's a mouthful, but what is that?
Well, that's a team of personnel that come together when there's an unusual situation, say a flood or a large-scale event. And it's a group of people that provide the overall incident management for that event. They determine the priorities for that event, they order the resources, they track those resources, they assign those resources, and they take care of whatever's needed to be taken care of. For example, in 2014, I took out a group to the Moapa Indian Reservation when they were devastated by a flood. And over the course of about 7 days, we worked out there. It had absolutely nothing to do with firefighting or rescuing people. We rebuilt their roads, we rebuilt their sewer system, we dealt with their displaced people and their housing, provided extra shelter and food and things like that. So we managed that event because it was beyond the capabilities of their local response out there.
And of course, that team is still together.
The team is still together. I don't have much to do with it anymore, being in this position. I just don't have time for extracurricular activities such as that. But it is still together. It's a challenge to keep together because people train and move on and trying to keep people qualified to sit in those seats. But it is still there when needed.
And speaking of your position, February 17th, 2015, you became the 10th Fire Chief of the Clark County Fire Department.
I did, yes. Big day for the Castle family.
Yeah, and actually we actually had your badge pinning ceremony, which I was so proud that you asked me to MC that event right out here at the entertainment venue at the Government Center.
Yeah, it was a wonderful day, boy. In February, you wouldn't expect to see a 65-degree, wind-free, beautiful sunny day, but we had it that day. It was great.
Yeah. So, Chief, you're what we call in the fire service a firefighter's chief, because you've done it all. Coming up through the ranks, you were a firefighter, paramedic, a fire engineer, you were a fire captain, a battalion chief. Were you a member of FEMA?
Yes.
Yes. So you actually done it all, and now you're the big guy in charge.
Well, haven't done it all. I never did do hazmat, and I never did make it to the airport. There's a couple specialties I never put my toe in, but I've definitely been able to follow my passion and my dreams and the things that I wanted to do in my career, and I'm blessed. I'm very blessed.
That's why I retired. I got exhausted watching you.
Well, I'm not far away right now, I'll be honest with you. I'm 30 years coming up right now, and I will not see 31.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. That's amazing. What a career. So the Clark County Fire Department is the largest fire department in the state of Nevada, established in 1953, now covers about 8,000 square miles. 24 paid stations in town?
We have 30 career stations here in the Las Vegas Valley.
I've been gone a little while.
We've gone a little while. We've added a few. 30 career stations, and we currently have 10 in the volunteer corps. Mount Charleston has become its own fire protection district, and Moapa Valley with Logandale, Overton, and Moapa, they have become their own fire district. So 13 or those 14 stations we were at one time, we're down to 10 because they've become their own fire districts, no longer under the management umbrella of Clark County Fire.
Yeah, and also you cover McCarran International Airport as well.
Yes, cover the airport, cover Laughlin, Jean, Nevada. We have stations in all those areas.
That's just amazing the way it's grown. Also covering the Las Vegas Strip, the famous Las Vegas Strip, where there is just a plethora of emergency calls.
It is the most unique response jurisdiction in the world. We've dealt with things called vertical high-rise time and all these other issues, and we've reached out not only locally and nationally, but internationally, like to China and other places, to see how do you handle, getting your hands on a patient on this floor, how do you mark those times, and the challenges that we have here in this valley are unlike any challenges anybody else has. I get a lot of question marks back, like, we don't know how you do what you guys do. But our men and women are absolutely phenomenal. The work that they do, the quality of service that they provide, the timeliness of those services they provide is just second to none.
I think it's safe to say that if you're staying at a hotel on the Las Vegas Strip, it is one of the safest places that you could be.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I feel that exact same way.
Yeah. Okay, so with all the growth and everything, how many calls, what is the call volume nowadays for the Clark County Fire Department?
We're running roughly about 140,000 incident responses a year, and that's actually down, but it's down because we made changes in our response models. So we've trimmed back a little bit on our fire responses. We've altered some of our EMS responses because the call volume was getting so high and we were unable to add resources due to the recession and trying to recover financially as a community and as a department from that time period from 2008 to 2015, 16, 17, in that range. We had to figure something out because we were burning people out. People were quitting the fire department, giving up their careers because they were too busy and they couldn't manage their home life. They were just exhausted. So we had to make some changes. So with staff, the district attorney, the medical director, we took years and years of data on our calls and made some data-driven decisions on how to better serve our community, keep our resources fresh, and stop the departing of quality employees for other entities, because they were tired or didn't think that they could maintain this pace for 20 years.
And are all the units now ALS or paramedic level unit?
Everything with the exception of the battalion chiefs and the airport vehicles, the ARF vehicles, are not ALS. Everything else has a paramedic on it, from engine company to ladder company, the big truck going down the road with the ladder on the roof, and the rescue ambulances. Everybody has at least one paramedic on them.
Okay. And so how do you keep up with the growth in that ever-changing landscape out there?
That's a challenge. Southwest part of the valley right now is just booming. We have a tremendous response time issue out there. We're working with the commissioners. We're working with the Home Builders Association. We're working with county finance and county leadership to fast track some stations down that area to get our footprint. It's a little smaller for response areas so that we can get there in a more timely manner for our customers in need. But it's a challenge. It takes a long time for government processes to go through and not so long for other business prospects to go through, big housing developments, apartment complexes, all those things that generate calls for us. So
do you find as we grow, maybe sometimes we're a little bit behind the ball?
Without a doubt. We're a little bit behind the ball just because of being a governmental entity and having to go through the hoops that we have to go through.
And of course, new fire stations equals new firefighters.
New firefighters, yes. So we're like right now we're getting ready to hire an academy in August, and it'll be 35 to 40 new hires coming in, but they won't be ready to work until February. So it takes a while to get people trained, to get through the testing process, through physicals, through psychological evaluations and all that stuff, just to get that body on the floor, just to open a station.
And I know the training is not an easy task. I know that it has probably gotten way more intense since you and I went to our fire academy back in the day, but your training staff, they're serious about what they do.
They are very serious about what they do because our job is very serious, and all the cadres that come in and function in that capacity do a wonderful job taking people that have sometimes no idea at all what they're getting into and forming them into workable employees at the end of that academy so they can come out, continue their training on the floor with the men and women that work day to day, and then flourish in their careers.
Absolutely. Well, Chief, I know it takes a village to do what you do. Let's talk a little bit about your support team, your administration.
Yes. Great staff. I have 6 deputy chiefs and soon to be 4 assistant chiefs. We've added an assistant chief to our talent pool. He'll be coming in from out of town. He's going to manage the firefighting operations at the airport because that's a very specific skill set that we just weren't at the top of our game on, so to speak. So we reached out nationwide, did a recruitment, and found a gentleman that's coming in. That's what he's done for 29 years. He's leaving his current job, retiring, and coming down here for his second career. But he's young, he's energetic, he's highly intelligent, very talented. So we're excited about that. But so the deputy chiefs, they handle everything: human resources, finance, EMS, logistics, customer support. Special events is a big one for us, counterterrorism, law enforcement integration. We have staff chiefs that cover all those things because we have to have our footprint in all of those events. Because of being the entertainment capital of the world, having a legitimate terrorist interests in our community, soft targets across the world get hit. So we have embedded ourselves in that process too with the police department. So the staff chiefs in the Clark County Fire Department are very busy handling a wide range of tasks.
And I know you're very proud of your people.
Yeah, they're awesome. They do an amazing job. All across the country right now as we're traveling quite a bit, speaking on what happened to us in October of 2017. People are amazed at the amount of things that we're able to come up with, develop, implement, and manage at this level.
Sure. Okay, Chief, we're going to take a quick break, all right? We'll have more on scene with Chief Greg Castle from the Clark County Fire Department right after this. Could your child ever become a drowning victim?
Not my child. Take a second, protect the child.
Would you ever leave your child alone in the bathtub?
Not my child. Take a second, protect the child.
Would you ever leave your child unattended?
Not my child.
Don't let your dreams become a nightmare.
Take a second, protect the child.
Welcome back, everybody, to On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department. I'm your host, Scotty Allen, and we're chatting with the Fire Chief of the Clark County Fire Department, Chief Greg Castle. So, Chief, we were just talking about your administrative staff, but let's talk about the men and women that work for this Clark County Fire Department that come to work each and every day, put their lives on the line for perfect strangers, residents and visitors alike. Tell me about your firefighters.
Well, our firefighters are amazing. We have, almost 700 in the promoted ranks or the professional ranks, and we have about 200 in the volunteer corps that cover our outlying areas. And they do a tremendous job handling a wide range of emergencies, providing excellent customer service. They're very empathetic and sympathetic to the men and women that they come across and the customers that they handle on a daily basis. And I'm very, very, very proud of what they do for our community.
You and I are, well, you're still there, of course, but I during my 21-year career with the fire department, I don't remember a day waking up thinking I don't want to go to work. And I think that's the way it is with all firefighters.
I believe so. It's a passion. It's a passion to go to work, to be involved with your brother and sister firefighters at the station, in the camaraderie that's there, and then to get on a rig, go out on a call, and handle whatever that person's issue is at that moment in time. It's a good feeling. It's a feeling of helping people. Occasionally, it's very sad. We see some things that are very horrific in our world, but a lot of times it's beautiful too. I stopped counting at about 20 babies delivered.
Sure.
I actually enjoyed delivering babies because I was like, well, this time we're on a positive end of a medical call, so to speak. So we do everything from that to cutting people out of cars to fighting fires and just fixing things generally for people that need to be fixed.
I still talk to a lot of the guys and gals in the fire department, a lot of the firefighters. I know they have a great respect for you, and I think one of the reasons being is because I don't think this position as fire chief has changed you. I mean, you and I have been friends for a long time. I know you. I don't think it's changed you, and I think one of the reasons is you haven't forgotten where you came from.
Well, I think it's very important, to lead an organization, especially a high-powered, fast-paced organization such as this. You've got to remember what it was like to be in the streets, what it was like to be in the stations, what it was like to not sleep hardly at all for days on end sometimes when you're very busy at night. And then you have to go home and be mom or dad or whatever at home, and then try to come back the next day to work. So it's important to remember those things, to understand why people get frustrated with processes, understand why people are frustrated with why things don't go through sometimes. But to reassure them, hey, I understand what you're doing, I get it, and we're going to do our best to try and rectify whatever the situation is that they're looking at.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just switching gears here a little bit, Chief. Every city and county, they have those incidents that kind of put them on the map. Here in Clark County, November 1980, we had the MGM fire. February of 1981, we had the Hilton fire. May of 1988, the Pepcon explosion. And unfortunately, and I think it needs to be talked about and never forgotten, the tragic night of October 1st, 2017, the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. And as sad as that night was, and to stop and think about the fact that was a festival where people, family, friends came together to enjoy a night of music and fun, and the way it ended. That incident put this fire department in front of the world's eye, if you will. Tell me a little bit about that night.
Well, it was a horrible night. There's no doubt about it. And as you said, it did put us on the map. But I'm proud that it put us on the map because of the successful response that we had with our counterparts in law enforcement. Other instances have happened in our country, and police departments and fire departments weren't unified. They weren't in lockstep together. They weren't able to come together and manage the incident at the level that we did. And that did not happen by accident. That is a direct result of years and years of training together, building programs together, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars every year in training to train police and to train fire and to equip them so that we could be in that situation. So it was a horrible night. I mean, it's one that I will never forget. Painful across many levels.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to have no critical failures in the response package of the biggest event in this country since 9/11.
Yeah.
Makes me very proud.
You know, and there were a lot of heroes came out of that incident that night. Just regular people that did the right thing and stepped up. But your firefighters really stepped up and saved countless lives.
Yes, there was a lot of heroes. I mean, and one thing you did key on right there is, yeah, our men and women did a phenomenal job. Could never have imagined the level of patients that we would see in such a short amount of time, heading in so many directions from what was 17.5 acres quickly became 3.5 square miles of an MCI with critically and mortally wounded patients in every direction. Our men and women did a great job, and I have to give my hats off to the cowboy culture, the men and women, the doctors, nurses, construction workers, military personnel, off-duty fire, police that were in there that night. They saved, we can't even count how many lives they saved by making tourniquets out of belts and stuffing bullet wounds with T-shirts, and they did a tremendous job. So the community came together, our emergency response personnel came together, and you know, it's very sad. I mean, it still will touch me forever, but I do know in my heart that it could have been a lot worse.
And if any good was to come from that night, your fire department is now going to other fire departments around the country and actually giving them special training because of this incident.
We have. This has put us on the lecture circuit, so to speak. Since that event, we've given over 120 different lectures across the country with more than 33,000 attendees at this point, and we are booked all the way into March of 2020 for speaking engagements.
That's amazing.
It is hospital groups, EMS groups, emergency management groups from all over want to hear what happened and how do we try to replicate what you guys did.
We just have about 3 minutes left, but so what's next as we move forward? What's next for you and the Clark County Fire Department?
Well, we have a lot of big things on the docket here. I've only got, like I said, 8.8 months left. Not that
But
I'm
who's
counting.
counting?
But we do have a lot of things going on. We're working really hard on a responder emergency package for the hotels for communications. As you know, being in those hotels, sometimes you cannot get a radio signal in or out. So we're working to rectify that with property owners, and we're making a lot of progress on that. So I'm very excited about that because I know that will have positive effects on all forms, you know, police and fire and EMS going forward in the hotels. Still working on fireworks and some ordinances here in the Valley, but we have a tremendous special events packages coming our way. We have a lot in place right now. EDC coming up this month in May, and next year we'll start with the Raiders football games. So there's going to be changes in our organization going forward in that respect and how we manage those large crowds, the mobile crowds. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out.
And I wish we had more time because I did want to touch on the Raiders and the department. This is huge for Las Vegas, of course, the Raiders come, but we're going to save that for the next show, okay? Because I definitely want to have you back, and because we still have plenty to talk about, you know. But thank you very much for your time. I know you're a busy guy, and you're a dear friend, and thank you for what you do.
No, thank you, Scotty, for coming back and helping us get the show back out to our public.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Scotty.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for watching On Scene with the Clark County Fire Department. If you'd like more information about the department, you can go to www.clarkcountynv.gov. We'll see you next time on Scene with the Clark County Fire Department.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepared to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Finding quality health insurance can be challenging. Discovering that you aren't covered for essentials like prescriptions, mental health, or maternity costs could be devastating. That's why Nevada HealthLink exists. It's a place for Nevadans to shop for and enroll in quality health insurance that fits your needs and your budget. And many Nevadans are eligible for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st to December 15th. For coverage should begin January 2020. Visit NevadaHealthLink.com to learn more.
The sale of marijuana is getting underway in Las Vegas.
But where can you consume it? On the Strip?
No, not even in your hotel room.
At my friend's house?
Sure, if they say yes.
How about in my camper?
Don't consume it and drive. That's dangerous and illegal.
Well, out hiking Mount Charleston?
No, not in any public spaces. You can't consume it or even possess it at the airport either.
At the bar or a nightclub?
No, not there either. Visit clarkcountynv.gov for more information. Be informed, be responsible.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Planning Commission for Tuesday, November 19th. We have a couple of young guests in the audience, and I think they're going to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wait, what do I do? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Chairman Frazier,
Here.
Vice Chairman Kolarski.
Here.
Commissioner Kirk.
Present.
Commissioner Morley.
Present.
Commissioner Wynn.
Here.
Commissioner Stone.
Here, and then up in the booth, could I get you to come down? My screen is messed up. I'm not signed in.
And Commissioner Taliaferri. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
So first item is public comments. Anyone want to make a public comment, please come up. We have our two little guests. They're going to make another public comment for us.
My name is Karis, and I all want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And my school is Vandenberg. My favorite color is green.
Thank you. One more public comment.
My name is Jacqueline James Paget, and I all want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And I'm in Mrs. Williams' kindergarten class. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll close that section.
The second item on the agenda is approval of the agenda after any additions or deletions. We have the following requests for deletion. Item number 14, VS 190763. Applicant's representative requested 2-week hold to the December 3rd, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 24, UC 19-0645. Hold indefinitely per the applicant's representative. Applicant is advised re-notification fees apply. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately withdrawn or recessed until the dates as previously stated. If there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. I move for approval of the agenda. I'm sorry. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the agenda holding items 14 and 24.
Motion on the floor. Commissioner Stone is a yay. Who are we waiting on? Commissioner Stone is a yay?
No, she said she's waiting for you.
Oh my goodness! Everybody's vote. Okay, no, I voted. I'm a yay.
I vote.
Yay.
Me too.
Yay. Okay. That motion passes.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. The Planning Commission briefing minutes for November 5th, 2019, and the minutes for the October 15th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting stand ready for your approval.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve Planning Commission minutes.
Motion on the floor.
Yay.
Yay. That motion carries.
For the audience's information, most items on tonight's agenda, with the exception of zone changes, are final action unless appealed to the Board of County Commissioners or otherwise announced. All appeals must be filed in writing to the Comprehensive Planning Department by 5:00 p.m. November 26, 2019. Those items appealed will be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on December 18, 2019 in these chambers. The public may obtain information to determine if an item has been appealed by visiting the Comprehensive Planning Department's office located in this building, calling the office at 702-455-4314, or checking the Clark County website. Those interested should look for information regarding the notice of final action for the particular item of interest or provide the requested information on the sign-in sheets provided near the podium. This will be the only notice of appeals. The next items on the agenda are the routine action items consisting of items 4 through 22 with the exception of items which have already been held or deleted. These items may be taken together in one motion and with one vote. For the audience's information, items that have been recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town advisory boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you are in the audience and opposed to any item on the routine action agenda, you must now come forward and request that the Planning Commission remove that item from the routine action agenda and hear that item in the order that it appears on tonight's agenda. In addition, we have the following amendments and comments. Item number 4, DR 19775, Enterprise Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Staff has received 5 cards in opposition. Number 5, AR 19400-132, UC 18629. Staff has received 2 cards in support and 1 card in opposition. Item 6, ET 19400-128, UC 652-17. Sandy Valley Citizens Advisory Council recommends approval. Staff has received 2 cards in opposition. Number 7, UC 19758. Paradise Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Staff has received 5 cards in opposition. Item 8, UC 19769. Staff has received 4 cards in support and 6 cards in opposition. Item 10, UC 19780. The Sunrise Manor Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Staff has received 2 cards in opposition. Number 12, VS 19754. Enterprise Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Item 13, VS 19757. Enterprise Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 card in opposition. Number 17, WS 19761. Staff has received 1 card in opposition. Number 18, WS 19762. Staff has received 2 cards in support. Number 20, WS 19770. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 card in opposition. Number 21, WS 19774. Staff has received 3 cards in opposition. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff or opposed to any item as listed on the agenda should request that that item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing has been opened. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the public hearing is now open and the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval with staff conditions as listed in your agenda.
Thank you. So this portion of the meeting is when we're going to vote on the routine action items. And so all of these items will be voted on and approved in one vote by the commission. So if anyone in the audience wants to hear one of the items on the routine action items or wants to oppose it, we need to pull it off now. Otherwise, I'm going to entertain a motion for the routine action items.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve routine action items 4 through 22 with staff conditions. Yes, sir.
And I have, sir, come on down. Name and address for the record.
Gerald Cantor, Dr. Gerald Cantor, 2816 Vista del Sol. I presume number 14 is not part of this motion. Is that correct?
No, we held that.
Thank you. Commissioner Wynn, did you want to make an amendment to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request to propose to Madam Vice Chair to amend the motion with number 5, changing the time on the staff condition to 2 a.m. from midnight.
Accepted. So the motion is changing item number 5 and changing hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Motion on the floor.
For the record, Commissioner Stone's aye.
If you're still not seeing mine, I'm a yay. Motion carries.
These will be final action unless appealed. The next item on the agenda is item number 23. Item 23, ET 19-400-133, AR 19-4058, UC 180821, use permit first extension of time to complete street improvements associated with a reduced setback for temporary sales leasing office trailer from any property line. Waivers of development standards for the following: reduce rear yard setbacks, 2, establish alternative yards for residential lots, and 3, reduce setbacks from the street in conjunction with a previously approved single-family residential development on 12.7 acres in an RUD residential urban density zone, generally located on the east side of Steptoe Street and the south side of Greyhound Lane within Whitney. Background as provided in your agenda. Staff has no recommendation. The Whitney Town Advisory Board has no recommendation. Staff has received 0 cards in support and 0 cards in protest.
Name and address for the record. Tell us about your application.
Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, on behalf of the applicant, LGI Homes. The streets have been completed, finalized, and turned over to the county. This project is almost complete except for 4 lots, which contain the sales trailer and the parking lot, which are coming here shortly.
Sounds good. All right. Well, what I'll do is I'll open this application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item? Please come down. All right. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Open up for the commissioners' comments. All right. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve ET 19400133 as presented by the applicant. Is motion on the floor?
Commissioner Stone, for the record, yay.
Chairman
still not seeing
Frazier,
mine.
yours isn't working, but
Okay.
Stone's
All right.
is.
All right. So I'm going to take a photo. It's green. Yay.
This is final action unless appealed. The next item on your agenda is item number 25. UC 19710, use permits for the following: 1, retail sales; 2, alcohol sales, liquor packaged only; 3, alcohol sales, beer and wine packaged only; and 4, on-premises consumption of alcohol, service bar. Waivers of development standards for the following: reduced parking; and 2, driveway geometrics. Design reviews for the following: 1, commercial building consisting of a restaurant and a liquor store; and 2, Vivid Hues in conjunction with a commercial development and hotel on a portion of 4.7 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment AE 65 zone, generally located on the south side of Tropicana Avenue, 330 feet west of Kowal Lane within Paradise.
Is there an applicant in the audience on this item? Please come down.
Staff recommends approval of the use permits waiver development standards number 1 and the design reviews, and denial of waiver development standards number 2. The Paradise Town Advisory Board recommends approval subject to removing 2 parking spaces on the west side of the site adjacent to the driveway to increase driveway throat depth. Staff has received 2 cards in support and 3 cards in protest.
Thank you. Name and address for the record. Tell us about your application.
Randy Hazlett, RKA Architects. Address is 179 East Tropicana Boulevard. So our existing restaurant is 7,800 square feet and houses the exact same use, a Coco's Denny restaurant and a liquor world. Proposed building is 1,200 square feet larger. It will be, the lot will be scraped, rebuilt with a new facility. We have talked to the town council about the parking throat depth, which we cannot attain, but we did remove 2 parking spaces to make that greater, so it is in line with the other parking island. The cohesive design actually matches the same colors and design elements of the hotels that are almost completed right now. The landscaping is all per code. The building will be more energy efficient. As far as the reduction in parking, due to the fact that we're so close to the airport, have 2 hotels that are on our site that were allowed to have a reduction in parking. We are only 0.2% asking more than what the hotels were allowed on the same parcel. So we feel that we're really not asking for very much of a leniency on our parking. We're going to have better site lighting and better visibility from Tropicana itself. That area is a little blighted at the moment, so we'd like to improve that and match our new beautiful hotels that we've built on our property.
All right.
Any questions?
All right. Thank you very much. What I'll do is I will open the application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item, please come forward. And seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and open up to the commissioners for comments and questions. And we'll, Commissioner Kolarski.
You said you were asking for a 2% reduction?
We are 86.4% compliant with the code for the whole parking center. When the 2 hotels went in, they were at 86.2. So we're really, in the overall grand scheme of the whole parking facility, we're just about the same as what the hotels were asked for. We do have somewhat of a high use because we're a restaurant, so that parking calculation is 10 spaces per 1,000. Due to the fact that we're right on Tropicana, a very walkable area, we have a bus stop right next to us, and most of the people that we feel are going to be using the restaurant in particular are going to be the patrons that are at the hotels. These are both 2 5-story hotels, probably 600 rooms right there. They're going to be using this restaurant in the mornings.
What kind of impact do you think? I know town board recommended you, as staff did, they concurred with staff on the reduction of 2 parking spaces. What's your argument against doing that?
No, we have no argument at all. We're willing to reduce the 2 parking spaces on the west side of the lot to increase the throat depth to be in line with the adjacent parking island that we have off Tropicana.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have no problem with that.
Okay, I just...
We were at 44, so now we'd be at 42 spaces. Elevations? Yeah. Revised site plan? I do have a revised site plan. Let me grab that.
So put it down on the flat part of the table, and right there, that looks good to you, looks good to us. And engineer, can you thank you?
There we go.
So flip it around, 180.
Right, oh no, that was...
Perfect.
Okay, so in this area here, where you're coming in off Tropicana heading eastbound, that is where the staff the town would like us to reduce. So we reduced it so that it is in line with the other parking island there. So it gave us, another 20 feet of throat depth.
All right, thank you. Staff, I know you guys are seeing this maybe for the first time.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. We are seeing this for the first time, and it appears that there's additional parking spaces that are being removed from the subject site plan as what was advertised in the public hearing notice.
And Public Works, and you guys are talking. You guys let me know what you think about this site plan. Any other commissioners have any comments or questions? I think that was the biggest heartburn with staff, and I appreciate you guys amending your site plan. Jason, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'm just, so we haven't seen this, obviously, but it looks like we've lost 1 space. There were 8 spaces before on that west side of the driveway. It looks like there's 7 now. So we had asked for 2 to be removed.
And we're okay with giving 2. I don't know what 2 really would do because really it's almost the same. But if you want us to remove another one, we're more than happy to do that. I didn't send a new site plan in because I didn't want to start this whole process again. And from what I was told, we're more than happy to revise 2 on our next submittal.
And I appreciate you making that comment. I think no matter what you do, you might have to go back. Can staff confirm that or not?
I was told by my contact at the city that if I was to revise the site plan per the town board meetings, I would have to do another town board meeting. So that's why I did not send in a revised site plan.
All right, so we're getting clarification from staff right now. But the good news is you're willing to reduce your parking spaces, and the good news is I think we can all get behind that.
Commissioner Frazier, I believe that if the plans have been revised and 2 additional parking spaces are needed, since it was advertised and it was advertised with a maximum number of parking spaces to reduce to, that if the Planning Commission was inclined to approve this, that I would just recommend adding a condition that clarifies the additional 2 spaces.
All right, fair enough. Any other comments? No one else got anything to say? All minds clear. I'll make a motion. No one else? Okay. I'll make a motion to approve UC 190710 as presented by the applicant with removing the 2 additional parking spaces to allow for the throat depth required by staff. Motion on the floor. If you're still not seeing it, I'm a yay. All right, there we go.
I had one question. The design review of the building itself is approved at this meeting as well? Okay, so we can move forward to construction document submittals.
5 days.
5 days. I can wait that long. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
That motion passed.
This is final action unless appealed. Next on your agenda is items 26 and 27 are companion items and can be heard together. Item 26, WC 19 400 114 ADR 18 900 333. Holdover waiver of conditions of an administrative design review allowing a maximum of 5 cars for display in conjunction with an auto sales rental business on 0.6 acre lot in C2 commercial zone. Generally located on the north side of Tropicana Avenue, 100 feet west of McLeod Drive within Paradise. Background is presented in your agenda. Staff recommends denial. Staff has received 0 cards in protest and 0 cards in support. The Paradise Town Advisory Board recommends approval. Item 27, UC 19642, holdover use permit for increased display spaces for an existing auto sales business on a 0.6 acre lot in a C2 commercial general zone, generally located on the north side of Tropicana Avenue and west of McLeod Drive within Paradise. Background is presented in your agenda. Staff recommends denial. Staff has received 0 cards in protest and 0 cards in support. The Paradise Town Advisory Board recommends approval subject to the following. Delete current planning bullet point number 1 and replace with the following: maximum of 25 vehicle display spaces. Modify current planning bullet point number 2 to the following: parking and vehicle display in front, south of the property, limited only to areas approved for parking of vehicles with maximum of 5 vehicles in front, and remaining 20 vehicle display spaces to be located in the rear of the building.
Thank you, staff. From name and address for the record, and tell us about your application.
Dennis Rusk, architect, 522 East Twain, representing the applicant and the tenant. And
my name is Yair Ben Moshe, 522 East Twain Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89169. I'm the applicant on behalf of the managing member of the auto group.
Thank you.
after going through quite a few different designs on this site, the one we finally came up with after the town board asked me to show how we could have 60 display spaces on this property, still providing fire department access, access for the customer parking in the rear, fire department access, access in the front. And I noticed in staff's report that there was a question about a clear walkway for customers from the back into the front. Well, since there's an entrance to the building right on the side and I have a 9-foot walkway, I think that's more than adequate for someone to walk once they purchase one of the cars here to go in and complete their purchase. We have requested 40 spaces. I understand that people that have visited the site are uncomfortable with the 40. So, and they suggested maybe a year review and reducing the number that requested from 40 to something less than that. So I'm requesting that we have at least 35 and a 1-year review. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So I'll open this application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and open up to commissioners for comments or questions. I can start, or Commissioner Carson?
No, you can start.
All right, so I do have a question. You mentioned customers that parked in the rear, and then they would walk in what appears to be a drive aisle to a side door?
That was to address one of the concerns I read in staff's report, where they said the plans do not show a clear walkway for customers who park in the rear of the property freely to access the front of the property. And I would represent that I think a 9-foot aisle is more than adequate for someone to walk from the rear to the front.
But that 9-foot aisle you're describing, that's also where cars will travel?
No, they would not travel.
All right, so
These are display areas only.
All right, so those display areas where cars will be parked?
Your employee parking is coming in from where?
So
excuse me?
Employee parking, cars are coming in from where?
From the axis in the rear, or the cross axis from this
So-
property into here as well.
Okay, so let's stay focused on my question. The dotted lines that are adjacent to the building, where
Those are display spaces only.
display spaces where cars will be parked.
Yes,
Correct.
displayed, that's correct.
Okay, displayed. And to get that car from there to wherever it's going to go, how does it travel?
Through the 9-foot drive aisle.
That's what I'm talking about. Where you're saying people will also walk to get into the building.
Not at the same time.
Okay, I'm not good. I'm not good with that. All right. So what I will say is, because I don't really want to manage. I mean, you're only allowed to have 5 display vehicles, but I'm okay if everybody else or the commissioner is okay if she makes her motion. And I'm okay with the number of cars, but I would not want any vehicles to be displayed. We'll call that that's got to be the west portion of the building.
They're parked on both the east and the west sides.
Well, I want one side for pedestrians to be able to travel safely from the parking spaces into the building. So those I would want to get deleted at a minimum. You can keep the ones on the other side. Just
So on
right
one
there.
side only?
Yeah.
So that means we can keep
1, 2, 3,
7 and
4,
reduce
5,
7.
6. No. Those 6 spaces need to go away, or 7 spaces, so that you can mark that off for pedestrian travel. Other than that, I don't have any other comments about the application.
Okay, for clarification, Mr. Chairman, on each side, okay, on the bottom portion of this, you've got a total of 14 display spaces. 1 against the building, 1 against the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're only saying to eliminate the 7 that's closest to the building.
In my opinion, those are the 7 I want removed so that people that are parking here can safely walk into the building. That would be my only comment.
We have no problem with that.
All right.
And
Hey, no, hang on. This is our discussion, okay? That's okay. My concern becomes, and I've expressed this to both Mr. Rusk and Mr. Ben, because I can Mr. Ben, is that my major concern is fire department access, in and out. Fire department is probably going to come from fire department, I think it's 25, which is on Trop and south of Pecos. So that would be the nearest fire department. They're not going to go up McLeod, come in through the back. They're going to go through Tropicana. And if they need to get in the back, then they need to be able to come in through that driveway that's there.
Correct.
So for me, on the west side, I would lose all 14 spaces. And that gives them adequate drive aisle and adequate pedestrian walkway. So that I could live with, but that would be a total of 14 spaces. He's required to have 11 employee parking spaces.
Correct.
So if you do the 40 that he wants, plus the 11, we're talking he needs to have a total of 51 parking spaces.
We have 71.
Excuse me. I know that they don't need to be striped. It is a mess out front. It was a mess the day I went out there. What I'm seeing on Google Maps is, I don't know when that was taken, so that tells me that your tenant has put more cars out in front than he should be. And so I'm not quite comfortable with exceeding 30 cars. All right? And that's display cars. That does not include the 11 that you're going to need for your employee parking. So you're going to have a total of 41 cars there. I think that would give us ample fire access. I think that will give you ample ways to move. And I don't have a problem with 40, but for right now, until we know that your tenant is going to be doing what he's supposed to be doing, and you as a property owner are going to be keeping an eye on him, I'm comfortable with 30, plus your 11. Not all in front, because there's way too many cars in front. You can go ahead and block off or design however you do it. But come back in a year, and that maybe in a year, I'd be willing, if you have no problems, to go to the 40. I'd have no problems doing that.
Okay.
So I'm going to just kind of see if there anybody else has any comments.
I think you can make a motion.
I just want to
Okay.
more comment.
No. He can make a comment if he wants.
Yeah. As it is right now, we have 71 parking. So we're proposing only 5 cars in the front for display. All the rest is in the back. There is enough parking in the back for display car with 25 and 30 feet for the fire department to pass through. What are we accomplishing by having empty stall in the back, other than the fact we're reducing the ability to make money and pay taxes? I understand if it's too crowded. I understand the west side of the property for the fire department truck. All of that, I do agree and I understand. I would go along with everything you tell me anyway, but I'm trying to make logic out of that. Who are we hurting by having cars in the back that nobody have access to it? And when the customer come, we take him one-on-one to the back, and there is enough space to come in through the truck.
When I was there, I lost count at 39. And I told you then that I thought there was way too many cars back there, there was way too many cars on the side, that I felt that we needed to comply. Compliance says 5, all right? We're going up to 30. That's more than tripled, quadrupled what you're entitled to.
Okay.
So I'm just asking you to work with me. Do 30 for 1 year and then come back in a year. And if you have no complaints, because I know that the title people were complaining that you guys were parking cars in their backyard. Let's get that stuff all kind of cleared up, be a good neighbor, and we'll give you more. I have no issue with that, so long as we can show that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Could I ask one question, please?
Sure.
It's 30
display vehicles.
It's 11 for the public parking required by ordinance and 30 display spaces.
So there'll be 41 total parking spaces.
Thank you.
Okay. And that being said, I'm going to move to approve UC. Okay, we got 2 of them, right? I got to read them both.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question before
Sure.
the motion. So are you agreeable to 41 spaces? 30 display and 11?
30 for display and 11 for public parking.
So you're okay with it?
And with a 1-year review, and if we're good boys, then we can address going up at that time. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, I agree with you in this one, that who are we as a government to tell you how to run your business? If you have enough room, if there's enough room for safety, if the drive aisle's plenty big, if you've got plenty of room for pedestrian, even if you cross-hatch that part where the pedestrians walk, like a pedestrian access, that all makes sense to me. Why we restrict you in your ability to make money, in your ability to pay taxes, does not make any sense to me. But if you're okay with it, I mean, maybe you feel like you're getting this shoved down your throat and you don't have any choice. But, I mean, and it's all based on a feel. It's based on somebody's objective or subjective feeling, versus something written that we can put our finger on and say, this is the code, and the code really is 5. I understand that, but that's not going to work. And so, I mean, I just think that if you're okay with, 5 cars out front or whatever your display showed there, and then if you had enough room in the back that you were satisfying all the fire issues, and they were happy, then, I mean, that's what I would suggest. But
to be honest,
I mean, the motion's been made, and so we'll see where it goes. But I just had to say, I hate it when the government starts to intervene in how you run your business and start telling you how to do it, where to park your cars and all that stuff. It doesn't make any sense to me. But if you're okay with it because you feel like you've got no choice, then I guess you can accept it here, and then maybe you could, I don't know, but maybe you could appeal to the county commission. I don't know, it's up to you, but it just feels to me, just doesn't feel right. And I think you're just accepting it because you're worried that if we don't accept it, you might get something worse. And I don't feel that way.
I appreciate that, and I just want to comment to that. The property is fenced, and we have gate wide enough, so I'm really not bothering anybody. I accept that because I want to stay in business.
No worries. I'll just make a couple of comments too before the motion is completed. I agree partly with Commissioner Kirk and Commissioner Kolarski. I think we're making a good compromise here. The code does say 5 display cars, period, and so for us to allow 30, I think I don't think I would have an issue with 40 as long as you kept the fire access there and you didn't have people that were struggling to turn off of Tropicana onto your property in the front. So, I mean, as long as you had the proper spacing and you had pedestrian safety in mind, I really wouldn't have an issue with how you park your cars. I mean, you could put them on top of each other for all I care. But there's a motion on the floor. I think it's a good compromise. See you guys in a year, and we can move on. Is that still your motion?
Oh, I didn't read it all.
Okay, all right. Finish your motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm going to move to approve UC 19-400114, ADR 18-900333, and UC 19-0462 with with staff conditions, except changing the display or the total number to be 30 display, and 11. Boy, I am so confused now. Commissioner Kirk, you got me. That's okay. Yeah, 30 display, 11 employee parking, and maximum of 4. No. Listen, 4 display in front. That's what staff said. Was it 5 in front? Okay, I thought I saw it in the back 4. Okay. No, that's fine. So I would put your employee parking in the back, all of it. And that way you're not so crowded, because it's hard to get into that front. We saw where I had to park when I went to go visit. And then all other staff conditions with 1-year review. And like I said, I won't have a problem. I really won't. When I drove there, I could not walk very well with all the cars that were back there. And that's why I went down to 30. Okay?
All right, motion on the floor. Yay. That motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
This will be final action unless appealed. Next on your agenda is item 28, Waiver development standards to reduce setbacks in conjunction with a proposed single-family residence on 0.5 acres in an RE Real Estates Residential RMP1 AE60 zone, generally located on the northwest corner of Ford Avenue and Polaris Avenue within Enterprise. Background is provided in your agenda. Staff recommends denial. Enterprise Town Advisory Board recommends denial. Staff has received 0 cards in support and 0 cards in protest.
Name and address for the record. Tell us about your application.
My name is Oswaldo Corona from 3265 West Ford Avenue, Las Vegas, 89139.
So can you tell us a little bit about your application? What are you requesting?
I'm requesting the setbacks, reducing the setbacks because the house we got in mind to build in there is we're trying to accommodate the house and still have room. And our setbacks in our zone is 40 and 30, and we're trying to reduce to 25 and 20 on the back. And I'm losing, because I'm right at the corner, I'm losing from both streets, from Ford and Polaris.
Okay, all right. So what I'll do is I'll open this application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and open it up for the commissioners for questions and comments. Commissioner Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask why, again, we're trying to figure out why you're asking for the setback to be reduced. I mean, you still have pretty much an empty lot to work with. So you asked for a waiver back in 2018 when it was first going from 20,000 square foot to 18,738, and now with an additional waiver. I'm just wondering what else is next.
There was another waiver before. Which other waiver? Because I don't know about the other waiver. The only one I know is the one I'm submitting, because the house we're planning to put in, which is the size of the house.
Can you show us that on the screen?
Yeah. This is the dimensions of the house, 85 foot deep and 89.8 wide. We're trying to accommodate that house on our property. That's the reason I'm applying for that setbacks.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Sure.
What's
Commissioner Hurt?
what's the width of your lot? Can you show the other view with showing the size of your lot?
So
with the house on it?
remove that piece. There you go.
The size of the lot is 130.
Yeah.
0.94 by 143.47.
So you got plenty of room. You got 85 feet.
What's that?
It seems to me you have 85-foot house on a 143-foot deep lot and a 130-foot wide lot, or maybe I'm flip-flop those. But it seems to me that why the 4310? I guess maybe that's the question. Why can't you move that where it says 10 foot at the top there? Why can't you make that fit to the appropriate setback distance?
Because the setbacks on that area is 40 feet on the front and 30 on the back, so that's 70 feet right there.
Okay.
That's 70 feet, so the house won't fit in there. I have only 130. I'm using, if I go 40 and 30, that's 70. I have only 60 feet to work. And the house, according to the building department, it has to be facing on Polaris. I talked to a building department before we submit the application, and they told me that's the only way that it'll be facing to Polaris. That's why I'm reducing the lot size.
Are there any other homes in your neighborhood with this same issue where the setbacks have been reduced?
I don't know, because it's an old houses.
Okay.
There's no new houses around. There's new houses about a mile away from there where they got 10 feet on the front and 5 on the back.
No, I understand, but this is you're looking at a custom home lot here.
Yes.
And so I think you do have looks to me like you may have a neighbor with the same issue that has been resolved, the one down on the corner of Procyon and Ford.
The lot behind me belongs to the airport. They own that lot.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So do you have, you don't have plans or anything developed yet?
Actually, the house I'm showing with the dimensions, that's the house we're planning to build. And I'm waiting if approved or not approved so I can ever buy these plans online. I've been talking to them already. So that's our plans, put the house in there. That's why we submit these pictures with dimensions and the house we're planning to build right there.
Okay.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Commissioner Kolarski? Yes.
You said you talked to building department. They said you could not orient your house towards Ford. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. Your house, in looking at this, from the garage, is that an indoor pool? Is the pool what I'm looking at?
No, that's not an indoor pool.
Okay, so
the 20 feet is from the very back of the house to the back wall.
But the pool, you show a pool that looks like it's included in the house.
Well, that it'll be optional if I'm building a pool or not. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm on septic. There's no sewer. So if I put a pool on it, the reason I marked the pool is because it's on the plans, on the print. But I'm on septic, and it'll be a bigger leach field, and it'll be a big tank, septic tank. So I just put them in there. I mean, it's in there on the print, on the future prints, but I don't think. Yeah.
Not so much on top of it.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, look at that. I'm looking at this to see the way. Okay.
I'm confused.
What is covered what? Is that a patio?
It's part of the house. Is the second floor and the patio cover.
My eyes are bad, but they're not covered lanai.
Yeah, it's the patio cover.
Okay, so. And that covered lanai. That covered lanai is part, that we consider that when we're doing the setback, right? Mark?
So patio cover, Commissioner Kolarski, in the RE zoning district would be required to be set back 17 feet from the rear property line to the leading edge of the patio cover. For the single-family residence, from the property line to the actual wall of the residence, it would be required to have a 30-foot setback.
Say that again?
So if the gentleman is proposing a patio cover attached to the rear of his residence, it would be a 17-foot setback for the attached patio cover is measured from the rear property line to the leading edge of the patio cover. However, if it is the actual physically enclosed structure from the wall of the residence to the rear property line, the applicant would be required to have a 30-foot rear yard setback.
Okay, so I'll make a few comments, Commissioner Kolarski, if that's okay.
Yeah, because I got totally
Okay.
confused.
So as the more I look at this, I'm going to be quite honest. I'm fine with it. I appreciate the applicant coming before us to get these required setbacks reductions and not going out there and building it or trying to build it and then coming in asking for forgiveness. I guess he might not have gotten past the building department, but I wish him luck. As far as I'm concerned, I can support this motion, and I hope you build a really nice home and enjoy it.
Thank you.
I'll just amplify a bit. This is a high-end house custom lot. Septic, correct? You're going to be a leach field septic system, correct?
Yes.
So he's going to need a large area for the leach field. And so I completely understand trying to maximize that. What is it? The south side that's 43 feet. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for clarifying that. I think I was just confused on why it was denied on the town board level as well as its code. Kind of trying to figure that out. But yeah, I don't have a problem with it if you don't.